You still got no assistant?
Nope.
Dog, this is the most impressive thing about you.
I
That's
tell you what,
crazy.
just like I want to say a month ago, this company hit me up. They're like, "Hey, we'd like to help you manage your brand deals and your emails and stuff." I was like, and they weren't trying to take anything off the top. I was like, "All right, fine, do it." Right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe like a few weeks went by. I was like, "All right, this is cool." And then there was, I was still checking the emails, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I checked one, it hadn't got replied to in like 3 days. I was like, I was like, "Hey, Tim here, just hopping in. Yes, I'd love to." Blah blah blah. I'm like, man, this is why I don't trust
See, this is
people,
what
man.
happens. Anytime you think like that, and the first time they mess up, you're like, "This is why."
Yeah, I was like, I'm out.
You left.
I let it happen like one more time, and I was like, you know what, guys, I don't think this is necessary. I'm good. It's like, we love this still. I'm like,
Nah, man, shut up.
yeah.
All right, the link is out.
You want to wait till people come in? Or you just want to stay?
Man, let's just jump in. We got old Timmy here.
I'm chilling, bro. Any excuse to, hey, what's up,
What's
dog?
up,
How are you,
Tone?
man? How are you?
Man, come on, give me a pound, bro.
Oh, what's up?
Man, don't leave me hanging. You hear me knocking? Let me in.
What's up? I'm just working on stuff next door. Let me know if anybody needs anything.
All right, man. Love you.
Oh,
Bye.
so you do a Patreon, and then it's a live a YouTube link to a live YouTube.
Live
Oh,
unlisted.
that's smart.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how we do almost everything on Patreon.
Word. Okay, because I'm trying to navigate Patreon as well, and like, because I don't give my people anything special on Patreon. I be like, man, I'm sorry, guys.
Why do they subscribe?
I promised a lot of stuff in the beginning, but then after a few months, I was like, hey, look, guys, something's coming. Something's coming.
All right, I just want to make sure a comment comes in so I didn't do something wrong. Pure white cocaine from Colombia. It's the funniest thing I've said in a long time. I didn't remember even saying it until I saw it. Oh my God, cocaine! All right, there we go. All right, ready? This is my single.
Yep.
Wide. Tim. Okay, here we go.
Sir.
Coming to the stage is an actor, rapper, TV personality who has leveraged massive success on YouTube into building his own legacy in the entertainment industry. He's been featured on epic rap battles of history, MTV's Wild 'N Out, Basic to Bougie, Deliciousness, and so much more. In 2014, his YouTube channel was listed on New Media Rockstar's top 100 channels. Please help me welcome to the stage my good friend, Timothy Chantarangsu.
Yay! Hey, you want to know a fun fact, Kev?
This is all about fun facts.
You want to know a fun fact?
I do.
My birth name. I mean, as you know, my last name is Chantarangsu.
Yes.
But my first name is actually just Tim.
What? What?
It's just Tim on my birth
Your
certificate.
birth name is Tim.
Yeah, it's not Timothy. It's just
So Timothy De La Ghetto was a nickname?
Well, I just thought it flowed better with the De La Ghetto moniker. You know what I'm saying? So
What are you saying to me? This whole time, my life has been a lie. Is Santa Claus not real? Marquita Bradley, are you even a black woman? Cam, are you pressing buttons? Your birth name is Tim?
It's just Tim, plain old Tim. Yeah. I think the thought process, my parents thought I would already be struggling with like the long last name, so they was like, let me just keep
Let's give
for as short as possible. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Just Tim.
Just Tim.
And I don't have a middle name.
So you're they were like, Chantarangsu was a lot.
Yeah.
Just go Tim and nothing else.
It was a struggle for a little kid in school. Like, I remember specifically studying how to spell my last name.
Really?
When I got old enough to the point where I was like, writing letters, I was like, all right, CHAN, and had to learn it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's long.
It is. Chantarangsu. So I actually want to skip to that since we're talking about it already.
Sure. Yeah.
So most of us who followed you as OG YouTuber, Tim is on my Mount Rushmore of YouTubers, by the way.
Oh, Cam.
Tim, Issa Rae, Dormtainment. There's really no fourth. Those are the three people that I spent most of the time when I was supposed to be working at Boeing watching on YouTube. But I knew you as Timothy De La Ghetto.
Yes, sir.
Right? And I also, tell the people the story behind De La Ghetto and the switch to Chantarangsu.
Sure, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
If you didn't know, my stage name on YouTube used to be Timothy De La Ghetto, right? And let me just keep it simple first, and then I'll expand on it.
Sure.
All right. So if you don't know, it's from an old episode of The Fresh Prince. Classic episode of The Fresh Prince. Will joins a poetry club to meet girls. He makes up a poet named Rafael De La Ghetto. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a huge Fresh Prince fan growing up. You know what I'm saying? I'm an only child, so I felt like the Fresh Prince was almost, I looked at him like an older brother. You know,
Okay.
that character specifically, that show, because I didn't have like an older brother or older cousins really to like teach me how to, you know, talk to girls and
Mhm.
how to, you know, be confident. So I was like such a fan of the Fresh Prince. And I feel like it was a big influence on me, right? And then it was also just Will Smith was a big inspiration to me. You know, when I was a youngin', I decided I'm gonna follow in Will Smith's footsteps. I'm gonna do everything he's done, which is rap, TV, movies. I made a plan for myself. I called it the Fresh Prince format. I was like,
Okay.
I'm gonna follow this format. It's the FPF. All right. That was my plan for my life.
Okay.
So when I started making YouTube videos, I would just be freestyling. There was a lot of just freestyle videos. And then one day I was freestyling. I said Timothy De La Ghetto, and I'm like, this is stuck. Because actually, my original account that got hacked when I had like 50 subscribers was just Funky Fresh.
Funky Fresh.
This was a pad like 05. You know, so
Okay,
just a
okay.
bunch of just stupid videos, right?
Yeah.
And then so that got hacked. Someone guessed my password, deleted my videos because my password was funky, actually. This was the early stages before you really thought you had to have like a difficult password, all right? And I was a youngin' just signing up for stuff.
Oh man.
So, anyways, I was freestyling. I said Timothy De La Ghetto in a freestyle, and it stuck. I was like, this is a catchy YouTube name, right?
Yeah.
And then it just kind of became my thing. I was like, I love the Fresh Prince. I love Will Smith. I will be the Asian Fresh Prince, you know,
Okay.
Timothy De La Ghetto.
Yeah.
That name stuck, branding wise, you know. And that was like my comedy stage name, right? And I had that name for a good up until like damn near 2 years ago. So that's like I've been on YouTube for 16 years, like 14 years, right?
Yep.
13, 14 years.
2020 during the pandemic, you switched.
Yes. Okay, so now fast forward. We're deep in the pandemic. I'm talking about this is when everybody is like on lockdown. We're not going anywhere. And I start contemplating life. All right. Also, look, I had already kind of been debating using my real name, but I was gonna phase it out like on some 50, no, like Curtis 50 Cent Jackson type, you
Yep.
know, have it in quotes, right?
Mhm.
Because in my head, I'm like, look, if I see myself going where I want to go, accepting Academy Awards and whatnot, slapping Chris Rock, no. If I if I see myself at these award shows, do I really see like Glenn Close presenting an award to Timothy De La Ghetto, my YouTube name, right? I was
Yeah.
like, nah, I need to really kind of like I need to use my real name, right?
Yeah.
But it was already like my branding and this and that, so I was hesitant. You know what I'm saying? So now it's pandemic. Think about life, and I'm like, if I caught COVID today and died, how would I want people to remember me? You
Mm.
know? So
Mm.
I thought, what is a better time than now while the world is kind of resetting to reset? And
Yeah.
it was a number of things, right? Because I was thinking like, if my whole MO over the like the years has been to really like make Asian kids proud of where they are, of who they are and where they come from. Because I always make sure to like really highlight like Thai food and I speak Thai in my vlogs a lot because you know I feel like when I was growing up, uh a lot of kids were embarrassed about speaking their native language. You know,
Yeah.
I remember talking to my parents on the phone and having to hide because I felt like, if the kids hear me, they're gonna make fun of me. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So in my videos, I really try to make like young Asian kids and young Asian dudes specifically feel proud of who they are, where they come from, right?
Right.
But I'm like, okay, I if I'm doing that, I should really embrace my whole long ass last name. Cause initially I thought I need a celebrity, a catchy celebrity nickname because they're not gonna be able to say Chantarangsu.
Mhm.
But if I'm at the level that I want to be, they're gonna have to learn how to say
They
Chantarangsu.
know how to say Timothy Chalamet.
Exactly.
They say that all the time.
Exactly.
And they say it right.
Right. And now, and he gets, man, look, I don't even know who he was, but then like people started like, they'd be like, I was Googling Tim Chantarangsu and Timothy Chalamet came. I'm like, who is this? but needless to say, right? I'm like, look, man, it's the perfect time to really embrace that. And also, if I died today, you know, I would want it to be kind of like a testimony to just me and my people and like my family, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Really rep because a lot of people didn't even know I was Thai. But if you're Asian and you hear a name like Chaturangsu, you're like, oh, he's either Thai Cambodian, because we're notorious for our really long last names.
Got it.
So, you know, I just really want to fully embrace and represent and also plan for the future when I'm, you know, at these award shows. I don't want them to be calling my YouTube name. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's the long and short of it. And we talked about this before on the Squadcast.
Yeah.
But you know, there was like a younger generation who had never seen the Fresh Prince, only seen me from Wildin' Out, and they were like, why is he calling himself ghetto? What is he trying to represent? What is he trying to highlight? And the thing about it is, too, I grew up in an area of Long Beach till I was like 10 or 11 that people would consider the ghetto.
Right.
But I was never trying to highlight that. It was just
Right.
from the Fresh Prince. You know what I'm
And
saying?
the further away from the Fresh Prince it got, the less people got that reference.
Yeah, and like I had to realize too, you know, because I was like, oh, I gotta explain it to these kids. But then I'm like, look, man, the older I get, the younger they're gonna get.
Right.
The more people aren't gonna know about that episode. So I was like, all right, man, look, let me just hit the reset and just do it, you know?
That's crazy. Because it's such a, like, I got it immediately.
Right.
The Fresh Prince, I think, started in like 88 or 89 or 90, maybe.
Let's see.
I think it was like 9. It was a long time ago. So a lot of people watching you on Wild 'N Out weren't even born when that show went off the air.
Man.
Which is a crazy thought. People were born after 1996.
Isn't that weird?
I'd be like, what are y'all
Kev,
doing?
People were born in the year 2000.
And they're 22.
That's weird.
What are they doing in the world walking around?
That's so strange.
Where are your parents?
People like, you born in 01 or 02? What you 01 or 02, baby?
Man, there's people who are born in 01, 02 that are professional soccer players in the NBA. And they were born when I was 18.
Ew.
But I'm almost 40. Kids gonna keep being born. My nieces and nephews are having children.
I had a baby.
You had a baby.
What the hell?
By the way, I love your dad content. Tim as a dad, it was like all the puns you've been doing for a long time now are properly framed.
Man, I try to tell, because they'll hit me with the dad joke energy coming in. I'm like, I've been making these jokes since before they call them dad jokes.
You were calling them puns.
I just like puns. But actually, look, side tangent. I feel like I've been talking a lot, but this is what it's about. Side tangent. A lot of rapper bars are just puns framed differently. Because I tried to tell people one time, because I tweeted one time like, I hate my dentist. He always hurts my feelings, right? And people were like, corny, that's corny. But I'm like, look, if this was on a song and I said like something, yeah, me and my girl, something, we just chilling, but she like my dentist, she always hurts my feelings. People will be like, oh,
yeah,
bars. But it's just a dad joke.
It's just a dad joke.
It's literally just a dad joke. Like
too many Urkels on your team. That's why your win's low.
Oh, come on, that's not even a good one. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like they're really just kind of easy dad jokes.
Man, most dad jokes and rap, it's just good double entendre.
Yeah,
that's all you did. All right, so let's go all the way back to a young Tim.
Yeah.
So you were born in Billings, Montana.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember any of that before you moved to Long Beach?
No, because I was literally just a baby there.
Baby Tim from Montana.
Yeah.
How did your parents get to Montana?
Okay, so I'm a little blurry on that, but something about like my dad had gone there for some like skiing trip or something like that. And then he really thought it was just beautiful and thought, I'm gonna move here for a bit. So he started just going, he was taking some he went to some college out there. He was taking like art classes and then he started working in a restaurant, like a Thai food restaurant. And then met my mom in Thailand, brought her back to Montana, had sexual intercourse.
Is that how you were born? Oh, I was curious how they did things in Montana.
Sexual intercourse.
Not much else to do but ride horses and ride coochie.
Yeah, pretty much. Riding coochie. I pictured my dad just surfing on my mom's coochie right now. But then I was born, and then for whatever reason, they moved to Las Vegas for a short period of time, and then Long Beach, and I was in Long Beach from like a baby up until like 12. Yeah.
Okay, and then you moved to Paramount.
Yes, we moved to Paramount when my parents took over a Thai food restaurant in Paramount called Thai Smile. They took over, just kind of redid everything, and we had that restaurant for like 20 years.
That was one of my things. I told Tim this off camera before many times. When I worked at Boeing, I used to be like, man, I want to eat at Tim's parents' restaurant, but I didn't have money to travel for frivolous activities. And by the time I moved here, like shortly thereafter, they closed it. You retired them.
And where were you?
I was in Seattle, Washington. Well, I was in
Ah.
Tacoma living, but working in Seattle.
I see.
And Seattle is really big on Asian food as well.
There's fire Asian food in Seattle.
Great Asian food.
Yes.
So I've already been familiar. And Thai food is just creme de la creme.
Top tier.
Top tier. Pad See Ew. See, most people are at Pad Thai.
Yes.
If you ain't really had Pad See Ew, are you going down the menu?
I agree. Patsy, you looking at me. I can tell by the way that you feeling me.
That's great. I got that joke. Even though I hate 112, that was a good joke.
What?
Slim and Kev on stage have a long-standing beef. I cannot stand Slim's voice.
Really?
Let me tell you what like cats scratching their claws on a chalkboard while being burned alive.
Wow.
But I don't want to make this about me.
Let's not. Yeah. Well, about you, real quick. I think it's great that you go beyond the pad thai because real ass Thai food. I mean, look, pad thai is great.
Yeah.
But once you really kind of dive into the menu a little more, there's some like solid sleeper bangers in there that people just don't know.
Give me
about.
your top 5 Thai food bangers.
I'll tell you right now.
I'm gonna have Thai for lunch now.
Oh,
I haven't had it in at least a week or two.
So I tell you what I always try to put people onto if they don't know. All right,
Okay.
because the first few years of taking people to the restaurant, I would always be like, oh, okay, I'll order them pad thai, order some fried rice, because I would be like, oh, they can't handle the real shit, right?
Yeah.
But then I was like, wait, let me put them on to the good stuff.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite things that my mom makes for me, and you can order at most Thai restaurants, on the menu is gonna say like spicy basil beef or something like that.
Okay.
It is in Thai. It's called grapao. Okay.
Grapao.
Yes.
I've had that at a Thai restaurant in Toronto.
Yes. You went to the one that was downstairs.
Yes.
It's one syllable.
Yeah. It's oh God, Waleed put me onto it.
Yeah.
I can't.
We have to do it. Yeah. No, I agree.
I can't move on.
We just
let me go check my.
Enjoy
text.
yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourself, guys, because it's just gonna mess up everything.
Oh no! Here, I'll do this.
It's called pie.
Let me tell you what. Oh.
It's called pie.
Yes.
If you're ever in Toronto and you want bomb Thai food, go to a restaurant called Pie. Pai.
Toronto natives don't say the second T. It's Toronto.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, Toronto, not
Toronto.
Toronto.
Okay.
All right. So, Toronto fam. Bear Thai food in Toronto fam. So many Thai food spots. Them. All right. Well, anyways. Okay. So number 1, grapao.
Okay.
It's a for those who don't know, it's a ground beef, usually over rice, bunch of spicy seasonings, some mint leaves. Usually they lay a whole fried egg on top.
Yes.
Fire.
Big fan.
Okay. Grapao, and then I will order them something. It'll be on the menu. It'll say like crispy pork with Chinese broccoli.
Okay.
Super bomb. It's literally just like some crispy pork, Chinese broccoli, and like a sauce. Bomb.
Okay.
A lot of people will go for the tom yum soup. Okay.
Yep.
But I say if you want to take it next level, there's a tom kha
I'm
soup.
a big fan of tom kha.
Yes.
I never said out loud until you said it, but I've ordered it.
Bomb. It's coconut based.
Yeah.
Kind of sour, kind of spicy. Fire. 1, 2. That's 3. Like Kev said, pad see ew. Can't go wrong with a pad see ew. If you like pad thai and you're afraid of venturing into the more adventurous things, pad see ew.
The noodles are big and thick.
Yes.
Like, I like noodles.
Like and yes.
I wasn't gonna go there, guys. And if you did, get your head out the gutter.
Yeah, you little nasty. And number 5, sleeper hit. A lot of people, you think of noodles, you think of the Vietnamese pho, you think of Japanese ramen. Thai people got these noodles. It's called boat noodles. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dark broth, so it's super like filling. It's a lot of beef, little different cuts of beef in there. If you want to go all the way with it, get it by. It's gonna be some liver in there. It's gonna be some tripe in there. If you scared of that, you can just say, just give me the beef and the meatballs. You know what I'm saying?
Liver and tripe.
Yeah.
I want to go all in.
Oh,
what was the name one more time?
Boat noodles.
Boat noodles.
Yeah.
Thai boat noodles. All right, so take me to Paramount High School. So is it true you sold candy and CDs and custom Air Forces?
Which Wikipedia article is this?
Listen, this is Marquita Bradley, personal investigator.
This is some details.
She gets it done. Was that the beginning of your entrepreneurial journey?
Yeah, probably. Okay, so Paramount High was my first time going to a public school. I went to Christian school from preschool to 8th grade,
Okay.
and then a Catholic school for us freshman year. It's weird over there. And Catholics are weird, bro. But but so I was at Paramount High. It's like Paramount High is like 75-80% Mexican,
Okay.
and then after that probably black, and then some white and Asian and Pacific Islanders sprinkled in there. You know what I'm saying? And so this is my first time being in public school, and yes, I started selling candy because I'm like, this is my first time in public school. I need to be fly, but I didn't want my parents spending money on all this name brand stuff. You know, it was like $200 for a Sean John sweatsuit. You know, so I really wanted to be fresh. So, you know, my parents, they would go to like Smart and Final or whatever, and they would get stuff for the restaurant, and I would get a box of Snickers and a box of M&Ms, and you get a box for like $10, $15, and I would sell each one for $1 at school, and that's how I could kind of afford to, you know, like buy a new pair of Air Forces or whatever. And so funny story. One time I would just walk around with Ziploc bags with the candy, right?
Yeah.
So one time I was, you know, just slanging the candy in class, and third period specifically, Mr. Wolf, he saw me selling in class. He was like, "Tim, really? You gonna sell during class? What club is this for?" And I was like, "Drama class, right? Drama club," because I was super cool with my drama teacher, Mr. Carlin. So he was like, "I'm sure Mr. Carlin would love to know that you're selling candy in the middle of class. Give me your candy." I was like, "Damn." So I gave him the candy, right? And then right after class ended, I ran to Mr. Carlin's class. I said, Carlin, I told Mr. Wolf I'm selling candy for drama, all right? He's going to give you my candy later, just so you know. He was like, all right. So I get to drama, 5th period. I'm trying, you know, thinking Carlin's going to give me my candy back.
Right.
Carlin hands me back a bag of money. He's like, yeah, kids kept wanting to buy candy, so I sold it for you. I was like, Carlin, oh my, thank you. What a G. Rest in peace, Mr. Carlin. He was the best. And then so then I eventually evolved. I had one of the first, you know, I was one of the only people in school that had a computer that could burn CDs. So I immediately, you know, just started bootlegging CDs to make some extra money. And whenever a new one would drop, like when Black Album dropped, Jay-Z, your boy made a killing that week. Everybody was like, Tim, you got the new Black Album? You got the new Black Album? And what I would do is I would immediately go get the new CDs, and then I would sell bootlegs for $3. I would sell mixes that I would make for $5. And I just kind of
sold your mixes for more than the rapper. So you sold their albums?
It wasn't mixes of my music. It was mixes of popular songs.
No, I know, but like Tim mixtape was worth more than that rapper's actual
album.
Yes,
because I was really paying attention to what was popping. I would make a whole compilation, and people would be like, "Oh shit," because it would be songs they wouldn't know about, and so I would sell these, and it was more effort to make a mix. You know what I'm saying?
Spotify, y'all just took what people was already doing and monetized it.
Pretty much.
You Swedish people. I didn't really
Swedish meatballs.
Yeah, I didn't have nothing after Swedish.
So you little friended grundy brindis. So and then if the CDs that wouldn't sell, that, you know, were kind of old or whatever, I would put a little red dot on them, and I would have like, this is my red dot sale. Those would go for $1. So I would literally walk into a classroom just to say what's up to people. They'd be like, Tim, what you got today? I'd walk into a class and leave with like $200, like just saying what's up to people, because I was like the bootleg man.
Yeah.
And then when Air Forces were really popular, I saw on some like fashion website, because I used to look at that stuff, that like Nelly and Jermaine Dupri were getting their shoes like custom painted, and I was like, I could do that. So I went to Michael's, got some acrylic paint, started customizing my Air Forces to match my jerseys, and then people would hit me up to like paint their shoes. So I would do that for like $20. And
yeah. You was hustling since forever.
You know what? It's just I didn't want my parents to pay for me trying to look cool. You know what I'm saying?
But you actually did something about that.
Yeah.
That is amazing. You eventually paid their house off.
Yeah, with M&Ms and bootleg CD money. Nah. Just like
all right, so you were a theater kid in high school.
Yeah. So do
you remember any of your favorite plays or anything that you did that was like helped put you on this path?
I'll tell you specifically.
Okay.
I got some good stories for you, Kev. This is great.
I'm glad.
The people are gonna get to know me on this episode of
This is
Coming
the
to the
hope.
Stage. And I tell you what, real quick side tangent, guys. I got dressed for Kev on stage.
He got a fit off, ladies and gents.
If you watch every other ADD like Kev on stage studio shoot, I'm in a hoodie and a beanie. Maybe hoodie and a beanie, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get dressed for Kev today.
You got the hair slicked
I
back?
was like, I'm gonna put product in my hair today for Kev. I had a little pimple. I took my wife's Fenty. I splashed a little bit concealer on because we're almost the same color, even though she's not Asian. And it's convenient. Okay,
oh
so
my gosh.
specifically when I went to Paramount High, because I was definitely like the class clown and stuff. I did little musicals and stuff in junior high too, but I went to Paramount and I low-key had a little existential crisis, right? As a sophomore, because this is my first time ever being in a new school around new people. And I'd always had the same friends since I was like first, second, third grade, right?
Sure.
So now I'm in a new high school, first time in a public school. I didn't know anybody. And I'm like, wow, am I shy? Because I wasn't talking to anybody. I wasn't making friends. I'm like, was my whole image of myself as a class clown only because I was comfortable? Like, can I not get outside of my comfort zone?
Yeah.
So in drama class, we would do these free writes, write about whatever you want. So I'm like venting, what I'm saying? Like talking about how I used to do this and that. And I'm feeling real self-conscious and I don't have any friends now. I don't know who I am anymore. So Mr. Carlin was like, you know what? After he had kind of seen me play a couple games and drama, whatever, he was like, you're going to host this talent show coming up. It's called Putting on the Hits. He was like, I'm going to put you and this other girl. She was a senior, so she was already popular. He was like, but I'm going to put you and this girl. You guys are going to co-host it. And I was like, all right, man, whatever, right?
Yeah.
I was like, okay. So I went up on stage and specifically there was some technical difficulties one time. I was like, I got to just riff now, right? So I'm just riffing, improvising, being stupid. And I remember like people were feeling it. People were laughing, right? And that was the first time that I came back to school on Monday and all the cholos were like, hey, fool, you're funny, fool. You're fucking funny, dog.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And then that's when they kind of started knowing who I was as a funny person in the school,
Yeah.
And so I was in drama, and the beautiful thing about Paramount High is all the athletic teams were trash. So there was no hierarchy of popular like athletes and nerds. It was kind of like everybody was just chilling, right?
Right.
So I was this like popular dude, but I was in drama class, you know what I'm saying, with the theater kids, and there was no like, he was square for being in drama. So I was just really having fun, and I was able to really kind of like, meet some good people. Like Super Ego, my boy Eric, I met him in drama class. So ever since then, so sophomore year I was in Oklahoma. That was my first musical.
Yep.
You ever seen it?
I have not seen it in full. I've seen a couple of like the more popular songs.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. And it looks like it's climbing clean up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way.
Oh my God! I did not expect that, even knowing who you are.
I'm just a girl who can't say no. Kissing's my favorite food. With or without the mistletoe, I'm in a holiday mood.
Do you remember everything still?
A good majority of it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I do that with Hamilton.
When
all
I
the time.
take you out tonight with me, honey, here's the way it's gonna be. Yeah, but I do that with Hamilton as well. Ooh, it's getting hot.
Oh man, That was great.
Ah.
So was that the play that changed your life?
Oh, come where the wind comes sweeping around the rain, and the raven wheat can sure smell sweet when the something.
Now I've seen it. I don't need to. I don't need to sign up when it comes to the Pantages Theater. Tim gave us our own personal performance of Oklahoma.
Oh my god. But yeah, so I loved musicals. I've
Right.
always loved musicals. Even like before I was doing them, I always liked watching musicals. You know, my mom always used to put on like The Sound of Music, and I love like Mary Poppins and
Yeah,
Disney movies. Like that was always my, I enjoyed those.
that's amazing. So boom, you leave Paramount High.
Yeah.
You graduate. You attend Cal State, Long Beach.
Yes.
How did you get into that? Because it wasn't you didn't go the whole time. You changed your life there, but what was the thought process?
Yeah. Well, you know what? My parents were always, like traditional Asian parents. I don't feel like just parents in general. I always say Asian parents. There's always the narrative of like Asian parents want to make sure like they strict on you for getting good grades and getting an education. But I feel like that's most parents, right?
Yeah.
But it is a very usually Asian kids will steer clear of the entertainment industry because they feel like my parents would never be down for this. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So, my dad and my parents were always super supportive of me. Like they always went to all my plays. They were, even as a little kid, I loved doing impressions. They would always be like to their friends, like, oh, like, Tim, do your impression, blah, blah, blah. Like they knew I loved being on stage. I love making people laugh. And they were super supportive of that, right?
Okay.
But they were also, they also made sure my grades were good and like, and they were good until high school, until I got to public school, and then your boy was having fun.
Right.
But still, they were like, do this, but make sure you get your degree and have a backup plan. That was always the mentality,
Okay.
right? And I remember when I started making YouTube videos, I was in college, and don't do the math on that. And so, and my dad, he was always like, oh. And because I was also making movies with my boys that I went to high school with.
Yep.
Okay. So we were making little short films, submitting them to different like online contests, whatever we could get into. And my dad was like, okay, yeah, this is great. Love your stuff. Like, but make sure you get your degree, right? And even as the YouTube stuff started beginning to pop off, and I was like getting booked for different like, college shows, or I was traveling here to do little this and that.
Mhm.
He was like, okay, that's great, but make sure you get your degree. That was always
Yeah.
at the end of the day, right? And then so I'm like, yeah. In my head, I'm like, I'm gonna get this degree for some bullshit like communications. I'm like, here's your piece of paper, and I'm gonna go be famous, right?
Right.
And then there was one semester specifically where I was presented with the opportunity to do a show in Australia. And I was like, I've never been to Australia. This is great. I'll just take the semester off. I'll go to Australia, have a good time. I'll go back next semester, right? And then, I took another semester off. And then I took a year off. And then once you take 2 years off, Cal State Long Beach is like, all right, man. You can't, like, all right, you what you doing here, So, and then I just never went back,
Oh, so it wasn't
And-
like a dropout in that sense. You had planned to go back, but then
Yeah, well, it was kind of like, after 2 years, I was like, you know what? I gotta ride this momentum,
Mhm.
because I was at a point where I was still trying to do it. I would register for a whole semester of classes, but because of everything happening, I couldn't keep up. I was just kind of like, mediocre at both, right? I was stuff was going all right with the YouTube, but my classes were meh. I was dropping them. I was, it was doing right.
Yeah.
And then so I was like, I need to commit to one.
Yep.
So after that second year off, I was like, I'm gonna go hard on this YouTube stuff, right?
Yep.
And here's what I tell all the kids, and especially the Asian kids who are like, what advice you have for, like, if my parents aren't just supportive of me trying to pursue the entertainment career? And I tell them, I'm like, look, man, I know they really trying to drill in that you need to get a degree and a good job, but they will be okay once you start giving them money. Once you can give them some money, they're like, oh. And it's funny, but also at the underlying point is that they just want to make sure you're straight and you're taken care of,
Yeah.
And I remember specifically there was a time where my mom was like, you're still gonna go back and get your degree, right? And I'm like, Mom, all right, look, you want me to go back and get my degree, or you want me to keep paying for your shit? She's like, okay. Okay, fine. and and I always tell people the moment I knew my dad knew it was serious, right? Because like, parents always have things that they brag to their old friends about when it
Yeah.
comes to your kids, And my dad, I used to overhear him talking to his friends, and he'd be like, "Yeah, my son, he's majoring in this and that at Cal State Long Beach, and also he he does these like videos with his friends." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. And then one day I was listening, and he was like, "My son's famous on YouTube." I was like, "Oh, he gets
The
it.
game has changed.
The game has changed."
So before you were famous on YouTube, you actually did a thing called Kings of MySpace.
Yeah.
Talk to us about Kings of MySpace.
Man, is this a Nardwuar interview?
I told you Marquita Bradley don't play now. If she don't work on this show, this
Man.
show is over.
Man.
I'm not gonna do this if Marquita Bradley don't do the prep.
Well, doot doot a loot doot.
Dude.
Okay, so as I said, me and my boys from high school, we used to, and it's a blessing to have a circle of homies that understand what you want to do and are after the same thing. Because
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people trying to pursue it, they run into problems where their friends are like, "Man, what are you doing? Like, this isn't gonna work out." You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And that's where the struggle is. I'm blessed to have homies that from the jump wanted the same thing, and we supported each other. All right. So
Yeah.
I'm like, specifically, it's my boys PD Flow, Super Ego, Ricky Shucks. These are their YouTube names. Okay. So early before YouTube, we were actually, okay, this was YouTube had just started. This was probably 07, 08-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, something like that. We did a video called The Kings of MySpace,
Yeah.
right? And my boy PD Flow, he's really nice with the graphics. Back then, it was like the stuff he was putting out. It was like, whoa, this is unheard of for our YouTube video. So we did a video. I wrote a song about, it was a rap song about how like we are the kings of MySpace, and just saying like we get so many likes and so many friend requests,
Yeah.
but it was bars. It was bars. I was like, you know how we used to sign on to MySpace, and you would get hyped when you would see like, oh, new picture comments, new this
Yeah.
comments, new this comments.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my bars was like something. I got so many friends. I see more news flashing than CNN. I mean, come on. So it was funny. It was bars, and for that time, it went viral. You know what I'm saying? MySpace Tom posted a bulletin about our video.
Wow.
And we got featured on YouTube all in the same week. Back in the day, if you don't know, YouTube, they would feature certain videos on the homepage. There was no
Yeah.
algorithm. It was just, look at this video. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So we were like, whoa, we made it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was like Tom, YouTube, and we were like, okay, this is it. We went and celebrated at BJ's. We were like feeling ourselves. We were like, yo, Pizookie time. We made it. So, and that was kind of the first time we ever really went viral. And that, so as a result, we all had our MySpaces at the end of the video, so people go at us, right?
Mhm.
And my MySpace was a MySpace music page. My rap name used to be Traffic. That was my
Yep.
rap name. And I remember because of all the traffic from that video.
Is that where the name came from?
Partly, yeah.
What's the other part?
I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
And from all that traffic from the video, I actually hit a list as the top 10, one of the top 10 unsigned rappers in California at one point.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
It's kind
my
of crazy.
God.
Okay, so my original rap name, my old rap name, Traffic. Now, I had two names because I had Timothy Delgado and I had Traffic because I didn't want people to think I was making comedy rap.
Got it.
So I wanted them to be like, okay, Timothy Delgado is for the funny stuff, and then Traffic is for like the actual music, the bars, because I'm not doing like parody rap,
Yeah.
So the original name Traffic is all right. So when I was in high school, I used to rap with the homie Cameron. Okay, we used to rap together. He was calling himself Traffic. I was calling myself Ticket, and so we were Traffic Ticket. That was the combo, right? And then after we graduated, he stopped rapping, and I was like, all right, can I have Traffic? I like it better. And that was the name. But I would tell people stuff like, nah, it's because, like when you're like drug trafficking, you're bringing something that people don't want there. So I'm bringing something to the game that they're not ready for. And then when I started popping online, I was like, yeah, because no, I'm doing it online, so I'm getting a lot of traffic to the websites. And I was just trying to make it sound cool,
Ah, but the truth is, it was just you and your boy.
Yeah.
And he stopped, and you were like, "Hey, let me get that traffic."
Yeah, I was like, you gonna eat that?
So in 2006, you released your first mixtape.
Oh,
Will
yeah.
Rap for Food.
Yeah.
Were you shocked by how well people received it?
Well, actually, that was my second mixtape.
Was it?
My first mixtape ever was called The First Mixtape. But this was early on. This was like probably like as soon as the Kings of MySpace YouTube stuff started happening, or like I put out like just like 10 very cheaply recorded songs, literally in PD Flow's room, you know what I'm saying, called The First Mixtape. And then Will Rap for Food came out a few years later. And with both mixtapes, I was really surprised at how much support I got for the music, because there were kids like all, because I was sending them for free at first for the first mixtape, especially. I was like, let me know if you want one, I'll send it to you. And I was getting requests from like all over the world. I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like the internet is crazy.
You mailing them, or
I was mailing them. Yeah,
you were literally mailing
CDs. I was mailing
CDs
CDs
to anybody who asked for 'em?
Yeah.
Really?
And then, but the request got so overwhelming. I was like, all right, I got to do something else, So
Wow.
then I started selling them, But I was making like, bootleg. I was making copies of the CD and literally mailing them out.
So you were losing money.
Yeah.
Building your name.
Yeah, man.
So in 2009, you put out your first album, Rush Hour.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Flew to Ohio to record the video. Where did the concept for those videos come from? Talk to me about Rush Hour.
So Rush Hour, okay, so I had done some rapping on YouTube, right? And there was a rap duo by the name of Young Deuce out of Ohio. And their manager hit me up and they're like, yo, I manage these rapper producers. We'd love to produce a whole album for you. We'll fly you to Ohio for a week and we'll knock it out. And I was like, I mean, no one ever hit me up with an offer like this before, Never been to Ohio before. Shout out to Fairfield, Ohio. Shout out to Grippo's Chips. That's some chips they only got in Ohio. They're delicious. And so we flew out. I was with Rick. I brought Rick with me. And Rick's actually on a couple of those songs too. Rapping and singing.
Rick, the man of many talents.
Yeah, he was going by Rick Rude back then. This was before he was Ricky Shucks. So we knocked out the whole album in a week. That's why it was called Rush Hour.
Oh.
And because and the dudes that produced the album were black and I'm Asian, of course. Rush Hour.
Have anything to do with the movie?
No.
Oh, okay.
So it was just because it was like we knocked it out real quick.
Got it.
And my name was Traffic.
Got it.
So knocked that out. Did a couple, released a couple. It's some good songs on there. Some of it is like, I wouldn't listen to it now, but I think I just put it on the other day. I was like, there's some all right songs on here.
So around this time is the time you got fired from CPK.
Yeah.
Like, what was that about?
So let me tell you. So I was working at California Pizza Kitchen. Shout out to CPK. I was working at California Pizza Kitchen, and I enjoyed the uniforms at the time. Okay, it was slick. It was a white button-up, red or yellow tie, and some black slacks, and I thought it was a cool little outfit. And then they were like, "We're gonna switch to all black button-ups, black pants." And at the time, so now I would love that outfit, but at the time I was like, "It's gonna make me look short, right?" And plus, we got that long ass apron too. I was like, I'm not feeling this, right? So Twitter wasn't so much of a monster as it is now back then. Like back then, it wasn't such a force. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I was just bored at work. They just told us about the new uniforms that weren't rolled out yet. So I tweeted at California Pizza Kitchen. And I was like, black button-ups are the lamest shit ever. Put my phone back in my pocket. Went to go slang some pizzas. And then I get a DM from California Pizza Kitchen saying, thank you for your opinion on our new uniforms. What store do you work at? I was like, oh, God. Delete the tweet. I'm not replying to this, right? Back then, there was no information on my Twitter except for a link to my YouTube. My YouTube, only information it had was that I was from Long Beach, okay? California Pizza Kitchen hits up the general manager of the Long Beach area California Pizza Kitchen.
Oh, my God.
They're like, do you know this person? She's like, yeah, it's Tim. They're like, you got to fire him.
What?
Yes, because of that tweet, and they found another tweet where I said, time to go to work at California Pizza Kitchen. that they did not like.
They wanted you out of there.
Apparently, there's something in the old CPK handbook that says you are not allowed to disparage the company on any public whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
I was just glad they didn't find the tweet where I was like, I love going to the walk-in freezer and stealing food. Because I used to be just back there bored eating pepperoni.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to see the security camera. Tim sitting on a box and just eating refrigerated pepperoni.
Yeah. Nah, wasn't no cameras back there.
Why did you tweet it at them?
Because I didn't realize
I
the
get the
brevity of this, of how much that tweet would, just the how much trouble that could cause. You know what I'm saying? I would never do that
I
now.
love how you thought, I'll just delete this.
Yeah.
Everything will be okay.
Damn. So yeah, they fired me, but I'll tell you this. The week I got fired, and this is why I believe in the universe and you know, and just like God's plan and just things, right? The week I got fired, I won a YouTube contest for $15,000, which gave me a nice little cushion to really go hard on the YouTube videos, you know.
Yeah.
And now I had time. I wasn't working, so it was like, you know, I felt like, you know, one door closes, another one opens.
Yeah.
And I hadn't worked a real job since, you know.
Since that.
Yeah.
Since 2009?
Yeah.
That is at least 10 years ago.
Yeah.
13?
13.
13. 13. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Those 9s and the 3 always throw me off. Okay, so in that same, so did you ever go back and work with CPK on like Brando or anything?
No, I eat there all the time. It's really solid. People are actually surprised at how much I gas up CPK since they fired me, but
Right.
it's delicious.
It's really good.
Like,
It's a really good restaurant.
look, I love a good bougie restaurant. I love trying new restaurants, but CPK is like a solid. I can always depend on CPK.
Listen, chicken
Yeah.
barbecue pizza is solid.
Oh, fire!
Great
And
apps.
they-
Strong drinks for a chain restaurant.
you can get turned.
Bro, CPK be like, you finna go home? Not today. I be like, man, it's 2 p.m.
Yeah,
I just want to have a little happy hour. They're like, no, this is the strongest drink ever.
it's pretty great.
So that same year, you shot High School Sucks the musical,
Yeah,
and it was your first movie deal, and you said it was a stupid deal.
yeah. Let me tell you.
Why, Tim?
Okay. So as a result of videos like Kings of MySpace, we also did one called Kings of YouTube. Both went like relatively viral. Okay.
Mhm.
So as a result, my boy PD Flow, he's getting some meetings, right, with
Mhm.
production companies, movie companies. I would go as far to say we were the first YouTubers to get a movie deal. All right.
Okay.
Because this was so early. So Lakeshore Entertainment hit us up. They were like, would you like to, you know, do a movie, right? And we were so just thirsty, right?
Yeah.
And we had never worked with companies at this scale before. We didn't know what was a good deal, what wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, when I tell you, people that had experience would hear about our budget to make a movie, and they'd be like, "Is this for Crafty? Like what? Like is this your lunch money?" Shocked at how much we were given. And PD Flow, like, you know what I'm saying, bless his heart, he was so just ready to prove himself. He was going into meetings like, "Oh, you want to offer me this? I'll do it for this."
Less?
Yes.
Hey.
He was doing that.
Hey,
And
Petey.
we had to be. We were so young. I'd be like, "Bro, what are you
give you $100
doing?"
grand. We'll do it for 25.
He's like, "I'll tell you what, I do it for this."
no, 125, 25,000.
Because he's like, "Nah, I'm building relationships by showing." I'm like, man. So we ran out of money.
Okay.
We're filming this movie, super shoestring budget. We ran out of money, and when we were like, "Yo, we would like more money to finish this," they were like, "Nah." So it got caught in this like limbo, you know what I'm saying? Well, we never finished it, but we had released 2 or 3 like music videos from the movie as like teasers, because we were supposed to be done by a certain amount of time, but we couldn't finish it. So now, I mean, when I say to this day, I still get, "Hey, what's up with High School Sucks the musical?" Because it never came out.
Wow.
But it did. So here's some other like just stupid industry nonsense, right?
Yeah.
It did get acquired by another company, and they gave us money to finish it. We ended up finishing. The movie's done, but this company owns it, and they're not doing anything with it.
Really?
So it's just on this like proverbial shelf somewhere chilling.
Oh my!
Yeah.
I
And
didn't know you finished it.
it's done. And the dude that like one of the heads of that company, he follows me on Instagram, and I'll be like, "Hey man, how much to buy this off you, bro?"
Right,
But
and
he hasn't seen a DM or he hasn't replied, and
come on and give it to the people.
we might have to edit some things now because some of the jokes we wrote 10 years ago probably
Oh yeah,
probably wouldn't work now. But
that's the thing about the internet, man. 10 years ago was a different time,
yeah.
and the internet. See, I have this theory, and we it's a quick aside.
Uh-huh.
Comedy has always been changing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You always had to change with the time. The internet has just captured the old time.
Yes.
Before the internet, there's a time where blackface was not only acceptable, it was the number one style of stand-up. And I
Mhm.
saw a newspaper clipping of when people were like, you really can't do that. And blackface comedians, white dudes were like, what am I supposed to do now? So the whole you're taking comedy, the fun out of comedy is been happening since, the
Right.
beginning of time. Just the internet is like, if I saw myself back in 2010 or 11, the stuff I thought was funny or the stuff
Yeah.
I said on stage, you cannot say those words no more.
I mean, I think that's how people forget to look at it, right? You got to look
Yeah.
at yourself 10 years ago, the stuff you were saying, the stuff you were laughing at. Like, people change. Things change.
The internet just be like, 2010, you thought it was funny? Like, well, in 2010, that was funny.
Not
It
only
was okay to laugh. We didn't even know that was problematic. Problematic wasn't even a word then. Really.
exactly, bro.
Problematic is a relatively new idea.
The craziness is people be like, this dead person, look what they said in 1930. We shouldn't be sad about them being dead. They said this in 1925. Like, what?
About them being dead. The problem is when you want to hold to the stuff from then
Right.
and still say it's funny and still if people found my old tweets, I'd be like, yeah, that's what I thought then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
But people tell you it's wrong, then you learn.
Yes, I've done some sweeps of my tweets, and
Oh,
I've privated some old videos.
Oh, I've done sweeps.
Yeah.
I went some stuff and I was like, boy, was you crazy? But it didn't even catch no flack then.
I mean, and back then, 2010 Twitter was, I'm gonna be reckless just
That's
cause.
whole part of the whole culture of that app.
Yeah.
Because you just feel like you're tweeting this. I don't know where it goes.
Yeah.
I just hate my job. Black buttons ups are stupid. Anyway, wait, I'm fired? Why?
Exactly. It was like a bubble, you know.
You know what's interesting? Twitter is the reason I got the name Kev on Stage.
Really?
Because I was tweeting reckless, like we all were, and my name was at Kevin Fredericks. And I was like, man, somebody finds this tweet. I don't have a common name. If you go to KeyBank, Kevin Fredericks, it's gonna be me. I'm black. So I was like, I'll do Kev on Stage. Because I'm a comedian, I'm on stage.
That makes sense.
And then I changed my Twitter picture to just a microphone and be like, am I Kev?
Oh.
I got fired anyway from that job, but it wasn't for tweets. So my plan was like, it worked, but I was a bad employee at the same time. So anyway,
but real quick,
yeah.
I can see you over there just chilling with your girlfriend. Can't
I should've
believe
never
you
told
by
you.
yourself.
I should've
You should
never
be
told
here
you.
with me.
I should have never told
Dancing
you.
with me. Singing with me. Breaking with me.
Ah! You know how much torture it is to enjoy their music but not Slim's voice? I like the songs. I want the other three to sing them. Give them to Q.
Woo! Man, Q has this on part 3, the song with all the bangers like Peaches and Cream and all those. Q has this song called I'm a Player.
Mm.
Woo! And I
Why
remember
they let Q sing more? More Q.
they should have. They should have. And I remember I was dating this girl at the time, but I stopped. I kind of ghosted her because I felt like she was getting too serious, and I
Yeah.
felt really bad about it.
Yeah.
And I would put on that song because it was like, I'm a player, and be like, girl, I thought you knew. And I remember listening to that song, and be like, Annabelle, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you like that.
Oh my God. Okay, so in 2011, you hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Damn, is that when that happened?
2011. What was that like? Because listen, 1 million subscribers on YouTube was not common. It's really still not that common now. YouTube is a very hard platform to grow on now.
Yeah.
But at that time, what did that feel like?
Back then, hitting 1 million subscribers was like monumental. It was
Yeah.
almost like a small special club when you hit 1 million. You
Mhm.
know, nowadays there'd be people with 15 million. I've never heard of them ever.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. And then you go to TikTok, it's kids
my
with 30
God.
million. And you're like, oh, okay.
Bruh.
But yeah, back then 1 million subscribers was like, wow,
Yeah.
mind blowing. You know,
Yeah.
it was like, man, 1 million is like the population of Oklahoma. Every night, my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. Nah.
How many songs is in this musical? I feel like we're halfway through the second act by now. Intermission should be coming soon. I want out of this. I want out of this musical. Ah, okay. So let's fast forward a little bit more to 2012.
Yeah.
You joined the cast of MTV's Wildin' Out, right? And,
Yeah.
I mean, you were a mainstay for a long periodically time
Yeah.
on Wildin' Out. After being a mainstay on YouTube and never stopping YouTube, what did that do for you? I know it brought you all kinds of new fans who didn't even know about you from YouTube. Like, talk to me about how big that was for you.
Yeah, Wildin' Out for me was more than anything, it was a validation for me for
Mm.
all the times, all the years on YouTube, especially where I would tell people, guys, I'm gonna be on TV. I'm gonna do this and this and that. I'm gonna be on like real ass television.
Yeah.
And for every hater that was like, man, you're never gonna be on TV. You too short.
Mm.
Little do they know, everybody on TV is short as hell.
Bruh, they really are.
Yeah.
Really short.
Yes. And for everybody, it was like, man, your skin is trash. You ain't gonna be TV. You ain't gonna be on TV. But little do they know, makeup artists be on point. It was like, my mom would always be like, you gotta take care of your skin if you're gonna be on TV. I'm like, Mom, if you knew what these makeup artists can do. So, but yes, just to prove people wrong and just validate for myself, like what I
Yeah.
always told myself when I got on TV, it was like, yes, I told you, and to me, yes, you were right, you know.
Yeah.
And it was great to really be able to put that on my resume as someone who's coming from the internet on a
Mhm.
time where, you know, if you were a YouTuber, you know, because it was really just YouTube back then. They were
Yeah.
like, what you one of them internet people? You know, oh,
Yeah.
you make little YouTube videos
As a diss.
as a diss.
Yeah.
So I mean, YouTube it's weird because YouTube is now I feel like held on a higher pedestal than you a TikTok, you a Viner, or a TikToker,
right.
you know. But it was that moment was very just kind of like yes for me, you know,
Mhm.
and it was dope to be able to represent for my people, you know,
Yeah.
as the token Asian on there. Because you know, I always tell people too, like for me, being the only Asian dude, most of the time when we were doing the Wild Style at the end, they weren't roasting me, they were roasting Asian people. You know what I'm
They
saying?
were. It was all Asian stereotypes.
was just
not Tim specific stuff.
Yeah, it was just that, you know, like your basic 3 to 5 Asian
Yeah.
stereotypes. And I can't necessarily hit back with all the black stereotypes. I
Where's
got-
your dad at?
Right.
Oh, hey,
Th-
man.
Yeah, you
what?
only get like one of those per season. And I never did one of those, you know?
Right.
But like I would have to come at Carlos specifically, Carlos's beard or Chico's head. It was like I
Yeah.
couldn't come at it from that angle, you know, unless it was like you got to navigate it right, you know what I'm
Right,
saying? But
right.
I would also, that's not something I could really do like that.
Mhm.
And luckily for me, going to a school in a very like diverse area and like battling people at lunch,
Yeah.
I was already used to rebuttaling jokes like that since I was a little
Yeah.
kid. So
Yeah.
when they come at me with the, oh, you know what I'm saying, Tim's mom cooks cats and dogs, like it was easy to be like, nah, we don't eat dog, but I eat your mom's pussy, whatever.
Now who's winning?
Now who's winning? Because your boy got comebacks stored for days,
You've
you
literally
know?
heard that joke since
Yes.
second grade.
And it actually got kind of difficult for me on the show because when the first few seasons when they would attack me because they'd be like, I got this easy joke for Tim, but then people learned I got these fire comebacks, they kind of stopped coming for me.
They're
So
like,
so
this person.
if I wanted a moment during the Wild Style, now I gotta call someone out. And I hated calling people out because when you get called out, people are more likely to be on your side. So when they would be like, oh damn, what they coming at Tim for? Oh, Tim got a bar.
Yeah.
But when I'm like, all right, hey, Carlos, come here, man, or Justina, come here. Now they automatically rooting for the other person.
That is true. I
Yeah.
never realized
It's a
that.
whole process.
It's a whole thing. It's
Yeah.
a production, by the way. I went to a taping of an episode. I was like, first of all, they shoot for like 3 hours
Yeah.
for like a 30-minute episode. Most of the jokes don't even make it.
Exhausting and like Wildin' Out is like you're constantly just like it's after a day of Wildin' Out, you're just mentally drained.
I bet.
I remember first season or one of the seasons, they premiered with the last episode we filmed, and I was tired. You know what I'm saying? I was out of jokes. I was tired, and so that episode I was dead. But they premiered with it because it was Rick Ross and he was our biggest guest that season. So everyone was like tweeting me like, "Tim, what's wrong, bro? Where your jokes at?" I'm like, "Man, look, I'm sleepy."
You've had some success with MTV. You were Wildin' Out. You on your own show, Deliciousness. Is that true? That's the first credit you had with your actual birth name?
Yeah. Oh,
How did that feel?
That was great.
Mm.
Look, MTV, they are really great with if they F with you, they are good at thinking of you for other things.
Mm.
And me skewing off and doing food for the past couple of years has really opened up a lot of different opportunities, Deliciousness being one of them.
Yeah.
And Deliciousness is great because compared to Wildin' Out's workload, way easier.
Really?
Oh, Kev. Bruh. For Wildin' Out, okay, every episode we shoot at least 2 hours. We play 4 games. It's this game, a song game, a wild style. You're hyping up the crowd. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like you're looking at people like, is this person gonna say this to me? You know what I'm saying? You're all mentally just always here. You know what I'm saying? Ready to fight. You know?
Yeah.
Deliciousness. I sit on a couch. I show up. I get makeup on. I sit on a couch. And I just say whatever stupid shit that comes to mind when I see this clip. We knock out like 4 episodes in a day. There's only 4 of us on the show, so pay is way better compared to Wildin' Out, which has like 20 people that they got to distribute funds to. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's beautiful. I get to look at Kelly Kapowski all day. It's amazing.
And you love food.
I love food. Yeah.
You have been doing food content. Little aside. I hit Tim when I saw Sin Foods. I was like, Tim, you've just shown me that this can be done without chef people. Because I watched Sin Foods, you and David, and all we did was put the black version on that and say, oh, we're gonna go to black restaurants with black comedians.
Yeah.
But it's basically Sin Foods with niggas.
I mean, and that's beautiful. I started Sin Foods because yes, I love food shows. I love food. But also I felt like, there was a whole demographic of foodie that these food shows weren't catering to.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And like shout out to like Guy Fieri because like Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, like yes, that's also I feel like food for more like the common viewer.
Yeah, but he's a chef.
But he's a chef, so
not a person.
Exactly.
Like he's a person, but you know what I'm saying.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's not a regular. Just
a regular person.
I might not know what type of stuff they're putting on.
When
there.
I bite it, I'll be like, "That's oregano." I'll be like, "This is fire."
Yeah.
I don't care what it is.
Like, what's this, pepper?
Right.
So like when I hit up David to do Sin Foods, David's a little more knowledgeable about the food than I am. So I like that I could kind of play this angle of like, because he'll be like, "Oh no, this is a remoulade of whatever," and I'll be like, "Oh, the fuck is that?" And then we get to play this angle of, we just are 2 people that enjoy food and we want to try everything and drink everything, and I think it really appeals to people that. Yes, I don't know, but I would like to know.
Absolutely. And Tim paid for that out of his own pocket.
I paid for that show out of my own pocket.
Before you sold it to Thrillist.
Yes, that's right.
You believed in it and you funded it.
You always got to just believe in yourself. And then I feel like, not only will people be like, yeah, but the universe will be like, yeah.
I'm telling you, man, if you're pushing a car, somebody's more likely to get out and help you push. If you're standing behind a stalled car, people are just going to drive by.
Fire.
That's good.
Where'd you get that from?
I just made it up. So before we close, I want you to talk to me about, you've accomplished a lot, but I know you want to accomplish so much more. So what would you like your next 5, 10, 15 years to look like if it went the way you want?
Okay. So if it goes the way I want, because people ask me this all the time, like, why do you still feel like you need to like work? You know what I'm saying? If like you're like successful, whatever, right? But I let's go back to the Fresh Prince format, right?
FPF.
So FPF. So arguably I've accomplished that. I've done music, and the music like did great. I was able to travel the world doing shows. I've been on TV. I have a show on MTV currently. been in a couple movies here and there, like little small roles, done some terrible independent ones. Um, so ideally for me now is to take all of that and multiply it times 10, right? Like
Okay.
I'm about to work on my first album for the first time in 10 years again, under Tim Chantarangsu.
Oh,
Yeah.
no Traffic, because Traffic we let go in 2017.
Yeah, and I've been kind of dropping random singles here and there, and like if people want to collab. But this is my first project since my Cruise Control album, which turned 10 years old this year.
Mm.
Which is fire album if you want to
Yeah.
listen to that. And so it would be great to really just get some more people listening to my music. But in terms of like the TV, like I'm on MTV, but I'd love to be on some ABC, NBC scripted situation.
Yeah.
And as far as movies, I'm trying to write one.
We've been talking about this for how long, Tim?
I know. I'm sure there's so many other Kev on Stage interviews where I've been talking about the same movie I've been trying to write. And also just be on some real headlining, my face on the poster movie.
Yeah. I have no doubt you're gonna achieve all that stuff.
Thank you, Kev.
And you're also supposed to invite me to eat dinner with your parents.
That's going down.
I feel like I'm not gonna ask anymore, Tim.
No.
I feel like I'm bothering you.
No, you're not.
I've been like, hey Tim, I want to, your mom food be fire, and she slide the egg off.
Uh-huh.
I'll be like, man, I would love to see what that tastes like.
You will experience that this year.
Stage crew, Cam, single me out. You heard it here first. This year, can I bring Melissa?
Of course.
Me and Melissa, Tim and Chia, Baby Veda.
Wait. Ask me again. I missed the opportunity for a joke. Ask me again if you can bring Melissa.
Can I bring Melissa?
Hell no. All right. God, I wish I would have got that. All right.
This year. All right, before we go, we have Kev's top 10. We asked this of every guest. The only thing we ask is you be honest with your answer.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right, here we go. Number 1, who's your favorite person?
Chia.
All right. Number 2.
Wait, take it back, Veda. My daughter.
Number 2, what's one of your happiest moments?
Happiest moments was paying off my family's mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That was one of my happiest moments too.
Oh, thanks, kid.
For you.
Yeah.
What was one of your saddest moments?
Saddest moments was this time this fool Omar ate my Cheetos without asking me. They were jalapeno cheddar chips. Cheetos has this flavor called jalapeno cheddar. They're delicious. I had my own bag. I left them on a seat. He grabbed them and just started eating them. Who does that?
Omar does that.
That was just off. Like that's the first thing that came to mind.
All right, grits, salt and pepper, or butter and sugar.
I go with the butter and salt. Actually,
we were right there. Sweet potato pie or pumpkin pie?
Ah, man, you know what? I didn't really grow up with sweet potato pie like that. I'm gonna say pumpkin pie.
Neither did I, Tim. Neither did I. Anita Baker or Patti LaBelle?
Here's a funny story.
Okay.
Real quick. My boy was just at the Grammy. He was at the Grammys and he went to an after party. He was like, "Yeah, so we was at this club and I ran into Anita." And me and Rick were both like, "Baker?" And he was like, "Man, that Brazilian girl to be shaking her ass." Oh. And I was like, "Yo, I'm old." So I'm gonna say Anita Baker.
All right, we usually say favorite black saying, but favorite Asian saying.
Favorite Asian saying, and this is it, I say this because it's not an Asian. I say this because everybody should say this. Take your shoes off before you come in my house.
Respect. Respect. What excites you?
Being able to do what I love and make a living off it.
It's as simple as that, isn't it? I tell people all the time, like, bruh, I used to work jobs I hated.
Yeah.
Money's great. Trust me, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But being able to go to work and do what I love, that is the peace.
Mm-hmm.
That is the peace that surpasses. Surpasses. Why did I say surpassive? I went King James. I went KJV. Can't go KJV if you ain't warmed up.
Not even new King James.
All right, surpasses. What bores you?
What bores me? What bores me? I'm trying to think of what makes me go, ugh. And I guess it would be people that make small talk when they're trying to talk business.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, bruh, you're not my friend.
Right.
Get to the business. We don't need to. We don't need to do
Get
this.
straight to it. All right, last one. What do you want your legacy to be?
Man, my legacy. I want my legacy to be. I mean, aside from, movie star, uh, amazing bars, fancy cars. No, I'm just- I want people to just remember me as someone who just spread laughs and positivity into the universe. Because I really feel like, when anyone hits me up and they're like, "Hey, man, I was having a bad day." And
Mhm.
I feel like a lot of people say this, but whenever people hit me up and say, "Hey, I was having a bad day, and your content really cheered me up, or you brought me out of a dark place," just by being your little stupid self, I really feel like it gives me purpose. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It's like it tells me why I'm here existing in the universe. So if people can
yeah.
just remember me as somebody who uh made them feel better, spread some love and positivity, that is my legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Chantarangsu,
Oh, and made Asian dudes sexy out here in these streets.
making Asian dudes sexy in these streets. Tim, tell them where they can find you, what to look forward to, and all that jazz.
Yeah, you can find me youtube.com/Timothy if you enjoy entertaining podcasts, and if you like just fun food videos as well, and just good stuff. Instagram is just my whole name, Tim Chantarangsu. You can look forward to the Tim Chantarangsu album coming soon. Maybe not soon, but eventually. And if you want to look at an adorable baby, follow me on Instagram and watch my vlogs.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Please follow Tim. Follow him, the greatest. Thank you so much. If you're watching this and you watched it with ads, then that means you don't have the Kev on Stage Studios app, where we have the ad-free version.
I got the app.
You got it?
I sure do. I'll show you right
Pull
now.
it up.
I'll show you right now, bro.
Real friends. Get in the app.
I do it, and I watch the episodes of Black People Don't Do Improv that I'm on, and then I close it. No, just kidding. That's a joke. Look.
Oh, he has it with Disney Plus in the same box.
Bam.
Disney Plus and Kev on Stage Studios. That's a real friend, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Chantarangsu, thank you for pulling up, Tim. It's always a pleasure. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Oh, that was great, Tim.
Always
a
Come
pleasure,
on,
man.
Kev.
That was fantastic. All right, Patreon, we'll be back in about 30 minutes.
You knocking out more of these today?
Mm-hmm.
Who you
I got 4. Jamel Hill.
Oh, Jamel Hill.
Jamel Hill,
Fun.
big fan. Baby Dub.
Who's that?
Warren Campbell, and Dormtainment.
All 4 of them?
Mm-hmm. I'm just reposting to Patreon real quick. Trying to find the link. Cameron Hill. There it is.
Okay.
Oh, dang. I ain't got the Wordle yet.
Yeah.
I got stuck,
you-
man. I have. Oh, man. We do it every day. I do it by myself. Then Melissa and JoJo do it. And then we compare notes.
That's funny.
And I'm stuck today. I don't even know. It don't even look like it's a word that exists in English. I'm like, man, what is this?
I refuse to do Wordle because I know I will, one, get obsessed, and two, I don't know if my self-esteem as a journalist can take the humiliation of not being able to.
Oh, there's nothing worse than forgetting. I think I didn't get like later. I was just like, there's no word. Ain't no word that'd be like this. Because I didn't have as much strategy at first, so I was just rushing through.
Yeah.
Now I downloaded another game to practice for Wordle.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm obsessed. I'm competitive.
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
like I get it because I remember when Words with Friends was a thing.
Oh, I had I
Oh.
set up a whole tournament online.
Jeez.
Words with Friends. This is how much I didn't work at Boeing. I would do anything.
You said about.
I online through Twitter, I had a whole 64-person Words with Friends tournament, and I didn't even win. But I found out later
Jeez.
some people were cheating though.
That is crazy.
Man,
So where did they film that Married at First Sight after show?
they filmed that in Santa Monica,
Okay.
right off of Wilshire.
Okay.
Kinetic Content.
Oh,
is
they're
the-
here.
yeah,
Okay. All
they're-
right.
They have some
I didn't
like
know
an
that.
office floor, and I mean, I'm talking about that production studio isn't even as big as that.
Oh wow.
It is,
Thank you.
and it might be. It's not big at all. They really just maximize it.
I mean, you can tell it's a small space.
It's just a gutted
Yeah.
out
Okay.
office space. Yeah, but it was right there. I mean, they're basically perpetually in production on that show. Either the
Yeah,
current
no.
season,
Yep.
the after party stuff, or the upcoming season, because they just finished. I think they were just finishing decision day on the coming season
coming
when we
season,
were
right.
shooting.
Mm.
And I was like, "This all y'all do?" She was like, "This is all we."
So-
they never stop.
My wedding planner, she does the weddings for Married at First Sight and Love Is Blind.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Mhm. Yeah.
I didn't think about that. That's a real wedding they have to do.
Yeah. Yep. She does.
It's not
she
just a
does the
production
weddings.
wedding. They really
Correct.
have to
She
set
does
it
the
up.
weddings for both of those.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
My girl.
All right.
Because every time I'm engaged in a season of Married at First Sight, I will text her and I'll be like, I know you can't tell me nothing, but at least confirm. Like, she'll be like, you know, I can't tell you anything. I'm like, I know, but I just feel better venting to you, knowing that
Absolutely.
you know.
That's the
Like,
best
I'm
part
friends
of
with
the
Kevin
show.
Frazier too, and I'll be hitting up Kevin like, Kevin, when you get to the reunion, here are the questions I need you to ask.
And they don't pull no punches.
No, Kevin is the best. Like,
he
Kevin
don't.
be
When
messing
Chris was tripping last season,
Oh, we called them out.
he better be lucky they was on
Yes.
pandemic. Because I feel like Kevin
I'm
Frazier be like,
saying,
"Hey, hold up,
what you
Playboy.
wanna do?"
This ain't what you want.
This ain't what
It
you
could
want.
be whatever.
You're right.
It could be. Don't let this suit and this decorum. You know,
Fool you,
I
'cause
will."
We can get into it. We can get into some gangster stuff right now.
He was trying to fight everybody that season.
I know.
Like,
How you gonna
no.
fight your pastor? How you gonna fight pastor? How you
Oh,
gonna fight pastor?
So
Is that
spiritual,
what
guys.
Is that what we doing?
Damn, you can't
Is
do
that
that.
what we doing? I was like, dog, you tripping.
Oh my gosh.
Oh Lord.
All right, you ready?
I am ready.
Let's do this. Let me just make sure that went up. Pose. Link is good. All right, let me just wipe my head. I'm sweating like crazy.
It's definitely toasty.
Oh, I guess I should say my other one is Love After Lockup.
Oh, I haven't watched that.
Dude. Come in. Come in for the real thing.
What?
Prison love, like you never.
No,
Yes, you need this in your life. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, it's about people who hook up with people who are in prison and then they get out and then they have to live a real life, and it is the shenanigans.
Oh, no.
Oh, the shenanigans. The Abbott Elementary I haven't watched the episode, but they just made a joke about Love After Lockup, and I was so excited when I heard about this.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
excited, like
Is it mostly black people?
it's a mixture. It's a mixture. It's a mixture.
Okay.
Because the mics are
It is certainly quite a few white people who act like black people or try to, which makes it even better. This television. Look, every time I watch it, I feel a little less about myself, but yet,
I think that's the point of some of those reality shows.
I keep going back.
We all need to be like, well, at least I'm doing better than that.
Right.
And it's a
But,
dark
like,
part
at
of us.
least- It's a dark.
It's a dark part
we
of
don't
us.
want to acknowledge it, but
Listen,
it's true.
I had this joke on stage where I talk about, because I want to lose weight. A lot of us want to do, but
Right.
I'd be like, man, people are so fit. And then I watch 600-pound sisters, and I'm like, well,
I'm not doing bad.
I'm not doing that bad. They frying chicken in the bed. Like, I mean, I may be down bad, but I ain't fried
Down
chicken in the
that
bed bad. You just we always gotta feel like we're one step above.
This
That's
is true.
how racism started.
Mm.
Poor white people, poor black people, they're like, well, at least I ain't black.
Right.
That's all they had
That's all
was
they
not
had.
being
That's all
black.
they could cling to.
Yeah, that was their
Was
one up.
this.
And black people was like,
Ain't-
we ain't got nobody. We ain't
Ain't
got nothing
like,
to be better than
well,
them.
all
At
right.
least we ain't slaves.
I know. That's the only thing.
Yeah, absolutely. How's that? Is this clear on her single? Because I feel like when I move it over.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
With your arm though.
My arm? Oh, that's my arm. Okay, I'll keep my arm down. I was like, what? I don't see it. All right, here we go. Single. All right, perfect. Coming to the stage is a journalist who has paved the way for not only herself, but for those who are coming behind her in the sports industry. She's an outspoken advocate for those whose voices are underrepresented in sports and politics. In 2018, she was named Journalist of the Year by the National Association of Black Journalists. And in 2019, she was named one of worth's 21 most powerful women in the business of sports. Did I mention she's won multiple NAACP Image Awards? That's nice. She is a trailblazer, a contributing writer for The Atlantic, host and voice for this generation. She was truly unbothered. Please welcome to the stage, Jemele Hill.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your NAACP Image Award win.
You know-
What is that like?
You are so funny.
What is that like?
Well,
Marquita worked down to the NAACP, and I still ain't won.
it's not for all. It's not for everybody. It's not. I have to say. Yeah, I'm sorry you don't know this feeling of being a twice nominated, multiple winner of said Image Awards.
One day, I'm
One
gonna
day.
win my Image Award.
day
I
you gonna
won't.
get-
I won't rest. They can give me an Oscar, Tony, Emmy, Golden Globe, Pulitzer.
You're right.
If
But
I don't
I
win
just
that
don't-
Image Award, I will not
It's all
rest.
for nothing. It's
all
all
for
for
nothing.
nothing. I hear you. I get it. I get it.
So Jemele Hill is here with us. I have been a fan of yours for the longest. I'm trying to maintain my composure. I don't know if you remember this. You probably don't. When I worked at All Def, I saw you were eating lunch with your boss, and I stopped you. I was like, Jemele Hill, I'm such a big fan. And you were like, oh, this is great because I'm having a one-on-one with my boss right now, and this is great. And I was like, nice, man. Hire her. Give her a raise.
I do.
Do all that. And I walked away.
Why did I not? I didn't connect 1 + 1.
Yep.
You're right.
That
I
was
so
me.
remember
You
when
remember?
I do remember. when
Yeah,
that
because I was trying to
happened.
get you that little raise. I didn't know
And
who
it
you was
worked.
talking to.
So thank you. It worked. Oh my God. Now you want one of my Image Awards? Because you can have it now. Like,
I want to win my own.
all right.
I got to get out of the category where you vote for the people. I need to bribe the people who choose.
Well, you do have to. It does feel a little weird because there is some aspect of campaigning. I don't mean internally, but just with the public.
I know Marquita. Marquita looking at me because
I
I didn't
mean,
campaign. The second I was
you have
hurt.
to
I campaigned
campaign.
hard the first time and I
I
lost the
know,
tab.
But I'm telling you, if you commit to it, and I put out a few selective posts
Mhm.
and was just making sure that I kept it in the public consciousness. And then on my podcast, I mentioned go vote for me. My husband posted about it too. So it's like you do have to do a little bit of
Okay,
that.
I learned my lesson. I
Yeah.
didn't campaign the second time. The second one's on me.
Okay.
First one is on Tab.
Right.
Tab cried about her mom. I was
Right.
like, I knew I lost then. I was like, I went and voted for her that day. I was like, well, God bless. But anyway, let's talk about you. Let's go all the way back to the beginning.
Okay.
Jemele Hill, if you don't know, is from Detroit. What was it like growing up in Detroit?
Oh, I mean, Detroit is, I know that there are so many different perceptions of Detroit, most of them negative.
Okay.
Granted, it feels like we're coming out of that and
Mhm.
that this is maybe one of the more positive stretches that we've gone through. But when I was coming up, the only time I ever saw Detroit on the national news was when the murder rate got released, and we were usually in the top 3. And when it was, there was this horrific tradition that we engaged in called Devil's Night. And so the night before Halloween, people would literally set buildings on fire, abandoned buildings. So it'd be
Mm.
like 600 fires in one night, and I'm not exaggerating.
Every
Yes,
October 30th?
this was a deal for years, right?
Oh.
And finally, after some community involvement, a real intense focus on stopping this, it finally stopped. But that was the only time that I ever saw Detroit on TV. It was always for negative things. And I think because of the perception that Detroit has, we're not the cool city. Like people, Chicago's right next to us.
Yeah.
We know what, I ain't throwing shade, but we know Chicago doesn't have a tame murder rate
Right,
either, right?
right.
Okay. But Chicago, because they have so many other things that they're known for,
Yeah.
that is a label that doesn't stick to them the same. New York, LA, every major city has crime.
Right.
But for Detroit, because we were never cool, we're never the spot to go to, that we had to deal with the brunt of that. And so it gives you a chip on your shoulder. And you
Mm.
always feel like you're going to prove people wrong, and you're going to show people that not just good things, but great things come from Detroit. We got a whole sound
Yeah.
that came from Detroit.
I was about to say Motown.
Listen, Diana from there, Diana Ross. Okay. We
Yeah.
got Stevie. We got the whole Temptations.
And the gospel side, like
The go-
Fred, the
Look,
Winans.
we running it in gospel.
Yeah.
Put some respect on us. The Clark sisters, the Winans family.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, these are gospel
Royalty.
foundational
Yes,
families.
Exactly. They're all from Detroit, all stayed in Detroit. A lot of them did. I mean, in my high school, I went to Mumford High School, and I remember when I told people that, some people recognized it from when Eddie Murphy wore the T-shirt in Beverly Hills Cop.
Mhm,
It says Mumford Physical Education Department.
Yeah.
And people thought it was a fictional high school. I was like, no, we real. Okay. So that was my high school, and the Winans, like BB Winans went there,
Yep.
Big CeCe went there, a couple of the Clark sisters went there.
Fred
so like
went there.
Fred went there.
CP,
Yes,
Spice.
CP, yes, Spice. Like, you know it, right?
I know, we had a lot of Detroit people here, and they all. Is there other high schools in Detroit?
Yes, the most common high school people know is Cass
Okay.
Tech, because that's where Kenya Moore went.
Mm.
That's where Big Sean went. Unfortunately, we got Kwame Kilpatrick went there too. People like to, Gladdy out, you know what I'm saying, doing his thing.
Gladdy out.
But yeah, so there's a lot of, because Cass is the biggest high school in Detroit. So the odds there, and it's a high school you have to test into. So there's
Okay.
3 high schools in Detroit you have to test into. It was Cass, Renaissance, and Martin Luther King Jr. So for a lot of people who, when you're in college, you usually run into somebody from one of those 3 schools.
Got it,
So
got it.
yeah, but to answer your question about growing up in Detroit, it's a gritty city. It's a tough city. It's a prideful city.
Mhm.
We take it seriously. Like, there's nothing, we put on for Detroit hard, because
Yeah.
we know if we don't, no one else will. And so I carry that spirit with me in everything that I do, reminding people of where I'm from and how proud I am to be from this city, despite the negative perceptions it has.
Do you think that chip was valuable to you because you came through, and we'll stay in your childhood, but I'm just curious, you came through a male dominated thing and you had to fight. Do you think that having that chip made it easier for you to navigate?
It did, because I didn't even realize what I was navigating until I got on bigger stages. Like, to me, it was just all kind of normal. When you're a girl growing up, and listen, I'm a mid-70s baby, to tell my age a little bit. So I grew up in the 80s, and it wasn't really fashionable for girls to be in the sports, right?
Mhm.
It's that even though there were obviously female athletes that were dominant during that time, but on a neighborhood grassroots level, no, it wasn't. You were looked at as a bit of an oddity. So I've always had to be able to hold my own in the company of men, because I
Mhm.
played sports, or I should say the company of boys at the time. So I was a neighborhood tomboy, and yeah, a lot of little boys would try you because they see a girl who is maybe as athletically comparable to them, especially
Yeah.
at that stage before, sort of strength really matters.
Right,
And
right.
so, they don't want to get shown up by a girl. So you're going
Yeah.
to get it tougher
Absolutely.
then other people will get it. And so it taught me how to hold my own. It taught me, just how to be resilient. And those were lessons that I carried through with me as I, sort of rose in the field of sports journalism.
It's so interesting because my son plays competitive soccer and he's really good. But at his age, these girls be beating the brakes off of them. They scrimmage against girls in their age group. It is
Ooh,
no contest.
ugly. It's
It
probably
is. I
ugly.
mean, he could be getting thrown around. I'm like, oh, we scrimmaging girls? Night for y'all. Because these boys it's 7-0, 8-0. It's just lights out. And the best basketball player I ever played against was a girl, Kendra in North Carolina. She was just cooking us, crossing us over. Could have played for our team. He was
Mm.
just amazing. But I didn't think about it till you said it. Strength really is
Yeah,
the difference.
then it separates. Obviously, by the time they get to middle school, even a little bit before then, as but women, girls and women are used to playing against boys because most of us had to come up that way. Because if you come up
Mm,
in communities where they don't have a separate girls league or separate girls
yeah,
team, you have to play with the boys.
yeah.
So for us, it's a very comfortable environment, and I think it does teach you some like great life lessons going forward because most women will wind up in an industry that's dominated by men.
Hmm.
So it teaches us how to navigate those spaces.
So, what were you like as a kid? Or were you shy, outspoken, introvert, extrovert?
I think I was brooding, is what I was. So I mean, I'm one of those people that I can adapt to any situation. I was, my husband messes with me because he was like Mr. Popularity in high school,
Mhm.
and he was like, "You like nobody knew you in high school." I was like, "No, I was cool with everybody. I didn't have a specific clique necessarily. I was just kind of cool with everybody." Minding my business, stay moisturized. That was that was kind of what I was on or whatever. But I was always the kid who would get like a great grade and a bad citizenship
Right.
grade. So
Right.
the way the way we were graded, and I don't know if this, I'm sure this probably still doesn't exist, is that you get a letter grade and then your citizenship would be a 1, 2, or a 3. So
Hmm.
I was good for getting an A3, 3 being the worst citizenship because I'd be talking in class. And especially if it was a class that I didn't feel like challenged me. Like
Hmm.
most kids, you get a little bored, you start engaging in clownish behavior, and then whatever. And so I wouldn't say necessarily I was an extrovert. I was somewhere in the middle because I've always been the type of person that when things bother me, I tend to keep them inside. And
Mm.
but that's how writing became something that I loved. Is I started off keeping journals. I was reading the newspaper because back in those days, was no internet, no
Mm.
Google. So you had to keep up with your sports teams by reading the newspaper. So
Wow.
that got me into sports writing. And I was already somebody who loved to read. I journaled. And so it just kind of all came together for me when I got to high school and I took a high school journalism class and never looked back.
So that was what, 10th grade?
Hmm.
High school journalism class. What sort of clicked in your mind? What was it like all those pieces of like, oh, this is sports, journalism, I can put these two together and I'm in heaven?
That's exactly what it was. Is that because I read the newspaper, I knew it was possible, even though I didn't know in my immediate circle anybody
Yeah.
who was a sports writer. So reading newspaper was one sort of chain, in the overall link. But the other thing too was the way that newspapers, high school newspapers are produced in Detroit was a huge factor. So the way it was done then is that all the high schools, their papers were produced by the professional paper, the Detroit Free
Hmm.
Press. So once a month, they put a special insert in the Detroit Free Press, which was the largest paper in Michigan, still is. And you got to read what was happening in all the high schools. So
Hmm.
we had to put together our paper by going to the professional newspaper. And
Wow.
so the first time I walked into a professional newsroom, I was just hooked. It was like a lot of activity, a lot of yelling, people running around. I was like, ooh, what is happening? And whatever's happening, I like it. And
Yeah.
so coming down there once a month exposed me. And then I got to know journalists that worked in the newsroom, and they had an apprenticeship program that took Detroit metro area students through a 10-week apprenticeship course where you got paid $10 an hour, which that was a lot in
Wow.
1992.
$10 is solid.
Yeah, that's solid,
In
right?
92?
Listen, 20 hours a week, 92. So once I got the apprenticeship, I was there at the paper for 6 weeks in the summer, and it converged with another, very divinely ordered thing, which is the National Association of Black Journalists. Their convention was in Detroit the same summer, and the person who was the curator of our program took all of us high school students. It was maybe like 12 or 13 when I was down to the NABJ convention, made us register as students, introduced us to a bunch of professional journalists, made us pass out our resume. We had to walk up to strangers and go, "Hi, my name is Jamel Hill. I'm 16. I go to Mumford High School and I want to be a journalist." We had to do that. That was the
Wow.
exercise she put us through because she wanted us to understand the ambition and drive that it takes. She wanted us to overcome the hurdle of having to talk to people you don't know, because that's
Hmm.
part of journalism, is that you have to interview
That's
people
true.
you do not know. So that shyness you have to get over. And yeah, I became a student member, never looked back. And I got a job in the sports department when I was 16, answering phones and writing up summaries of high school games that happened. And again, I was very lucky because a lot of people, when they go through life, you change professions 3 or 4 different times,
Mhm.
even more than that. You don't settle on things sometimes until later in life. I knew from the beginning what I wanted to do, and everything I did from that moment was about becoming the best sports writer I could. I hadn't even thought about television. Television was
Really?
like television was lame. The idea of doing TV was lame.
Lame.
Heck yeah, because realize print journalists and broadcast journalists, when I was coming up in the business, it was like Crips and Bloods. It's like they over there, what set you claiming? Oh, KABC, what you got? KTLA, what you got? Like that's how we looked at it. It was we looked down on broadcast journalists because we thought you and your little perfect hair, your little makeup, you ain't in these streets like we in these streets. Like that's how we came up with that idea
Yeah.
that TV was for shallow people. Then I saw them
Wow.
paychecks. I was like, I've been hustling backwards. I've been doing this wrong. It was listen. I'm very honest with journalism students when I speak to
Right.
them. I was like, oh no, it was the check that changed my mind. I'll be completely transparent. When I started doing it, I loved it, and it wasn't until I got to ESPN. But I never came into the game wanting to be on TV at all. My dream job was to work at Sports Illustrated. That was my dream job.
I remember as a kid, Sports Illustrated was like
Everything.
it was we used to get the magazines, or I used to take them from the dentist office or
See
whatever.
what I'm saying?
But it was like that was
That was it.
the creme de la creme
Yes.
of sports. And the newspaper was, I mean, if we're a little bit older, TV was dope, but Sports Center wasn't a thing for a long time.
Yeah.
Like ESPN grew and started and grew. But I remember like locally, it was the newspaper. You
Mhm.
found out things about the newspaper and then the local news and then the national, news. But I never thought about print journalists being like, you dirty little television host.
And they
You don't-
listen, they looked at us like the same way, like you and your poverty walking around here. It's your poor little notepads. I mean, they looked at us the same way. It was no
Right.
different. And then come to find out, especially when you're first starting out at TV and you're in a local market, you in market 182 or something, man, you might be making, and this is not an exaggeration, like $14,000 a year. When I graduated from college, the average salary for a professional journalist was $19,000.
$19,000?
Newsweek did a list of top 100 professions. Journalism was 98. We got beat by log rolling. I'm not even kidding.
Literally log rolling?
Literally log rolling. It was like log rolling. It beat us.
Oh
Right?
my
And so I don't
God.
even remember what was behind us, but I'm like, man, it must have been like serial killer. Like, what is work? Like, this is not good. And
Dang.
friends of mine, like when my first job out of college, I was working at the News and Observer in Raleigh, and I made 22. And but I had friends of mine on the broadcast side. Like one of my friends, he was working in a local market, and he was making 12,000 a year. So that is like not unusual. And so that is why it's so interesting for me to see now that young people actually think you can make money doing this. Not saying you can't, but
Right.
it's because, they see a Stephen A. Smith, or they see, some of a Don Lemon, and they think like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what I'll make. They represent the 1% of
That's literally the LeBron and Steph of
that
journalism.
profession. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Most journalists, it's a working class profession. And what people make in local markets, the LA Times is different. It's a major newspaper,
Mhm.
but smaller publications, like they're not making salaries that are, anywhere close to the level of what you can make in television.
So that's why, and then that kind of declined,
Mhm.
because I remember when I was in high school, this is just broke my heart. I never forgave the newspaper industry for failing. But I wanted in my schools, like the Lakewood Journal was what you would be in. And I was like, it's my senior year. I'm gonna see my clips. And they were like, the Lakewood Journal is over. And I was like, who gonna talk about me then?
So this is why I tell people, one of my soapboxes is please support local journalism. And that's
Mhm.
why, because, USA Today is great. The LA Times is great. Washington Post, New York Times, they're all great, but they cover the country, if not the world. They're not going to cover who's the best athlete at the high school that's
Mm,
in your community, or
Exactly.
some of the community issues that are going on. And so when I hear people sort of recoil at the idea of paying for a subscription service. Like I must be subscribed to like 20 newspapers.
Mm.
And I do it because I think supporting local journalism is really important.
Mhm.
And so people don't understand that despite the foolishness you may see in journalism, the original purpose of this profession was a very simple phrase that was often repeated to me as I was a young journalist. We are to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. That is the whole point of
Mm.
journalism, is you're holding people in power accountable. And when you think about the things you wouldn't know if not for journalism, take being here in LA, if not for a wonderful series that the San Jose Mercury News did, people wouldn't know that it was the government flooding crack into the neighborhoods. That was a journalist discovery.
Man.
And so when you think about all the things we know, from the opioid crisis to big pharma to all of this,
Mhm.
it all started in journalism. And so that is why we need to support local journalism, because that's often what spurns national conversation and national action. Off my soapbox.
That was a good soapbox, because I didn't even know it was that newspaper that did that. I
It was
actually don't
San Jose
remember where I got
Mercury.
that
Mhm.
information from. I didn't
Yeah.
realize it was a journalist. That is also just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, as Black folks, we get blamed for everything. I was like, bro, we don't have no planes.
Yeah.
How we finna get the crack from over there to over
Listen,
here?
Nino Brown said it on the stand. We should have listened.
God,
We
dog.
fly no good over here, Ms. Hawkins. I mean, we know these are all this is
Man.
why the democracy cannot function without a free press.
Right.
It cannot function without one.
Absolutely. So let's go from Mumford to Michigan State.
Mhm.
Now, Michigan State, you are a very proud, very
I put it
proud
on for the Spartans.
Spartan alum. I mean, you take all the barbs from Michigan State, Ohio State, Michigan. You go hard. So talk to me about, like, you say you grew up at Michigan State. What do you mean by that?
Well, like most young people, when you get to college, you have a very limited understanding of personal responsibility. And then in college, once it's on you, you have to be the one waking up for class.
Yep.
Mama ain't gonna come shake you. She like, that's not gonna happen. You're putting your schedule together. I mean, you really are living. You have some bills. They ain't grown people bills,
Mhm.
but you're living as close to a grown person as possible. And so there I had to grow up a lot. One, I was coming from a city that at the time was 90% Black. So my interaction with white people on a daily basis was extremely limited, to say the least. Okay. I knew them, I knew they
Right.
existed. They were around.
Like a squirrel.
Right.
Like a little white person. Nice. Anyway.
And working at the Free Press as a high school teenager, like, of course I interacted with white people, but to be like only surrounded by white people,
Yeah.
that was different. So
Was it like a culture shock for you?
huge culture shock. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. When I went to Michigan State, I never, even though there were a couple people from my high school who went there, I never thought about like rooming with them, because I mean, we were cool, but we didn't know each other like that. So I never thought about it. And so I went in blind. So I was just like, oh, I'll just get assigned. And in my mind, I was thinking like, oh, they don't know I'm Black, and they was gonna probably put me with somebody Black. That was not the case. I walk in the door and there's two white girls, and I'm like, oh, okay, we gonna be close. All right, I got you. So it was a rooming situation. They call it triple, because it was 3 to a room. We're
Mhm.
overcrowded the first week.
That's how it was for me
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Mhm.
They know that there are folks that are not gonna show up.
Mhm.
And then within a couple weeks, they figured it out. So I then had a single, and my suite mates, they were from a area in Michigan called Sterling Heights, which is a suburb of Detroit. But growing up, we used to call it Sterling Whites, right? Because there's a lot of white people there.
Yeah.
And I think about it, I write about this. I have a memoir coming out in the fall, and I write about this a lot, is that, the conversations that we had then were really fascinating. And the good thing is that we didn't know what we didn't know. So we were able to lay it on the table in a way.
Right, right.
And so when we had the hair conversation, it's like one of the funniest things ever.
The
When they're
hair
like,
conversation?
yes, because they were like, the grease, explain.
Explain.
And I was like, the washing of it every day, explain. Why is it that when I step in our bathroom, I feel like a chihuahua was murdered in this shower? Chewbacca, did he get in the shower? Like, why do y'all have so much hair? And why y'all wash it all the time? So that was like truly eye-opening. And I was like, oh, now I get it.
Right,
Right.
right.
And then especially one of my suite mates, she started dating a Black dude. that she couldn't tell her parents about. And I'm telling you, I'm so glad reality TV didn't exist
Right.
because we would have made a show. 100%, we would have made a show. So, being exposed to not just white people, but other cultures in general, like having my first experiences, having LGBTQ friends, like that
Mhm.
happened in college. And so, even though when people say, "Oh, college is a academic environment," but I think socially, what you learn
Yeah.
is really important,
Yeah.
especially going to a predominantly white institution. I mean, like Michigan State has 40,000 students, and Black people maybe would have been 2,500 to 3,000. So we
Yep.
were a serious minority, and
Yeah.
so that's why I say like I grew up in a lot of ways because the combination of where I was from, being exposed to different cultures, being a student journalist, and being exposed to levels of history I was unaware of. One of my favorite classes I took was a history class just about African American women.
Mhm.
What I always, I mean, I remember everything that a lot of the things I learned, but shamefully. So one of my study partners, my study partner was a white dude. He got a better grade than I did.
Oh my! And African American women?
Yes, African American women's history. Man, I was like, damn. Harriet rolling in her grave right now. It's the truth. I was like, he got a better grade than me. He got like a 3.5. I got like a 2.5. I was like,
Jamel, you is a woman.
I know. You would think. See,
That didn't help none.
what had happened was I was working 60 hours a week at the newspaper. And so
in
therefore,
college?
yeah. Oh yeah. I was
60 hours
50
a
to
week.
60 hours a week. Easy. That
Hold
was
on.
Oh yeah.
That's
easy.
why I feel like grades got to be it's a cumulative scale. If you ain't got to work 60 hours, our grade can't be the same. But
But
how was you working 60 hours and going to college?
It's the nature. Like one semester I had to drop down to 9 credits because of my responsibilities at the paper. And I was there at Michigan State on an academic scholarship too.
Oh, wow.
And so, but that's the nature of journalism. Hence why it's not a profession for everybody, is that it's a lot of work for often little pay. I was working those hours, and my first semester, I got paid $55 a week. Okay, so talk about hustling backwards. No, I literally picked the profession with the intention of being poor. I'm not even kidding. I was like,
So you really got to love journalism
you
to
have
do
to
it.
love it. And I say this all the time, particularly the younger journalists, is that you can't love this profession for what it brings you. You have to love it when it's at its hardest, when it's not easy to do, when it's at its most difficult. I love this profession the same way I do now when I was making $30 a story freelancing for the Lansing State Journal. I love it the same.
$30 a story?
$30 a story. A story that would probably take me a day and a half to report. Okay. So yes, it is. That's the
my.
foundations of it. Now,
Is it better now for people writing articles for magazine?
depends on where you are. Depends on who you're writing for. Like obviously the big publications, you can get $2-3 a word, which is great. So for a story, for a cover story, you might be able to get paid, anywhere between $3,500 and $5,000, which is great. But if you're freelancing for a local paper that has a readership of like 60 or 70,000, no, they're probably, maybe you might get $100. You hope.
100. You get Uber for that.
I mean,
I mean,
and listen, I bet
man.
you driving Ubers and Lyfts has saved probably a number of journalism
Nah.
careers. I bet you it has. I would not be shocked because it allows you to, be a gig worker and just work based off
Yeah.
when you can work. But that was not the case. That's what I signed up for. And so I'm working all these hours, and I considered school outside of my journalism classes to be a bit, disposable.
Right.
So my attendance wasn't the greatest sometimes. And in that class, as much as I signed up for it, it was an elective.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to take this class. I want to learn about more African American women and history and power dynamics than I already know. And the professor, she demanded a lot, as she should have. The
Mhm.
reading for that class was crazy. So sometimes I didn't always have the time
Yeah. You was at work.
because I was at work a lot of the time. And,
Sheesh.
I mean, it was what it was. So when my white study partner got a better grade,
Now I
I
understand.
was like, oh, this is so, but I can't even give the excuse of time because he was a college athlete.
Okay,
So-
Jamil, I was trying to help you.
I know.
I was
know.
really.
And
I
I
had it for
appreciate
you
it.
right there.
You gave me a life raft, and I just threw it back. I was like, "Let me drown, bro.
Stabbed it.
Let me
No,
drown."
he actually was doing
I deserve that shame. I do.
So you graduate college, and then you get your first. Your career begins at the Raleigh News Observer as a sports writer. What kind of things were you covering? What was that like?
So this is 1997, and it just so happened I started as an intern, number one. So and the reason I chose to go there is because they had a track record for hiring their interns, and it was a paper that had recently won a Pulitzer. They had a
Mhm.
great reputation for developing young writers, so that I went there very intentionally. I turned down a 2-year it was a 2-year internship that I turned down to go there because I didn't want to be an intern for another 2 years.
Right.
I wanted to be a full professional and find a city and live there, because the 2-year internship is that I would have lived in Detroit 1 year. The next year I would have had to live in Charlotte and hope for the best after it was over. So yeah, in this time actually was a great time for women's sports. And so when I got there, they told me that's what they wanted me to focus on. And I know for a moment I was thinking, like, am I being tokenized here because I'm a Black woman? And like, oh, why don't you go cover women's sports? But looking around what was happening at the time, like the North Carolina women's soccer team at that point, they had won 14 straight national titles.
Was that when Mia Hamm was there?
It was right after Mia Hamm.
Okay,
It was the
okay.
next generation after her.
Got it.
And you also had very strong basketball programs with North Carolina State, North Carolina, and Duke, because they're all in the same area,
Yeah.
the triangle, as they call it.
Mhm.
And you also had a young rising track star named Marion Jones, she had just won a national title with North Carolina women's
Mhm.
basketball. And she had turned pro, and people were upset because I think she only played 1 year at North Carolina. They won a title off a last second shot. And this was during a time where Tennessee was dominating everything.
Yeah.
So for them to win that title was a big deal. So there was a lot of great things happening with women's sports. And once I understood that, I was able to do some really amazing stories. And the beauty of covering women's sports, and I talk about this, is like women's sports launched my sports writing career because women, most of the women athletes not used to being covered like the guys are.
Mhm.
So they're a little more open. Your access is tremendous. Like I can go to any practice I wanted at any time. Let me try to go to, at the time, Vince Carter and Antoine Jameson were in North
I
Carolina.
remember this time.
Yeah.
I was living in North Carolina at that time.
Trajan Langdon was at Duke. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, try to get access to a Coach K practice. Good luck with that.
Right. right.
Meanwhile, the Duke women or NC State women or North Carolina women, I can show up anytime, watch the whole practice, right? And that is what you want as a journalist. So it allowed me to write some really personal, great stories about many of the athletes there. And, I won a press association award for best feature.
Man, you just be winning awards.
But here's the funny thing is I never am the one who wants to apply for them. It's usually
Mm.
somebody else that convinces me to do it, because I'm like, I don't really feel like it. And in that case, it was my sports editor. And I had done a story. I'd gone to the Citadel and done a story about the first female athlete, because this was after Shannon Faulkner, because, when women integrated the Citadel, like that was a big thing in the early 90s. And it didn't work out for her. But then slowly they started integrating more women.
What's the Citadel?
The Citadel is an all-male, or was an all-male military academy
Oh, okay. Got
in
it.
South Carolina, in Charleston. And
Mm.
it was a big deal in, I think it was late 80s, early 90s. Shannon Faulkner actually fought in court to integrate for women this all-male
Mm.
academy. And it was like crazy. And she actually wound up dropping out after because she got hazed so bad when she was there. And
Yeah, I get it.
her family got threatened, all this stuff, but they kind of came out of that, and then they started slowly bringing in more women. So there was one woman from North Carolina, from Fayetteville, and she was the first female athlete they ever had. So I went down there and hung out with her, did a story on it, and won an award. So, those are the things along your path that you remember, is that like kind of that early foundation that you got.
Yeah.
And that's where I learned about really how to be a writer.
Yeah.
And
And you're still a writer.
yes,
I want that to be clear. Like, you podcast, you do
Mhm.
TV and stuff, but I read your stuff all the time. You still write frequently.
because writing was my first love. And even though television and other mediums have certainly been able to bring me a lot of attention and a bigger profile, writing was at the core of everything that I did.
Okay, so talk to me about after the Raleigh News and Observer, you went back to Detroit
Mhm.
and you got to work at the Detroit Free Press. Was that like a full circle moment for you, or you just like, I'm gonna go do these other 60 hours that I did in college?
Well, by that time I was making more than $55 a week.
Okay.
Okay, let it be known. The thing was, I didn't really want to go back to Detroit that soon because I was
Mm.
just away for 2 years, and I always had this fear that, oh, if I start off in Detroit, I'm never gonna leave here. And so
Mhm.
I wanted to kind of explore the country, if not the world.
Yeah.
But to be honest, the offer was really tempting. It's like to go back to cover Michigan State football and basketball,
Mhm.
to be able to cover national and international events. It was very tempting. It came with a $25,000 pay raise, also very good.
Pay raise.
Pay raise, yes.
Man.
So it came with a big pay raise. And then I would be living in Lansing because I was covering Michigan State. So living, big pay raise, cost of living is so cheap. And I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, this really does work out. This math is mathing right now.
It really does
It-
work
it
out
does
after
work
all.
out. And obviously covering my alma mater because I had been a sports writer when I was in college. So I knew the terrain. A lot of the same people were still there. At that time, like, Tom Izzo is the head coach. I knew him when he was an assistant and not just the assistant, the lowly assistant.
Really?
Yeah,
He is still the coach too.
he's still the
If y'all
coach.
don't know, he's still a coach.
Yeah, and I had known Tom since I was a student because I actually took coaching basketball in college, which was taught by the head coach, Judd Heathcote, and the person who filled in for him when he couldn't make certain classes was Tom Izzo.
Really?
So it's like, yeah, it was full circle in a lot of ways. I established a relationship with the Free Press since I was in high school, and I had a lot of good relationships in there. So coming back, felt really natural and normal. And I was there for 6 years and I got to do some amazing things because this is when Michigan State's basketball program took off. They
Mhm.
went to their first Final Four since Magic in
It's
'99.
Mateen Cleaves.
Mateen Cleaves, yep, I covered him. And so they went in '99, lost to the Duke team with Trajan Langdon.
Mhm.
And at 2000, they win it all. They went to 4 straight Final Fours.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
were popping for a
yeah,
minute.
they were popping big time. And then also at the same time, the Pistons were really good.
Yes.
They won in '04. I covered because they went to the Eastern Conference Finals, I feel like 5 or 6 times in a row. It's them in
Yeah.
Indiana. And always, tussling for supremacy in the Eastern Conference. So once the Michigan State sports season was done, I would then pivot to covering the NBA playoffs. And that was my first exposure doing that, which was great. I covered the Olympics in '04. I got sent on the Olympics team. So I got to spend 3.5 weeks in Greece. So like all
You
these
was doing all right.
I was. And then, this is back too when newspapers spent money to cover
Yeah.
things. So, I got to go when it was the Bowl Championship Series, when it was the BCS. I
Mhm.
covered 6 straight of those. Like, it was great.
Dang.
Yeah. So I got
As a as a little girl sports fan, you are like, I mean,
You're living it.
these are not just events; these are the events.
Hey, I was there when that Miami Ohio State game in '01 that went to triple overtime where Willis McGahee blew out his knee. I was
Yeah.
there. Like, there's so many I was there moments, when that happened. And it really gave me the confidence to know that I didn't have to limit myself to thinking of myself as a local sports writer. I could be a
Mhm.
national sports writer. And so, especially covering the Olympics.
Because those are national. Those things are national.
they're
I mean, I guess
national-
because of the Detroit connection,
right.
but everybody knows those games
Oh.
and tournaments and Olympics is a global thing.
Olympics is global. And the way that it worked is the owner of the newspaper, because the Free Press is part of a newspaper chain, Knight Ridder, which owned the Philadelphia Inquirer, Charlotte Observer, like 20 or 30 some newspapers across the country, and they organize an Olympic team, send everybody to where the Olympics are, and then you're with your colleagues from all across these different papers. And that was some real training. That was the first time I met Stephen A. Smith, was at the Olympics.
In 2004?
In 2004, I remember very vividly. I was in the bureau where all of us, where we all worked out of, and this very loud person comes in and he's like, I can't believe you got me in these accommodations. It's like a prison in there. And not like going in. I was like, who is this man? And what is he talking about? I mean, when I tell you he was coming in there and letting people have it, because the way it works is that the Olympic Committee sets aside housing for sports, those who are covering the Olympics. And let's just say they're not trying to put us in anything luxurious. I got the better end because I was at a Best Western and I was happy as hell. And I was at the Best Western in Athens and I was like, okay.
There's a Best Western in Athens?
It was, and it was slapping too. It was slapping. Like instead of giving me a full bed, they just put two twins together.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay.
Put one sheet on.
Just-
It'll
right.
feel like a full
It'll
bed.
feel like a-
Hush, stay on one
Like
side.
you feel
want
that
another bed.
divide, but it's okay. I'm gonna ignore it. Right.
Right.
But yeah, no, he was at the time a columnist and lead NBA writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. And people who watch Stephen A. now probably don't realize how good of a reporter that he was. Like he covered Allen Iverson, and the way he covered, the NBA and Iverson in particular is what launched his career.
I knew he was there. I didn't realize it was specifically Iverson is what, launched it. Because the newspaper at that time, you don't really get the newspaper that's not in the city you live in.
Correct.
I was in Tacoma. You get the Tacoma News Tribune and the Seattle Times.
Yep.
And the USA Today is it. So you don't have access to this.
No.
This is before the internet.
This wasn't a thing then for you to know about leading columnists from other areas. Now, because of Twitter, because of social media, you know who's writing what in different pockets of the country. But that was not the case then. And I think people just generally have a tendency to believe when you wind up at ESPN that you were born there. I don't know why that is. I'm like, no, we led whole other lives before we actually got here.
So before we get to ESPN, I read that you were a sports columnist for the Orlando Sentinel.
That is correct.
And you were the first or the only African-American female sports columnist in the country at that time?
In North America.
In North America?
Not just the country, it was North America. Yeah, it was 305 daily newspapers in the US, Canada, Mexico.
Wow.
Okay. And I was the only Black woman who was a sports columnist at a daily. And that's one of those statistics that is not something to be proud of. Not for me, but for the industry.
Right.
Because it is a reflection of where they have failed. Because listen, I think I'm a pretty good writer. I ain't that damn good. Where I would be to be the
in
only,
the whole continent.
the only one.
In the whole, from the top
It's just me.
of Canada to the bottom of Mexico, it's just you.
It's just me. And it was crazy because I never saw myself as being a columnist. When I left Detroit, the reason why I even applied for this job, I had two friends that were working there who just convinced me. They just put on the hardcore sale for me to apply for the job. And also I was looking around the industry. At that point, the newspaper business was starting to shrink a little bit because newspapers made incredible profits for a long time because of advertising. So they're seeing profit margins of like between 20 and 30%. Like so many it's crazy, right? They went through a huge boom. Hence why when I was at the Free Press, they like, yeah, go cover the BCS national title game, even though there's nobody from Michigan in it. Like, go do that. Like, that's how they was spending money, The price of the brick was going up. Right? So,
I'm rewatching The Wire right now.
So you
that
get it.
Really hits.
You get it, right? So they had that. You know what? When you watch The Wire, pay attention to the drug names. What they call the drugs.
Death Grip.
Pandemic was one.
Pandemic was one.
Pandemic was one. And I was
pandemic,
like,
2 for 2.
Get that pandemic. So newspapers they had that pandemic at the time. But the business was starting to shrink and the profit margins were coming down and there was belt tightening that was going on. And I wanted to write books eventually. I wanted to, maybe think about doing radio, other platforms. Still wasn't thinking about TV. But a lot of the columnists in Detroit who were a big deal, they had radio deals, book deals, all that. And that's what convinced me to apply. I made a business decision. I didn't make a journalist decision.
Wow.
Yeah. And also another pay raise was involved.
So wait, you talking about the Sentinel still?
Yeah. So that's why I jumped to the Sentinel.
Got
Like,
it.
even though column writing was not on my vision board, I did it because strategically it made a lot of sense.
So for those of us who may not know, mainly the viewers, what is the difference between a reporter and a columnist?
So, one, in terms of position, columnists are considered to be the senior writers of the section or of the paper.
Okay.
So they're going to make more money usually than most reporters because their face is out there. Like, it's not just about, oh, such and such thinks the Lakers stink. It's Jamel Hill thinks the Lakers stink. Right. So then you become attached to what you say, and then you're giving your opinion.
Got it.
You're giving it in a way that's hopefully reported, that, because you can have a reported opinion piece where to justify or to make your argument more concise and powerful, you talk to people who support what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that is, that's the role of the columnist, is like they're in many ways, usually they become the face of the paper, because you grown up in Tacoma. Like, I know there had to be one columnist or two columnists that everybody knew
Yeah.
where they wrote,
Absolutely.
right? So in every city, there's like somebody who is like, here in LA, Bill Plaschke. He's been here forever, right? He's
Yeah.
been writing for the LA Times forever. And so that's why columnists are typically paid more.
You know what's interesting? I don't know what this says about me or the newspaper industry. I learned more columnists from Around the Horn than any other way.
Yep.
That were like Bill Plaschke paper,
Yeah.
Woody paper, Bob Bryan. All this was from Around the Horn. Otherwise, prior to that, you don't know who's not in your city or the city you lived in.
That was something I noticed too when I made that decision. I was like, Around the Horn was starting around that time, and I was like, they're all on TV. They all have these book deals. Like, they're the ones kind of making money,
Right.
like, in this operation.
Right.
So I decided to go to Orlando for that.
So how did you get from Orlando to ESPN? I think it's really interesting. You said you think people are born at ESPN. People come and go. There's been a lot of columnists, reporters, talent come. Kevin Frazier, we were talking about prior to this, was at ESPN, now has moved on. What made you decide, or how did you get there? What is that even like? Are you recruited?
I was recruited, and it was funny. The reason I was recruited is because of a simple phrase, baby mama.
What?
Yes, this is true. So when I was in Orlando, one of the biggest transitions that was a challenge was I was going from a city in Detroit that had every major sport: hockey, basketball, baseball,
Yep.
Football. Orlando didn't. Orlando had one professional sports team at the time, the Orlando Magic.
Yep.
So automatically you start thinking as a writer, like, what am I going to write about? Very big into college football. So Florida was covered, Miami, Florida State, but especially University of Florida, because Gainesville was much closer to Orlando.
Yep.
So they kind of had two seasons, the NBA and college football. And they would do some NFL because the Bucks have been somewhat recently successful in Tampa, Orlando, maybe an hour and a half. So in the summer, where there was nothing to write about, I came up with a series called Writing With, where pretty simple, get in a car with an athlete of notice, or of prominence rather. I interview them, we video it, we slap it on the website, easy Q&A, fills a news hole, right? Because my day was Tuesday. I had to have Tuesdays and Sundays were my column days. So the first person I did was Willis McGahee. And I went down to Coral Gables. We're in, doing the interview in his BMW. He's driving us around. And I knew he had a couple baby mamas, right? And me being messy, I was like, so Willis, what's the difference between a baby mama and a wife? Right? Like, I'm really just goofing around. And his answer was hysterical. He's like, oh, baby mama's the worst. He started going in on baby mamas. And I'm thinking this content is hysterical. So we printed, because we had an online version and a print version. We printed. The editor of the Orlando Sentinel is pissed because of the baby mama terminology. She this old white woman that ain't never heard of baby mama in her whole life. And I got called into the principal's office, me and my editor, and had to apologize for using the term baby mama.
Really?
I did. So where ESPN gets involved is a friend in Orlando was very close with an executive at ESPN, a Black executive. And he used to, my friend in Orlando used to tell me, he called me J Money. He's like, J Money, you gonna wind up at ESPN. I'm telling you. When you do, you got to let me manage you. Right. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So his boy that was the executive came to town, and he was like, you two should have dinner because I've been sending him your stuff. We do have dinner. First thing he brings up is the baby mama thing.
Oh my God.
Because it went viral as much as you could be viral then, because some other blogs picked it up, like everything. And he's like, well, that was hilarious. And whatever. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so he's like, hey, what do you think about coming up to Bristol to interview? Because we have a columnist opening for ESPN.com, because Skip Bayless is leaving writing, and he's going to be doing television full time and not writing. And I said, sure. And I went up there, and the rest is history. So the same thing that kept me down,
come on and bless him,
is what made me rise. Won't he do it?
That is crazy.
This is what happened.
That is a very specific story. Nobody else on the planet Earth has your ESPN story.
I got in there because of baby mama. that's how I got in there. And and it is important. The origin story is important, just in the sense of, I think, when you're a Black journalist in particular, and this is why the late Stuart Scott was so incredibly impactful, is the same things that the executives at ESPN used to deride and criticize him for. We knew what he was doing, and he became a cultural icon because
Absolutely.
of that, because he was saying things like cooler than the other side of the pillow
Man.
and booyah, and bringing all the ways that we talk when we're amongst ourselves to a national spotlight. That same thing that made it so much more difficult for Stewart early on at ESPN is what made him a star.
You know what? That is so. That's what I think attracted me to you. It was like, just like Stewart. Like, we use the term regular Black, and what we mean by that is, like, you see a Black person, you may not know much about them, but you'd be like,
But I know him.
that's a regular Black
Yeah,
person. I mean,
yeah.
they might be on TV, they might be the president of the United States, but they probably can play spades. They're probably good at taboo. They bring something. That's how I judge people.
Wait, is taboo now a part of?
Oh, regular Black. If
Regular
you ain't
Black
good at taboo, you ain't regular Black to me.
Ooh.
Or you can be not good and know it and be
Uh.
like, hey, I don't really play taboo, because you know, Black folks, taboo is serious business. It is serious business. Spades is the most
Yes.
serious of business.
You know what I think is challenging spades and most serious is Uno.
Yeah.
I think more fights break out over Uno now than
Because
spades.
everybody can play Uno.
Correct.
Everybody can play spades, and so people avoid it.
Yes.
Everybody can play Uno.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, you question someone's character for a draw 2 or draw 4.
And then the rules are so different.
Oh,
I mean,
my God.
This is why I follow the Uno account just to shade them. Because the Uno is
Are you one of those Black people who tell Uno about that they are wrong?
because they're wrong. We made your game hot. Okay? So we get to determine how it's played. So when they were like, no stackables, I'm like, no, that's not how we do it. It's gonna be some stackables.
Black folks told Uno, just make the cards. We'll take care of the rule. You keep printing the cards out. We'll determine the rules.
Oh, but that new Uno,
Oh,
they trying to
man.
tear families apart.
with the empty.
With the empty, and you could trade, and you gotta switch hands.
Oh,
I
that's
was like,
hands is worse than
I was
draw
like,
4.
man, somebody gonna get fired on. This is gonna be too much. But now I know taboo is part of regular
Taboo
Black.
is part of
Okay.
regular Black, and I think that's what made you. That's what connected a lot of us to you. It was like, okay, this is a regular. This is like our homegirl is on TV, and I love Dan Patrick and Kenny Mayne and all that, but with Stuart Scott was like, okay, now that's and he was. I feel like he's the one that made catchphrases a thing at ESPN. Then everybody had their own thing, and then was you coming in. It was like, okay, now we feel like we can watch ESPN and feel, at home. But did you feel like you were breaking, because there was other Black women there prior? But
It was like Robin Roberts, Danielle
Yeah.
Sargent, but it was different because I was one of the first, or maybe the first, I don't know, to host a show where my opinion drove the show. Like I wasn't a traditional anchor. The Sports Center thing came later after me and Michael Smith had, we had his and hers.
Yeah.
And so it was a little bit of a different space. And one thing that I've told people, like on his and hers, when you're in the moment, you don't realize what you're doing. Like I can't believe they let us put some of that stuff on TV. I really can't. I was like, y'all really let us do a Boys in the Hood skit on ESPN.
It was great though.
Where we said keep them, them babies out the street. That literally happened on ESPN. I was like, I drank a real 40.
It was real?
It was real.
What? I thought you
Listen,
put apple juice in it.
why? I'm an actor. I got to sell this. Okay. Now we sent one of our production assistants to the store, and I was like, get some more liquor. Give me a 40. Bring it on air. If it's not a real 40, what are we doing?
Oh my God. I never thought it was real.
It was real.
I thought it was apple juice and like club soda. You were
Mm-mm.
like old English.
Get that. I think it was Core 45. I think that's what it was.
45.
That's right. But
wow.
no, our entire mentality was that if we gonna go down, we gonna go down our way.
Yeah.
And we never wanted to do anybody else's idea of what we should be on TV.
Mhm.
And as Michael would always say, they will learn to like it. And he was right.
Yeah.
And so when we started doing the skits, which again, that came from a place of people, our producers, not actually liking the fact that when we would talk about sports, we would often, probably to a very annoying degree, especially if you weren't black and in the culture, we would always reference black movies. Like we get some boomerang quotes going, the wood, brown
Oh
sugar,
my
Richard
God.
Lawson. Like I was like, little did I know that this was all gonna come in handy. So we would always reference it. And one of the producers said to us, like, hey, people, I don't know that they get all the references that you guys make, and you might be turning off your audience and this and
Mm.
that. To which I said, well, I watch Chris Berman and he makes about 100 references I do not know. He's talking about films and movies, or films and records from the 60s and 70s. I don't know them.
None.
And he is considered a legend. So I think they will live. If they got to go watch The Wood to watch our show, so be it. Okay. If they got to go watch House Party to watch us,
Right.
it is what it is. And from there, it actually wound up being the best commercial for the show, because another producer, it was Eddie Murphy, I believe it was his 50th birthday. And we saw that NFL Live, it was some anniversary of The Princess Bride, which I've never seen, but I understand it's,
Yeah.
I understand its cultural influence. They did an entire show making Princess Bride references, like changed the topic bars, everything, did all of that. And so we were thinking, like, let's do the same thing, but do Coming to America.
Yeah.
And one of our producers, white, he's like, no, let's really go all in. Let's do a skit, because it was the year that Floyd and Manny Pacquiao were fighting. It was the Kentucky Derby. Ronda Rousey was fighting. It was like one of the best sports weekends of the year was
Yeah.
coming up. And we came up with the idea to change the barbershop scene to reflect it in modern day, but still using the old characters. And it was, it was a huge turning point for the show, because when people saw that Coming to America skit, Arsenio saw it and he could not believe a sports show did this.
Really?
We went all in. We rented out a barbershop for like 6 or 7 hours. We asked people to freely give their time. I mean, Robert Flores, a former ESPN anchor who has since moved on, I think, to the MLB Network. He sat in makeup for hours to play the old Jewish guy, right? We're asking people to do this for free.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not paying anybody. And we're doing this outside of having a daily show. But we were so committed to wanting this to be well done, and to frankly, to just highlight Black culture. And everything that we did after that was us just being ourselves and us saying we can break these television rules. Like, who cares? So when they offered us the chance to do Sports Center, we're like, have they seen the show? Like, do they know?
Not only Sports Center, the 6
The 6
p.m.
p.m.
Sports
yeah,
Center.
one of the big dogs, one of the major time slots. And unfortunately, that didn't work out well. And one thing that I definitely know better now than I knew then is you got to trust your instincts. And there were some things that happened early on that were red flags. And I'm not saying I would not have done anything differently. Like I still would have,
Yeah.
because people have asked, like, oh, if you had to do over again, would you just stay on His and Hers? I was like, but it kind of wasn't an option, because we were getting a much bigger audience, a much bigger paycheck, not like a little bit big. I mean, like generational wealth big.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
yeah.
I'm not turning that down.
Listen, we can't afford to. If we
We
don't have
can't.
generational wealth, you got to take the generational wealth chances.
You got to take those chances.
Yeah.
And we're talking about an audience that would triple the size of our current audience. We would go from a very small studio that was in a closet to being in ESPN's $125 million digital facility, a marketing campaign, commercials, like everything we ever wanted
Yeah.
was a part of this deal, except the creative. Except the creative. It is like we were on different pages from the beginning. And it was clear to me, even before our first show, is that, oh, I see what happened. They thought they were getting the funny Black people from the skits and didn't realize we black all the way through. Okay. And they did not understand is that you will get this Coming to America skit and this Step Brother skit and this Anchorman skit, but you also gonna get this 15-minute conversation about Philando Castile.
Right.
You also gonna get this 12 to 15-minute conversation about Colin Kaepernick. And then it was clear to us that like they weren't ready
Got
and
it.
didn't know that when you have two Black anchors put in that prominent position, it's going to attract the wolves. And people came for us early, and there were perceptions about our show we never got from underneath. And by the time we figured out a groove, they changed leadership. I didn't like the new leadership, and so I left. I mean, it
Mm.
was not. I know there was a common narrative or perception that I was kicked off SportsCenter. I wasn't, because it was guaranteed in it. I had basically the equivalent of a no trade clause in my contract. I
Mm.
had to lift that to get off of SportsCenter, and that's how badly I wanted off of it.
Really? So was it? You say you'll do it again. Do you think, all in all, you appreciated how it went down? It changed the way you saw yourself or decision? Because I've had bad things happen, but it helped me be like, oh, if I ever get this again, I won't do that. Has that happened? Did that happen for you?
I think that's why it's beneficial,
Okay.
because every broadcast experience after that, I went with I carried a little bit of the PTSD from SportsCenter in a good way,
Mhm.
because now I know what it shouldn't look like, and I'm much more vocal about, hey, I'll do it, but I'm not doing it if that's involved. So I'm much more um much more intentional about ownership of whatever situation that I'm in,
Yeah.
and being promised a certain creative. But also, and in this way it was good, is that it taught me to have some emotional distance from what I was doing. I want to fall in love again like I did at ESPN.
Right.
I don't want to do that again, because it didn't bring any balance to my life, and to be as invested as I was emotionally, I don't think is healthy. And so now I realize that, listen, all to a large degree, all these networks and entities operate the same way. They're not any different. So for me to stress myself out about a system that is going to be hard to change is really the definition of doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So
Mhm.
I was like, I'm not going to do that again. And because I do have a bit more emotional distance from some of the projects that I do, that it allows me to have a healthier attitude about doing it.
Mm.
So I would not ever trade doing it, despite how everything turned out, because I wouldn't be here sitting with you right now.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
true. I might not have found out you from the Orlando Sentinel.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't happen.
I might have been
right?
like, we're gonna have this columnist, the first one from the Orlando Sentinel, on coming to the
history.
stage.
Yes. I mean, I might have still been slogging away on SportsCenter, and I don't think fulfilling my creative purpose.
Yeah.
Because I could have stayed on and done it, but especially after the Trump controversy, like, there was a broken trust that was there, and I didn't like coming to work, and that was the first time I felt that in my entire career, and definitely my entire time at ESPN.
That's what's amazing about that. Not that that's amazing, but the fact that you were like, nah, because obviously the money is good. You spoken to that, but there's so much more to life than money, and the fact that you were in a position to be like, I don't have to do this, because I mean that's where you were is the top for most people who will. I'll deal with it. And Black folks, we often have to deal with it for a myriad of reasons, and you were just like, nah, because when you left, I was like, and then Mike left too, and I was like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And I think, it goes without saying, ESPN as a network and platform has lost some of its prominence. You know what I mean? I think they might have underestimated how much the talent brought to ESPN. It's just my personal opinion. And
Well,
go ahead.
I know I was gonna say I think it's a combination. Is also the market changed.
The market
Because
changed for sure.
the market changed in the sense that now there's more than one way to skin a cat. Part of the reason why ESPN, and it's still in a dominant position, but
Mhm.
I've always felt like if ESPN, slips, be it in cultural relevance or just in viewership, it's gonna be death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's not gonna
Mm.
be, because Fox tried that. They tried to like come and basically everything
Yeah.
ESPN did, and in some cases much worse.
Right.
Right? They tried to do that.
Yeah.
And that's not how you do it. Because as
Mhm.
long as ESPN is a major rights holder, at the very least, you're going to watch the games.
That is true.
You're gonna watch the games.
I didn't even think about that. I guess I was thinking of ESPN as the shows like SportsCenter.
It's all about the rights, because
You gonna watch them games on the
you're gonna watch
ESPN
it.
app.
And listen, I think ABC is next in the rotation for the Super Bowl. So you saw the Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Good God, they just paid them an insane amount of money.
I mean, I feel like they went directly to the treasury. Just give it to us direct here, because the
print it
whole
up.
transferring is going to. I mean, they threw
They threw a bag at them. And they
Man.
did it because when you have the Super Bowl, that's what you do. And the amount of money and income they'll be able to generate from that is staggering.
Mhm.
They have the NBA, they have every major sports. The only thing they don't have is the Olympics. And that's because NBC smartly is never letting that go. If they will, they don't care what they got a mortgage, like they're never letting that go. Right. But ESPN and ABC have been in the mix every year to try to outbid them. But it's about the rights. So ESPN will never slip to the
Yeah.
point of like they're totally irrelevant. But I do think because people have left ESPN and been able to find their happiness,
Mhm.
that is what's different. When I first got there, you didn't leave ESPN. That was
Right.
just that was an unknown rule. But you look at a lot of us that have left and been able to find things that are very gratifying personally, and you still making basically the same money, if not more, and you're much more in control of what you can say
Mhm.
yes to. It's worth it. It is definitely successful. I was like, "Psh, y'all have no idea."
Mm.
It's like the ability to say no is priceless. The ability to say no is priceless. And the fact is, there is not a single partnership I have right now that I need. All of them I want. And there's a difference.
That might be the most boss thing you've ever said. Like, I mean, not ever said, but in this interview, everything I have right now, I want to do. I can't say most people are in that position.
Exactly.
Like, that is a luxury to
It's
be able to be like,
tremendous luxury. It's a tremendous luxury. And it's the liberation that we should strive for. The creative liberation is what we strive for. And I didn't understand that for a long time until I got in a situation where that was compromised. And then I
mm,
got it. And I was like, this is really the deal. And the good thing about my print foundation, my print newspaper foundation, is that television was never important to me on the level where I felt like I needed to be on TV every day. It
mhm,
was something that I could walk away from at any moment and not feel anything.
mhm,
And because I had that mentality, it was not hard at all to walk away from Sports Center, because once it got to a point where I felt like there was no trust, that they really didn't want us on the show. I don't want to be somewhere I'm not wanted. And
mhm.
creatively, we going in different directions. Anyway, why am I there? To collect a check?
Right.
I was like, guess what? That contract's still good and I could be elsewhere,
Mhm.
And when I came to them and saying, hey, I want to leave, and I told them what I want to do, they were like, well, usually we don't pay people this kind of money to do what you are asking. But I also knew it was advantageous for them to not have me on the show,
Right.
because they were still trying to get from up under the barrage of right-wing attacks based off the Trump stuff. So I'm like,
Mhm.
to me, we in a mutually beneficial situation.
Right,
You
right.
don't want me here any more than I want to be here. So let's just chuck up the deuces and call it what it is. And that's all right.
You kind of sound like Scissor's grandma on that Eddie Lou shit. You don't want me, you ain't got to fool with me, but you ain't gonna treat me mean or
See
treat
what
me
I'm
bad. Like, we just go
That's
out of
a
our way.
proverb right
I mean,
there.
she spoke the realest thing ever, but you ain't got
That
to treat
is
me mean.
a proverb.
So you once said in an interview that sports has always been devoid of politics is a lie. Where do you think that lie originated?
I think it originated with people who are very intentional about supporting white supremacy. That's where it originated from. I mean, it's just easy to tell yourself that something doesn't exist because you don't have either the bandwidth or the courage to deal with the issue.
Yeah.
And I know that there are people, sports fans, who love to look at sports as just entertainment. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a whole robust conversation before we started this about reality shows.
Yeah.
Part of the reason we watch them is because they're a break.
Absolutely.
So, and it feels good to, kind of laugh at somebody else's messiness. It just does. I mean, I'm just gonna say what it is, right?
True. It's the truth
It-
anyhow.
yeah. And I think with sports fans, they want to believe that something in this society is a pure meritocracy where color doesn't matter and background doesn't matter. And it's like, yeah, but it's a lie. You know it's a lie, because that's why there were very intentional rules to ban black players from participating. The NFL had it, Major League Baseball had it, like literally
Mhm.
all the leagues had this.
Yes.
Okay. And you cannot have or even say with any level of credibility that race, politics, gender issues have never been involved in sports, when they often have either led the way in terms of dealing with that issue or highlighted it in a way that you realized it was a real problem.
Mhm.
And so that is why one of the first jobs I took after I left ESPN was working for the Atlantic, because they were hiring me specifically. They didn't have this position before I came along, but I wanted to write about that messy intersection between politics, race, sports, culture, and gender. That's what because to me, that's the power of sports, is that it's one of the few things we still do together.
Mm.
We don't do much else. We're a very segregated society. But
Yeah.
sports is something where you have Laker fans from a bunch of different economic backgrounds, a bunch of different ethnicities and races. You know, they can all find commonality in loving LeBron or hating that the Lakers didn't make the playoffs, or all of that.
Mhm.
And so it also presents you with a similar opportunity to bring the world together.
Yeah.
And we've
Yeah.
seen that happen so many times in sports. So that's what keeps me wanting to always be involved in writing about sports and commentating about sports on some level.
So talk to me about politics. Have you always been into that? Is it something you grew into as you were older? How did you get kind of where you are now?
Well, I mean, of course, it naturally starts as you just being a citizen, because you like, where does money going? Who is FICA? Right? What's happening? So it starts from a very self-interest kind of level. You want to know where your money is going. But sports also does give you a huge glimpse into politics. Like, let's just talk about what happens when a new stadium is built.
Man, that is actually a great way to look at sports and politics.
It is.
I don't want to take over.
Take over.
I just want to say one thing. We lost the Supersonics when I was in Seattle.
You know why?
And it was Clay Bennett coming in. We want the city to pay for a new stadium. City doesn't want to pay for it. Well, I'll pay for it in Oklahoma. Ain't nothing to do with Kevin Durant. We just drafted Kevin Durant. And politics was why there was no new KeyBank Arena or no new Sonics Arena. And then the Sonics, and there's no team in Seattle still because of politics and a billionaire not wanting to pay for where his billionaire team plays at.
Isn't it funny that the billionaire or the ruling class, I mean, they are ones who constantly are, railing about a free market and socialism is wrong. But as soon as they get an opportunity, it's like, oh, socialism for me, but not for you.
Right.
Corporate welfare for me, but none for you.
Man,
Like, oh,
you talk about welfare. Let's talk about subsidies and kickbacks from the government. We talking about a STEMI. Y'all getting full contracts and kickbacks. The doggone, I remember the pandemic, and I get it. Delta, the pandemic was 3 days old. Delta, here's $3 billion. Y'all don't have a week's worth of money saved.
Why are you in business?
Why are you in business, Delta? I got more money saved than you.
You know what that's what they told people who were getting stimulus checks. Like, you should have planned better. Oh, we should have planned for a pandemic that's gonna wipe out the workforce. Like, oh no, they say this all the time, and it's unfortunate because a lot of things that happen in politics are distractions from the real issue. Just in this, and the real issue is the concentration of wealth. It is. It has engineered so much inequity in this country, and looking at how stadiums and arenas are built is a perfect example. Imagine the audacity to come to a city and say, we need you to pay for the majority of this and we make all the money. You just be happy you have a team. What? I'm sorry. That math ain't mathing. Right. The Bills are about to build a monstrosity of a stadium of which the taxpayers will be funding at least 80% of that. That's ridiculous. And so when you see these cities, especially like Oakland, that has now lost the Raiders, they lost Golden State, all because the citizens, understandably, they're not going to finance your toy. Right. This is your toy. If you couldn't afford it, you shouldn't have bought it. Okay. All right. And so it is heartbreaking because unfortunately it plays on the emotions of fans. And fans want to see their teams and they want to root for their athletes and they want to cheer on the sport. And a lot of times it is just literally a hostage situation. They're like, we will move it. And do you want to be the mayor or the governor that loses the team? And that gets them every time.
Wow.
Every time. And it's like, I wish the constitution of people would understand the rigged game. Like, if you stop allowing them to do this, they will be forced to finance their own stadiums,
Right.
right? And so it's a political process that takes place. The voters have to agree to the tax increase. It's a whole political system. So the moment you buy a ticket to a sporting event and sitting in that stadium, sports and politics are mixing.
Yeah.
It's happening right there, you know.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of times that people, because they want to be optimistic, they want to believe in something, that they don't want to admit that the NFL blackballed Colin Kaepernick.
I mean, can it be any more clear though?
It's pretty clear.
But it's almost like the Don't Look Up movies. Like people just convince themselves something's not true when it's very obvious. Just it's okay.
Yeah.
Like don't think we're stupid. And I get it. It's a good old boys club and all that. But let's not stand on
I call
ceremony, Mr. Wade. He went crazy and they were like, oh
I
no.
love that reference.
Isn't that a good one? It's one of my favorites.
I-
Because that's exactly what we
That's
do.
exactly
Like
what we do.
Colin Kaepernick, dog. You mean to tell me he can't be the third quarterback of any NFL team after just starting?
When you go through the list of names of people who are starting, I mean, Andy Dalton's still getting contracts.
Still cashing
For why?
checks
For why?
to do this.
For why?
Wide
at the
right,
very
XY
least-
banana.
For why? It's like when you look at the backups in the league, hell, when you look at half the starters, you're just like, you mean to tell me somebody that took a team to a Super Bowl and then back to the NFC title game couldn't be better than this?
Couldn't be on the field at all with no injury.
Mm-mm.
There's people who are injured. They're like, just let them rehab. Well, I get it. Like, you don't want, you're majority white league, majority white owners. You don't want that type of behavior. So you need to send a message that if you do this, you won't play. I get that. Let's just not lie. Don't call us
Just
stupid.
Don't lie and say it's a football decision when it's clearly not. And on top of all that, the other interesting dynamic with that is that it's also about resentment too. The owners resent Colin, and they resent the fact that when he took a knee, it coincided with a presidential election cycle. Okay, this was 2016. Donald Trump used that to bolster his own campaign. He kept banging on Colin. He kept banging on the NFL. And the owners resented being in the headlines for the wrong reasons. And all of a sudden, there's all these stories being written about how, fans, because anecdotally, they're hearing fans say, I'm not watching the NFL again if I see any players kneeling.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the ratings like, oh, really? Are you
Man,
sure?
Stop.
Because when the Cowboys on, I notice your ass is watching. I'm like, you're watching, all right?
Stop.
So there's a resentment factor, and they didn't like the fact that he was able to bring attention to their institutionally racist system. Didn't
You
like
know
it.
what? You are exact. The NFL kind of like nobody was saying nothing. They wasn't having to hire more than a coach or two, just enough. Tomlin, Dungy, some combination of them.
Right.
And nobody was really saying nothing until he wasn't even talking about the NFL. He was
No.
talking about police
He was
brutality.
talking about
And people were like, hold up. But I know you ain't talking NFL because they basically was in the roast
Yes.
laughing and they didn't have their stuff together. It was like, hold on, y'all ain't got no black coaches. There's 90% black people.
It was just exposing just the depths of white supremacy. I mean, is what he was exposing. So you have that part of it. And as you said, they wanted to send a message to other players. If you dare to speak out, dare to get outside your lane, this is what's waiting for you on the other side. And I think another big reason why no one has decided to bring Colin in, giving him what I call a legitimate tryout and not
Yeah.
that sham that happened.
Absolutely.
The reason why that hasn't happened is that they're worried about the rub-off effect. You bring Colin Kaepernick into your locker room, you are suddenly going to have players who have been conditioned to believe God family football or God
Mhm.
football family. Some of them football family God.
Right.
Some of them football and nothing else. Okay.
Right.
This is the conditioning of a lot of the players, is that football is a sport of conformity. And you cannot have people like Colin Kaepernick in locker rooms who
Mhm.
are getting players to critically think just by his own way he's carrying himself.
Yeah.
Like suddenly they want to start asking questions about upper management. They want to start asking questions about, well, why are you all have a contract with the police force? Like, what's happening there? What's going on in this city? Like, asking too many questions. And then what happens is that suddenly you have a situation where the slaves are reading. And I mean, that's not to say that, but there's a mentality that exists in
Yeah.
the NFL, and I hope nobody takes that literally, but that's
Right.
what they're afraid of,
Absolutely.
is that eyes will be open, and so they cannot have that level of influence in the locker room. They cannot have somebody who is bigger than maybe the team that he's on, because
Yeah.
if they run into a conflict, the people gonna be with Colin, okay,
Yeah.
and they don't want that.
That is true. I was thinking about this with the vaccine thing, which was a lot of class people are taking the vaccine stance on class or politics.
Mhm.
The NFL was able to, once they were like, you finna lose money as the team, them people was like, and then people, white or black, if you weren't vaccinated, it was the team against you.
Yep.
And you never on the NFL, you never want to be on the outside of the team, because it was Colt Beasley and black person XYZ. I can't
Yeah.
think of anybody black who was
Yeah, I was like, I'm
anti-vax.
trying to think of somebody. But I
Uh,
know Kirk Cousins, he's not he wasn't
yeah.
vaccinated. Beasley, as you mentioned.
But it was like, because it's the same thing with injuries and non-guaranteed contracts. The reason the NFL can get away with it is because it's the whole next man up thing.
Correct.
And also, if you're gone, it's now my opportunity. If I don't do it, then, well, shoot, you have my back. Well, they've set it up to where if you tear your ACL before you are off the field, somebody's got that helmet, they're running you on, and the next person is coming in, they're now second. You know what I'm saying? So I think that whole ideology, you got 53 men on the roster, not including the practice team, times 30 some odd teams. It's a lot of people that you need to keep going. That's why the NBA, that stuff will never fly.
No, I mean, and that's why, just in terms of feel and mentality, why it is so different, because that guaranteed contract makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
And so the players aren't going for certain things, and they have much more power. And one player can change a whole franchise.
Yes.
And so as long as they have that leverage, when they want to discuss social issues, or as they did in the bubble when Milwaukee just said, nope, we're not playing. Right? Okay.
That's the game is over.
That's the game is over. That's that. So because of that, that goes down. That can never happen
Oh,
in the
no.
NFL.
They would have people in the stands playing for
Oh
the
my
Steelers that
God.
day.
It's like
So Uncle Rico would have been, this is my chance.
the replacements come to light.
Replacements would have
Yeah.
happened in a second.
Yeah.
So we could stay there all day, but we want to talk about you. Tell us about Lodge Freeway Media and how that came about.
So this is a production company that me and my best friend from college, Kelly Carter, started in 2016, I think. 2016 or 2017. I feel like it was 2016. And we did it with the idea that as career journalists, because Kelly covers entertainment, and you may have seen her last week all over the Oscars, all over the ABC, because she was part of their Oscars coverage. But we are career journalists, career storytellers. And I think because we know how to put together a story, we can recognize good stories. And so we wanted to get into film, TV, and digital production. And it's been great. I mean, it's sometimes funny. I mean, Kev, you've been in LA long enough to know this, is that sometimes it's the idea that you don't think will be all sellable is the one that sells. Right? It's like, it's so subjective. It's like, it's so
It
weird.
really is.
Yeah. Or the idea you feel like, oh, I got a little more to flesh out. And then that's the one they love. And you're like, then the one you have like invested your time, energy, deck looking all perfect. That's the one they're like, we're good. You're like, what? So we had this idea that we wanted to do a sitcom based off our 20 plus year friendship, but not just about our friendship, but about sort of a common experience that we saw among our friendship group. Black women are the most educated group in the country. Clearly, politically, Black women have just sort of become the thermometer for politics in this country. And so you have a point where Black women are really seizing their power, and a lot of Black women had become the breadwinners of their families as well. And so we called that New Money. Right. And so because it was funny, because a few of our friends were running into situations, what we call New Money situations. Like a friend of mine, she wanted to get her grandma car service to a funeral in Watts. And she couldn't find one because nobody trying to go to Watts. I was like, that's some New Money right there. Like, you really was gonna get a car service at your grandma Watts? Okay, so but we're running into these situations where affluence is possible. But we still are kind of saddled with these family dynamics, relationship dynamics. So we wrote out a one page to do a series about it, and we showed it to Gabrielle Union, and she loved it. And so
That's amazing.
yeah, and so she loved it, and we were like, man, we didn't think this was going to actually sell this fast. Like this happened, and so yeah, she already had a deal with Sony, and we took it out to people, and Showtime they bought it, and it was really surprising, and so we have a full slate of things that we're developing, and we thought this was going to be something that we did after our ESPN careers were done,
Right. Right.
but partly thanks to Donald Trump, my timetable got moved up a bit. Got moved up a bit. So I was like,
that's super exciting.
yeah. So now it's great because it does sink in again with what I've done my whole career. I mean, the root of journalism is telling the story. So this
Yeah.
is just a different platform to do that.
Absolutely. We're gonna let you go soon because I didn't realize we're about to be an hour and a half in.
What?
I've just been chopping it
Oh
up
my
with you.
goodness,
I just been
didn't
chopping it
know
up with you. I don't want to hold you.
Oh,
What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions about you?
that I'm angry. But I think Black women we routinely hear this
That's
all the
true.
time. I think people think I wake up and have my fist raised and automatically think of 10 ways that white people piss me off and just go the rest of my day is like that.
Right.
What they find if they hang out with me or get in a conversation is that I'm very laid back, I'm very silly, and
Yeah. You love Married at First Sight?
see what I'm saying?
I didn't know until you came
Married
in.
at First Sight, Love and Marriage, Huntsville. I mean, I'm all in.
I
Below
just imagine
Deck.
you at home in pajamas watching Love and Marriage Huntsville, be like, girl, I know you're crazy.
Listen, I got my stories for real. Because I watch Young and the Restless every day.
Literally.
I DVR it every day. Like I mean, I'm behind, so I have like 2 months worth, but like I marathon it at least twice a week. Where I go through, I was like, "Ooh, Phyllis, you so trifling." Sitting up there, I am such a grandma. Like people don't understand, I am a grandma.
Hilarious.
Like I mean, I do. I think that people are generally surprised I'm so lighthearted.
Right,
Because
right.
of course, on Twitter I can be serious, and
Yeah.
Instagram, but I have a lot more silly moments, and so I think people are generally surprised by that. And another question I too often get is, "Do you hate white people?" which I think is hysterical on his face. Like, that's so odd that your mind would go there.
Right,
But,
right.
all right. And so yeah, like I just think it's just that people think I'm just super serious, and I'm not.
We've been having a good time. I just want to say, I think it's so amazing just watching from ESPN to now and where you can go in the next 10, 15. I mean, honestly, the sky's the limit. Really, the world is your oyster. You can do really whatever you want. Of the things that you are doing, what is the most exciting part about having this, I guess, open freeway to explore creativity and storytelling in all these different ways?
It's the freedom. It's the liberation. I mean, honestly, that's the most exciting part, is being able to really determine what I want to do, to wake up every day knowing that I'm doing something that I actually want to do. I
Mhm.
mean, we all as adults, it's just part of adulthood. There are things you have to do to get to where you want to do.
Mhm.
So there's a little bit of that, but the things I'm building now, to me, are far more important than maybe some of the awards that I've won in NAACP. In case you forgot,
I didn't know if that was going to come up
yeah,
again, but
just
it's
thought
good
I'd
to
throw it.
know. I will never not campaign again. I will campaign till
Sorry.
I win or lose, but I will never not campaign
Just thought
again.
I'd throw that out there. But no, it's like the purpose behind what everything I'm doing is very clear. Like, one of the things I'm building now is a network for Black women with Spotify. My
Mhm.
podcast is Jamel Hillis Unbothered, building out the Unbothered Network, which will feature Black women podcasters, and Black creatives behind the scenes. So, because it was really important to me to create a space for us. Now, I don't have everything figured out about Black women.
Sure.
Despite being one, we complicated as hell.
Right.
Okay, we are. But I did want to build a network that showed our nuance, our vulnerability, the full scope, or as much of the scope of who we are.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of times you hear about Black products that are not run by Black people. I was like, no, this is going to be run by Black women. Okay.
Mhm.
You know, it's me, it's my head of content, Christina Tapper, Ashley Hobbs, who is a creative producer. Like, it's all Black women.
Yes.
And that's who we're trying to reach, that audience, because as you know, the podcast audience is huge.
It's
and
huge.
they don't have, I think, aggregated offerings for us.
No.
And so I wanted to build a space for Black women. So when I think about doing things like that, even though there are a few times a week where I'm like, this network gonna kill me, because it's, you know, it's a lot, because
Yeah.
I never, this phase of my career, it became about entrepreneurship, and I don't know how that happened. I'm a journalist. I hate math. Science sucks. I mean, you know, other than medical science, like
Yeah,
medical
yeah.
science is great, but like
Right.
me actually like do, you know, as academic study, I was terrible at science. Terrible. Math, no. And I'm like, why God? Why me, God? Why did you put me in this position to where I gotta add and subtract? Like, that ain't for people. That ain't for me. So it's interesting to take this step, and for me to be in a position of ownership with so many things. But I realize that is the gateway to empowerment. That's the
really
only
is.
way we could change the dynamic. I don't really think Hollywood as an entity, the entertainment industry, I don't think it's really changed. I think what happened is we stopped asking for permission. That's what happened.
That's
Right?
1000% true.
Yeah, a lot of us did like what you did. You
Mhm.
did your own thing, became your own entity.
You can't tell me no if it's mine.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. And even though this was not a step I wanted to necessarily take, because, you know, being in charge of people is something, but
Man, what you talking, Jamel Hill?
it's something.
Kevin is bothered. I don't know. Jamel Hill may be unbothered. Kevin is bothered.
So that is you know, management and all these other things that, like, man, I thought I got into this to tell stories and to be a journalist and all this, but I think it's part of what creatively makes everything work. And so
Mhm.
building this network, I wanted to be able to leave something behind that would be permanent, or to let somebody else who wanted to do something similar or thought about it, to let them know, yes, this can be done. And
Yeah.
it should be done. The
Yeah.
Unbothered Network should not be the only network for Black women. I hope
Absolutely.
there are other networks that are born out of this once they see our full offerings of what we have. And I guess, you know, once you've been able to do a lot of cool stuff, and at some point it's just really not about me anymore. Like, that's
Mhm.
the other things are nice. It's cool to go to cool parties and great events and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. Now, see, you talk about me and NAACP. I ain't never been to an Oscar. I
Yeah,
mean,
I was up in there.
you were up in there.
I was on the red carpet.
I'm like, God, I see what you've done
I'ma
for
hit my
others.
people. I'm
Can
hit my
you do
people.
that for me?
I'm gonna hit my people. Be like, yo, Jamel want to get in,
You know
man.
what I'm saying?
Let her go see.
I'm out there, gentlemen, like, "Yeah, you know me, Cam? Tell 'em you know me. Tell 'em you know me. VIP, tell 'em you know me." So I have not been, but no, I mean, like, it's cool to do that kind of stuff. But I
Mhm.
think our legacies are only as good as the shoulders we stand on.
That's
So
so.
I'm
And you
just-
got some shoulders that people are standing on.
Yeah, and I stood on many, still
Yeah.
do, and so I'm only paying this forward because I feel like if I don't put us in a better position than what we were in when I got in this business, then it just kind of was all purposeless. Yeah, like though when you asked me earlier about being the only Black female columnist, sports columnist in North America, you know, the shame of it is that I haven't been able to see that improve.
Right. I was
Right.
literally thinking about it after you said it. I was trying to think if after it was you, I couldn't think of anybody.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Black woman who became a columnist at the Orlando Sentinel. She took to my spot after I left,
Mhm.
but she left after a little while and transitioned into another industry. And so I look at that and I said, you know, that's the thing when you're working for other people, you can't create the space.
Yeah.
And so
that's
now
true.
I can create the space.
Create the
So,
space.
yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let you go for real, Jamel. But after
So
these
you
10 questions,
say. Okay.
this is the Kev's top 10.
Ooh,
We ask
ooh.
you these 10 questions.
This
I
is where the
only
controversy
ask-
happens. I know it. I know it.
All we ask is that you be honest. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Number 1, who's your favorite person?
My husband.
Oh, bless it.
My
We're
husband
gonna get you on
Ian.
our podcast. We got a book coming out called Marriage Be Hard September 13th.
I think I saw that.
Did you
I saw-
pre-order?
No, I didn't pre-order.
All
I
right, you
need
got
to.
time today.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to get New York Times
Okay.
bestseller. We're trying to get New York Times bestseller. All right, number 2. What's
I
one of
got
your
you.
happiest moments?
Oh, wow, that's a big one. See, gosh, now you're gonna have me sounding. I mean, getting married was. I mean, I got married in 2019, and because it was November of 2019, it's a couple months from when the panorama started.
Mm-hmm.
So I always think about how grateful I am that I mean, we had a massively fun wedding, and then we honeymooned for a month, and it
A
was
month?
it was everything. So just I guess going back in recent memory, they always say with these questions, you should say the first thing that came to mind. So that was first
That's
thing.
good to know. Okay,
Mhm.
what was one of your saddest moments?
Hmm. I would probably say it's not one moment, but I would say my mother's a recovering addict, and
Mm.
so I think seeing her at times like at really low points was hard, and
Mm.
um I mean, I had a bit of a difficult childhood, and so, but I'm thankful for it because it prepared me, later on for challenges I faced. And hence why a professional challenge, while a challenge, I put it in perspective to the challenges I really went through growing up.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm like, I can solve this. I couldn't solve that.
yeah.
All right. That's something else. So I think seeing her go through that, coming out on the other side of it, this hence why she's the strongest person I know, was
Mm.
really an incredible transformation. But at its rock bottom, it was bad.
Okay. Grits, salt and pepper or sugar?
Oh, salt, pepper, cheese.
I figured from the Midwest.
Oh,
from
every
the-
time you post. Oh, no. Don't think. Every time you post this blasphemy about sugar and grits, I'm like, who raised him? Who raised this man?
Black people are not a monolith. All right. Sweet potato pie or pumpkin pie? All right, fine.
You know the sweet potato.
That was such a strong.
Pumpkin pie tastes like a boot. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Anita Baker or Patti LaBelle?
See, you wrong for this. But I'm going with Anita.
Because she's from Detroit.
Because she's from the D. But that's not the only reason.
Okay.
Too. Like maybe my most controversial music take that I have is that compositions. I think I said it was better than Rapture. I think that's what it was.
Really?
But listen,
You might be the first person I've ever heard
y'all
say
don't
that.
know about that. Y'all sleep on compositions. Compositions? Man, let me tell
Rapture
you.
is just
Rapture is
it's a
amazing.
masterpiece.
It's a masterpiece. Compositions, no skips.
I'm gonna go
No
back and
skips.
listen. There's no skips on Rapture.
Look, no skips on compositions.
Okay.
That's the one with fairy tales on it, by the way.
Favorite black saying?
Favorite black saying. Oh, maybe what you not gonna do.
Oh,
Maybe
nobody
it's-
said that yet. What you not gonna do is
We
it's
just break it down.
quintessentially black.
It's quintessentially black because one of the multitude of reasons I love black people, we will tell you what we not gonna do. Even if you paid us to do the things that we're telling you you're not gonna do, right? We'll be on our job and tell our boss, like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm not doing. You'll be like, dang.
My job.
My
First
job,
of all,
right. I ain't doing this, that. You're like, but that's literally your whole job description, but I'm not doing it. I'm like, damn, go,
we
black
really
people.
would tell our nah, man. What you not gonna do is sit up here and tell me what I'm finna do.
Right.
That's what you're not
So
gonna
it's
do.
like what you're not gonna do is just a whole. It's just a black proverb.
It is.
It just is. It's a black proverb.
All right. What excites you?
Creativity excites me.
Mhm.
Building things excites me. So yeah,
Okay.
those are the things that excite
What
me.
bores you?
Staying complacent bores
Mhm.
me. It's being stagnant, settling. That's boring.
Got it.
Yeah.
What do you want your legacy to be?
Helping others. Servitude is what I want my legacy to
Oh,
be.
that's good. I'm gonna
Yeah.
steal that on
Yeah.
future interviews
All yours.
of myself. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamel
That's it. I
Hill,
survived.
you survived.
Yes.
Controversy free. She doesn't come down to the studio.
Watch that compositions take.
I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it again.
Vibe with it.
I
kid.
now
Vibe
love
with
Anita
it.
Baker my whole life.
I know.
I
I'm going to
just-
see her in Vegas.
I want to go so bad.
Oh,
I'm shooting during that time, but I'm trying to make it. And them tickets be gone. Like I mean,
Oh.
literally the moment they
it was
come out, they're
hours.
sold.
It was like it was gone. I've been fortunate enough. I saw a Radio City Music Hall years ago, and she sounds exactly like the album.
Perfect.
She's just a perfect
My
vocalist.
childhood in the voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamel Hill, where can they follow you? What should they look forward to?
So, I have a very complicated social media handle, Jamel Hill. Very complicated. But yeah, they can follow me on Twitter, on Instagram. It's all the same. I don't really do Facebook much anymore.
Nah, I don't think
Every
most
now
of
and
us
again,
do.
I
My
just-
grandma does it all the time. My mom is a big fan.
But you know, if you want to get into elders tea, that's what a real
Oh, because they don't know where they're posting stuff.
No.
They just comment where the picture of you. I post a picture of my grandma. What we doing for Thanksgiving, Grandma?
That's not
why are you
related.
asking that on
But
the picture
that's
of my
why
comedy show
I
thing?
love it because
Why you didn't answer my Facebook? I want to know what Thanksgiving. It's April. Why are we talking about Thanksgiving?
Because they
plans?
need to
My grandma
know.
can't rest until Thanksgiving for the year.
It's
Whose
planned.
house are we going to and where is it? Because I got to get my.
She gotta get her outfit together. No, my friend of mine told me this story, and it's so on brand with what you just said. But she had posted about something that had nothing to do. It was a professional thing, and one of her relatives, older, was like, such and such dead. And I was like, wait, what?
That's their one right
I
there.
was like,
Yeah, he done passed.
it's like you left this on the comments.
This post says,
Not a-
"What's your favorite Outkast album?" Ronnie gone. Grandma,
Like,
why? They don't care what you post. I need to
They
give you this
don't.
information.
They do not care.
Call you, my grandma. No lie, this is not even a joke. My grandma will comment on my Facebook, say, "Call your mom."
And now the world sees it, and they like, well, what's wrong with his mom? Is it okay?
Why are you saying this here
I know.
on my Kev on stage? This is my work Facebook. Hey, call your mama. Why didn't you answer me? There's 1,000 comments on this random video I've made. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Jamel Hill here coming to the stage. Thank you so much, Jamel, for coming. I was so excited. My wife was like, hit her up. All she could do is say no. And then you hit me back. It was like, yeah, I'd love to. I was like,
Of course. And by the way, like, thank you for adding to my street cred. Because when I told friends I was coming, they were like, oh my God, I love him so much. Him and his wife. And then I was like, you don't even get that excited about me. But okay, I'll pass it along. It's good.
I'll pass it
I will,
along.
yeah, because my makeup artist, Tony, she was just like, oh my God, I love them. Make sure you tell them. So, Tony, I told him. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Coming to the Stage featuring Jamel Hill. If you're watching this with ads, it means you're not watching it on the Kev on Stage Studios streaming service where you see this ad-free, unedited, and all the like. But, find it wherever you find other podcasts, Apple, Spotify, and YouTube as well. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. We might turn this into 2, Marquita. Part 1, part 2.
Oh, Lord, not a two-parter.
This is fantastic. That was just great.
Yeah,
All right, Patreon,
I
y'all
had
just
a
hold
lot
on.
of fun.
Oh,
Thank
Jamel,
you
you All right, here we go.
My phone's on.
On vibrate.
All right. All right, here we go. Oh shoot, I went back too far. Hold on.
Oh no.
I had them backwards.
All
right. All right. Coming to the stage is a comedic group of entertainers who are known for their comedy sketches, rap, and live comedy shows, to name a few. They created original series, album, podcasts, and so much more over the last decade. Please welcome to the stage the funny men known as Dormtainment.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
What
Thank
up?
you so
Dormtainment.
much.
Thank you.
What up,
Thank
dog?
you.
You
have them
guys
on
are OG,
Man.
legendary YouTubers. You guys sit on my personal Mount Rushmore of
Oh,
YouTubers.
shit.
Oh, wow.
That's big.
You have
Appreciate
Tim, De La Ghetto, Chanarangsu,
Yep.
Issa Rae. There's not 4 people, it's just 3.
Gotcha.
And Dormtainment.
Okay.
Guys,
All
the
right.
guys that
Thank
I watched and loved when I worked at Boeing, and I was like, I can do it. I can be
Yeah,
somebody.
I can do this before the beard.
Before the beard,
man.
I had slacks. I had my
Yeah.
shirt tucked in.
Oh,
I had
man.
hard bottoms.
Oh, man.
It was a long
Oh.
couple of days there.
That belt buckle was bent in the front, wasn't it? Right at
Before
the-
we get started, we always bring gifts to every podcast.
Yeah,
we go
yeah.
Oh,
to,
do
so
you?
We brought 2 shades. Now look,
Oh, she
Rome
said
said,
Now, Rome-
Rome said your face too wide.
I said your
for
face
'em.
might be too
I
wide for
believed
our
in you.
shades.
But if they don't fit, you can give them to your wife.
Shady Side
He
Up.
did. He did buy shades
When they first came out.
for sure. So we had to bring you some more.
You think my face
For
too
you
wide
and-
for both glasses?
He
No,
said
no. I
that.
said for.
I
no,
believed
I
in
said
you.
I wasn't sure about these. I
Oh,
was.
these right now.
Yeah. Because
But you think the other ones will fit?
yeah, I think so. I think you know what you've been in the gym, so you
I ain't
know.
been in a minute.
Yeah.
You and your wife can share them.
Yeah,
there we go.
Brought you one pair for
Why
your
am I
wife.
struggling?
Oh, there you go. There you
Let's
go.
see.
Yeah.
Single me out, Cam.
Oh
Is
yeah,
my face
oh
too
yeah, you
wide?
solid. You solid.
okay,
solid.
okay.
Yeah.
I look fashionable.
Yeah.
You just went to the
That's
chicken
come on.
You
I'm
just went
keeping
to-
them on.
Come on,
Let's
man.
go.
Shady Side Up is a
Shady
business
Side
venture
Up.
between, is it Rome and Cam?
Roman
Yeah.
Cam.
Roman
yeah.
Cam.
Yeah.
And we got special thing for your fans at the end, so y'all gotta stay through to listen if you wanna get that special thing. So
Stay through the listen and you
Yeah.
don't get that special
that's that
thing.
special thing.
All right, let's go all the way back to the beginning. First of all, tell us your individual names and where you're from.
I'm Emmanuel Richards. Some may know me as Manny Mayhem because
I hate that.
But yeah,
God,
it just
that
sounds like a
wrestling
bad
sounding-
wrestling name.
Or a bad URL
Here comes
rapper.
Manny Mayhem.
I hate it. I hate it.
Go
No
ahead.
one
Let
calls
you
him
get it
that.
out.
Let him
He
spit. Let him
started
spit.
this 2 months ago.
Let him
no one
spit. Go
calls
ahead.
him this.
Let him spit.
All
Do your
right, all
thing.
right.
Started this 2 months
Yeah.
ago. No one
Let
called
Let
him
him
that.
spit.
I'm gonna call you that.
this
man.
nigga his family calls him Weedy.
And
And he go by
Stevie.
Petey. Y'all dickheads. Now I'm from DC area, I guess. I was born in DC, raised in the DMV area. Y'all know what it is. So.
All right, I am Stevie Jerome Green Jr., full government.
Stevie, huh?
Stevie G. I did not go by Rome, of course. I was born in Germany and I was raised in North Carolina.
Dad in the military?
Mom and dad were in the military.
That's how you blacks be born in Germany.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The war babies. Oh yeah.
They needed some comfort.
Oh yeah.
They had to do what they had to do. Man. And I am Cameron Miller. I'm from Miami.
From Miami, Dade County.
305.
Dade County. I was
Dade
born
County.
in Dade County.
So how did y'all meet and what college did y'all go to?
Cam usually has the easiest story for this.
All
All
right.
right. I met Chaz at birth.
Yeah, that's his brother. Yep.
I
Makes
met,
sense.
I met Mike in 6th grade.
Yep.
I met Rome and Emmanuel the first day of college.
Yeah.
First, and what
Yeah.
college was this?
Art Institute of Atlanta.
The prestigious art
The
institute.
prestigious
of
Art
Atlanta.
Institute. So literally, was it literally the first day?
Yeah, literally
no.
first day.
Like first
Ye-
hour.
Like
Was it like a
was
freshman orientation or
No,
something?
it was after my first class. So I sat next to this dude named Figs, and he was like, "You want to meet my friend?" I'm like, "All right." So we go downstairs, and his friend is sitting with Rome.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, what's up?" I've been seeing. So here's the story with Rome. First time I came to the apartments, we driving in the parking lot. I see this dude with this big T and these shades on.
Huge T.
I'm talking about huge T. This is the era of big white
Like
T.
a fitted sheet.
I'm like, all right, just the style, whatever. 2 months later, we moving into the dorms. I see the same dude, big T shades on. I'm like,
Different
who
fitted
is
sheet.
this guy? Who is this guy?
He
So
was
then,
branding himself.
Oh,
so then a week later, first day of school, I come down and I see him at the table. I'm like, all right, I gotta meet him because he keep wearing these big T's and these shades. Who are you? is Rome. Come to find out we were neighbors in the dorm.
Really?
Yeah,
And then
all of us.
Across from him was Emmanuel's dorm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
And
didn't
he
get
was
along with
roommates-
anybody in my dorm room, so
And he was roommates with Tate
And I was
in his
raised with
dorm.
Tate, yeah.
So it was
Yeah.
like all meant to be.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
It was, yeah.
we were
It
all right across all.
How big were the dorms?
It was pretty big.
oh,
actually.
yeah, those,
It
those
was like a big jail cell.
yeah, it was like
kind of
it had concrete floors
Yeah,
a little
concrete floors.
Oh,
all that
really?
stuff.
Yeah,
Anyone
yeah.
that lived in
Yeah, it was
Atlanta,
pretty-
Metro Point.
Yeah,
we stayed
Metro
at
Point is
what it
Point.
used
It was
to
a
call.
bunch of colleges in there.
Yeah.
All the AUC, everybody.
Oh, was it? I was
Yeah.
going to ask, was it near the AUC?
It was
Yeah.
yeah,
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 yeah.
It was a mix of all the schools, pretty much. Georgia
Yeah.
State, Georgia Tech, AUC.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay. So, did y'all like? What was it like when y'all were friends then? Were y'all just chopping it up? Did y'all think this was gonna be something, or y'all just like, man, I like him. I like him too. I like fitted sheets.
You gotta understand, we're all outcasts because
Yeah.
we went to art school.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So when we used to go to Georgia Tech, Georgia
Georgia
State,
State,
and just go
AUC.
party all over there.
Mhm.
You
They
know
knew.
what I'm
They
saying?
thought we went to those schools.
Yeah, yeah. They
We,
were like,
yeah, we were.
oh, they go to Morehouse dudes. I heard they doing skits now. I'm like,
and we
Alright.
we didn't bother to correct them at all.
yeah, we were like, yeah,
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
what's up?
You got it. That's cool.
But yeah, man, like
Yeah.
we weren't with the we weren't Kappas, any of that. A lot of people think we were
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
fraternity
fraternity.
brothers.
Yeah.
Our school was 3 floors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
three
it.
floors.
3
There was
floors.
no fraternities there.
Our school like a business building. Like this.
I think this is bigger than our school that we went to.
You walk in, you get your work done, you leave. That's it.
For
Ain't
me,
none
it
of
was
that
one
plan.
floor for each year I finished. There wasn't a top floor. y'all. There wasn't a 4th floor.
So, what were you guys going to art school for individually?
I was going to initially I started off with graphic design and then I switched over to advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I did audio production.
I started off in video game design. First day of class, I seen there was no girls in there. I said no. So I switched out.
That's
of
what
that.
dictates a
And
man's
yeah,
life right
yeah,
there.
oh,
That's
no,
the whole
for
reason
sure.
I
Ain't no
went to that
girls in it?
school. I went on
Yeah,
a
yeah.
visit, seen all these women. I'm like, oh yeah, this is where I'm going.
yeah.
You
Then
come
I-
to class, you're like,
yeah.
oh no.
no, I can't do
Yeah.
4 years with them.
So
Yeah.
wait, is that why y'all were able to shoot, edit, and do all your own stuff? Because y'all, it seems like y'all have all different art
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah.
Kinda.
So I switched to visual effects and motion graphics. So that's why I
Mm.
learned all the editing and all the motion
Mm-hmm.
graphic stuff. So he did audio. He went for audio. He went for marketing, right? Or advertising.
Advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
So-
just kind of
Wow, it makes
Worked
so much
out.
more sense
Yeah.
now that y'all were going to art school. You're like, I know how to do this. You do this.
Exactly.
oh, so
Yeah.
many people for years thought like, man, whoever their team is really doing what they got to
Yeah.
do, man.
Or sometimes, man, their team is trash. They got the tripod in the
tripod-
shot.
Oh yeah, it was that was early days. Lights in the shot.
You were the
tripod.
director, so you was trash.
I was trash. I was trash.
So is it true that before you all started entertainment, you tried to have a nonprofit party and promotion business?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it was
What-
two,
what
there was
Two different things.
different
Oh,
things.
it was a nonprofit. Oh,
And-
and,
and
a part,
party
party
promotion.
promotion. I thought it
That
was
would've been
nonprofit
crazy.
party
Oh,
Oh,
promotion.
yeah.
no,
Hey,
that's
that's
party-
that's
No, no.
interesting.
We
That's
twerking. We
stupid.
twerking for kids, y'all.
Yeah.
We twerking for kids.
Whatever we
y'all.
got to do, y'all.
Whatever we got to do.
So
So
tell me about the nonprofit and then the party
Yeah.
promotion thing.
So what happened? We started volunteering at the children's shelter every
Yeah.
Friday for like 2 years, and we just fell in love with all these kids. So we was like, we need to do something for kids. Let's start our own nonprofit. So we went to the SBA. The black lady in there was so happy to see me and the man. We were like, oh, some black boys in here. I'm gonna help y'all.
And I'm not talking about like just regular black woman. I'm talking about dashiki,
Yeah, yeah.
Afrocentric,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, ready to go to war when she
Yeah.
saw us walking the
She
building.
Only
said her
purple she
husband
got
is
is
a prince
incense.
in Africa.
Yeah,
Really?
that's
That's
what
what
she
she
got
told
saying.
her.
My husband's a prince in Africa. Y'all go make it. Like, yeah,
So
like,
she was like,
okay.
what y'all want to do? We like a nonprofit. She's like, no, I'm really gonna help y'all. But then she said, but the one thing you got to know is to start a nonprofit, you need profit.
Yeah.
It was like,
Oh,
yeah,
all
that
right.
makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You just
So we'll come back. We'll circle back around.
So
I had to ask. SBA free though.
So that's how we got into party promotion.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
let one of y'all.
So
Yeah.
what kind of parties were y'all throwing? Y'all throwing
So here's the thing. All right.
parties?
So
He
one
said parties.
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 So in this we manifested this because we were gonna throw a party at our dorm right one time, and we passed out so many flyers that they ended up shutting it down before it even started because they were like too many people talking about it. So that
I
instilled.
prepped my room for my dorm room for many days.
Oh,
before
yeah.
that. I'm talking about like so we had these dorms where it's like 4 bedrooms and 1 living room area
Mhm.
type. So it was spacious, but I took all the furniture out of my room
ready to go
because I was gonna have a boom boom room.
Yeah.
I called it the boom room. I had a little light set up in
Mhm.
there,
You really
couch,
did.
everything. We passed out flyers for days.
yeah.
As soon as the day of the party, there's a note on my door saying, y'all cannot throw a
Yeah.
party.
Oh man.
But that motivated. We was like, oh, we for sure can be party promoters because everybody was coming to our party. So we was like, man, we about to run it back the real way. We going to a club. So we found this club off of Buford Highway.
Club Chardon.
Club Chandon.
I still got the flyer.
Yeah, we
to
still
the
got
I
the
knew we was
flyer.
gonna talk about it. I would have brought it.
So we I'm talking about we put the model on the front
I'm
that's
gonna
not
try
gonna
to
be
pull it
there.
Yeah.
Really?
We going around the city. We passing out flyers. We putting them on the. I'm talking about doing work around the city. We like, oh, this party finna be jumping.
We should have knew better when we come back the next morning. Our flyers are just all on the ground.
Yeah.
just like,
And so
okay.
basically, the long story short is, we threw a party. About 7 people showed up, and 6 of them was us.
Yeah.
So that was pretty much.
there was so many.
There's
Things,
so many
man.
things going
we had,
wrong.
the security we hired were hood.
Yeah, came and beat us.
hood, Really, like
Yeah.
came and beat us.
And
Yeah.
Peters?
And
Yeah.
beat us.
Yeah.
And by the
Yeah.
end of the night,
Yeah.
guess who's dancing the most?
Y'all?
The
The
security.
security.
The
security. Yeah, they was in their party.
Tell them who was
They
taking
in
the
there-
money.
Oh yeah, we had our pregnant homegirl taking the money.
Yeah.
There's
And I'm
no-
talking about like 10 months.
There's no
worth.
reason she should have been there. The baby probably had sound damage.
She was overdue. As he
Yeah.
said, 10 months.
Yeah,
not 9
she
months,
was
10 months.
overdue. We also at the time our name was the Black Executives because we just took that name and didn't realize that somebody in Atlanta already had that name
Really?
and they approached us about it. So
Some guys from Georgia State. at the
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
We
so-
thought they was coming to party.
yeah,
but
they was like, come and let us know this it for y'all.
What's funny is it wasn't even them. It was just another club promoter came up to us and was like, "Oh, what's your name?" The Black Executives. Oh, one of our homeboys has that name. We looked at him and said, "All right." That was the end of that. The party sucked. So I mean,
Yeah. That was
we
pretty
had a good
much-
time.
Yeah. So that was our party promotion. Then we said, you know what? Me and Emmanuel went down to my dad's house in Georgia. We ended up filming this little skit and then put it on Facebook. And then people started liking it. I mean, no, they didn't have a like button back then. So that was they just started commenting.
Mhm.
And they were like, "Oh man, this is funny." So then we were like, "Oh, let's just keep."
I was like,
keep
bring
it
that
going.
camera back. This is funny.
Keep it going, and then
Mhm.
we just started putting stuff on Facebook before we decided to go to YouTube.
So what made y'all go from Facebook to YouTube?
I think that was the point where we said, "Let's make a business."
business,
out of
yeah,
it."
that's what it was.
You know,
yeah.
we were
y'all
like-
went right to the business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, we were hungry.
Well, we had already failed 2 times before.
Right,
then.
yeah.
So
Exactly.
it was. I think
So
it was
not
the right
only were
time.
we thinking about feeding these kids in the nonprofit, we thinking about ourselves.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
before we got there, me and Rome were video vixens. We was
They
in
were
the
video
video.
vixens
we
for a
were
while.
We
video
was in the
vixens.
Usher R. Kelly video. We was in
Yeah.
the Sierra video.
Where y'all
yeah.
really was?
Yeah,
Same girl
Yeah.
video.
same girl video. We
Yeah.
in that video.
We in the Sierra video.
Y'all was in
Uh,
there dancing?
No, we
No,
was,
no, no.
we was like in the background. You can see my
Yeah.
arm and shoulder. You see Cam walk
No,
in.
we were dancing in the Party Like a Rock
Yeah,
Star
Party Like a
video.
Rockstar
If you
video.
seen
That
that.
was all of us.
that was
All of
If
us
you
was
go to
in
that
there.
video and pull it up and see the dudes with the painted faces, that's us.
like
Yeah,
the
at the end
kiss
of the video.
face
Dancing.
mask.
Yeah, that's
Go
us.
to
Party
it.
Like a Rockstar.
Put it in the edit.
Shot Boys, yeah.
Party Like a
Put it in the
Rockstar.
edit.
And that was a big song at the time, and we ended up getting casted as a group in there, and
They take us to the hood to
They
shoot
took us
that
to, it was
too.
in Bowen Home.
And I remember because we had our face paints, everybody thought we were the
Shop
Shop Boys.
Yeah.
So, oh, Shop Boys, we'll give you haircuts for free. We're like, oh, okay.
All right.
Y'all took the free Shop Boys?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, we did.
Absolutely.
Shop Boys didn't know nothing about it till now.
They still waiting on their haircut.
I love how y'all didn't think twice.
No, no.
Shop Boys, y'all want a haircut?
Yeah.
We
was in
got a
college.
show tonight.
We was in college.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shop
Give
Boys.
me
Shop
that
Boys.
haircut. Absolutely.
We have the Shop Boy, Emmanuel Shop, Rome Shop.
I'm talking about the amount of business cards we collected that day. It was incredible. Shop Boys, take my thing. I'm doing my thing.
Yeah, I
And I'm
appreciate
like,
it.
all right,
Yeah, we'll hit you up. Yeah,
yeah.
Shop Boy's like, man, we ain't getting no business after this.
Right.
Y'all took the Black Executive's name. Y'all was the
Oh,
Shop
yeah.
Boys for a weekend. Y'all
we
just
we
still
went
in
through
there.
it. That was like, you
We
know
was
what, Dorm
ambitious.
Tainment works. It was,
So how did y'all come up with the name Dormtainment? Is it just dorm and entertainment?
Yeah.
Cam's genius.
Yeah.
Cam's
I had
genius.
a thing just putting 2 words together, and I was like,
Yeah.
Dormtainment.
Like, we in
Yeah.
dorms.
Because the
we
other names
entertained.
were No Curfew. That was Mike's, and then
Yeah, we
one
kept
was
talking about that sound like a porn.
yeah, it's not like a porn site,
Yeah,
like No
yeah.
Curfew. Then the other one was what, Dorm Sweep. When
Yeah,
you was
Dorm
you was trying to do
Sweepstakes.
something else.
Yeah, I wanted to do like something dumb. It was
I
whatever it
so
was.
dumb.
But yeah, but it became
Yeah,
that.
Dorm
We all
Entertainment.
sat down. I remember we were sitting we all met up at our spot in where is it? Where was it?
Lindbergh.
Lindbergh,
Lindbergh,
which
yeah.
was
Buckhead.
Midtown,
Buckhead.
Buckhead area.
Yeah.
Buckhead is not Atlanta.
It was back then.
It was back then.
It was back then.
Back then, it was Atlanta for us.
By the amount of shootings out here that's going on in that mall,
That's Atlanta.
that's Atlanta.
Atlanta.
But yeah, once we got together and all decided, yo, let's make a business out of this. Let's try to, see where we could go with this.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, let's try these skits.
The funny thing, Rome wasn't in it when we first started.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Where was you?
I was there.
I
but
fought
just-
for him.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
fought for him. I like, hey man, we need to have Rome in this group.
or you was just around and they make the
Yeah.
videos. you
No.
be like,
Rome
no,
was
I
a
was
part
there.
of. You want to talk about dumbass names? This assholes, disciples.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
disciples,
That's what-
assholes. It
that's
was
the name
another.
of his
It was
group
a whole
that he
nother
was-
thing.
That's a whole
What
nother.
it- that's a whole nother.
That's a whole.
That's a whole nother.
No.
thing.
Explain. Go.
I can't even explain it, to be honest. That's what it is. A whole nother thing.
So,
to be honest with you.
We was meeting one. I like, we need Rome. Rome was just, the chemistry was too
Yeah.
good. It was funny. So what we did was walk across the street where he lived from us. And we went to his house, knocked on the door,
We
said,
had a
"Hey,
proposal and everything.
you want to be in the group?" He like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
He was excited. He was like,
I was
"Cool."
Johnny Gill.
I just want to stay with y'all.
I was Johnny
Johnny
Gill,
Gill.
man.
It was
I
Johnny
was like,
Gill.
I appreciate it,
Hey,
man.
Ron, you want to be in?
Yeah, I appreciate you, dog.
He
Thank
lived
you.
across the street.
Yeah.
Well, I could have called you.
You could have called. You definitely could have called me.
So were y'all families like excited for y'all? Like, did it affect your
Excited.
college?
Excited. Broke
Yeah,
doing
man.
videos. I don't know if they excited about that.
Parents don't understand the internet, especially
Especially-
back
it's- you
then.
gotta think, at that time, you barely understanding YouTube. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
that's just a
yeah,
new
yeah.
thing coming up. Our parents were like, go to school. Stop playing around. Stop playing around is the thing to say. Y'all stop playing.
Like I am in school, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep playing around.
Right.
Yeah, because we didn't even know what it was. I mean,
Yeah.
we were still trying to figure it out. YouTube was fairly new, and so there was no networks at the time.
There's
There
no
was not-
IG yet. No,
No,
Twitter.
yeah.
Twitter was
Twitter
was
was
around.
Twitter
I
was
think it
just
started.
Yeah, just got
started.
around.
This is
so-
before you could post video on all those.
Oh,
sites.
yeah.
way before.
Yeah.
Wait, how are y'all posting videos on Facebook?
You just
Facebook was the
upload.
only
Facebook was
one
the only
that
one that
had
had-
video uploaded.
just
at that
upload,
time. Yeah.
I don't remember Facebook having any video back then.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
yeah.
had
Oh,
it
yeah.
for
They owe you a stack.
I missed out on the whole thing. So in the beginning, how did y'all decide to post a skit every Sunday at 7 p.m.?
that
think-
became.
Oh,
Okay,
go ahead.
you remember?
No, I was just saying. I think it's because we was just fans of watching shows every
Mhm.
week. So we was like,
Mhm.
let's do this like a TV show. Like people tune in every week. When it don't air, you mad. So like, let's do it like that. And we like, what day? We like Sunday. Like what time?
7.
All right. And then it just
we
caught
did,
on.
we did at the time look
Yeah.
at other people when they were dropping skits. It wasn't as consistent for everybody, but everybody was dropping skits at certain days or
Yeah,
something
certain
like that.
days,
And we were
yeah.
like,
We're gonna
Yo,
take Sunday.
let's take Sunday and let's just do it.
How long did y'all do a skit every Sunday at 7 p.m.?
3 years.
Like 3-4
Three,
years.
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how hard that is.
Oh,
To
I'm
come
talking
up
about
with a
sometimes.
new-
Sometimes we wouldn't have a skit until Saturday afternoon.
Really?
Yeah, yeah,
Edits getting done last minute.
yeah. I'm talking about as soon as 7 p.m. Sunday hit.
It was one skit, the Twitter Boys. If anyone remember that, me and Mike stood up 24
Me and
hours.
you.
Oh, me and you,
Yeah, it was me
24
and-
hours in my room. I remember that.
Yep.
Just editing that. That was
Wow. I was actually always curious. How did y'all come up with the opening, the TV scratch and the baby sound? The
Man,
What-
I
what-
love that. I love that.
I think that
opening.
was Mike. I think
Yeah,
that
I
was
feel
Mike.
Yeah, Mike was starting to DJ at the time.
Okay.
He was just getting into like trying to do music and stuff, and I think he had a bunch of different, sounds that comes with preset sounds. and
Mhm.
he was kind of messing with it, and I think he just put it in there. And we were like, "That's kind of dope."
Like the baby was random, but
Yeah.
the TV made sense. So that was
Yeah,
our logo.
yeah.
But the baby, when we heard it, like that's kind of
It
fun.
kind of,
And it
Same
felt
thing
good.
Timberland did. Like, man, how the baby sound? in there?
Just leave the baby in there.
Everybody like baby.
Yeah, everybody like, baby. Draw the crowd in.
So I read in the article y'all identified not as YouTubers but as entertainers. What
Mhm.
was the
And
importance of
male.
that distinction?
I mean, at the time, I felt like we felt that YouTubers at the
Had a
time,
bag
yeah,
still.
they wasn't getting respect like that. And we didn't go into it thinking about being YouTubers. We went into it thinking about
Just a
being
platform.
creators and having a platform and
like
doing
business
movies
more,
and
more
yeah,
so
yeah,
than
TV
business,
and stuff
yeah.
like that. So I don't even know if YouTubers was term at that. I think somebody just threw that term on. So
I
it's
think
just
once
like,
we got
yeah.
out here, like you start to understand, especially in Hollywood. Once we moved from Atlanta to LA, you know, there was kind of a stigma on YouTubers, like
Yep.
looking down on us and like, you know, oh yeah. So you kind of, I guess we just started saying, hey, we're not just YouTubers,
Yeah,
Right.
We're
yeah.
overall entertainers because we have a live show, we do different things. So that's where that came from. But I mean, at the end of the
But now
day, we're
kids-
proud to
yeah.
be YouTubers.
Oh, for
I mean,
sure.
proud.
YouTube
There's
has-
it created
yeah.
so many careers for
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of us. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
yeah,
how
yeah.
can
Yeah.
you not claim that?
Now my
as
little
well?
brother wants to be a YouTuber,
Yeah,
not an
crazy.
entertainer.
They
Right.
say
A
that that's the
YouTuber.
number one job in elementary, middle school.
Yeah.
That's
Even,
wild.
not even more than professional athletes.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything else that kids want to be YouTubers.
Yep.
Or TikTokers or whatever.
Yeah.
So how did y'all come up with the skits? What was the creative process to come up with the sketches? What is it the same every time?
For a
Living-
while.
living our life.
Nah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
like
living
most
our
of the
life.
skits are based off something that happened in our lives.
Like
Mm.
we had a skit called I Think I Love You, and that happened because the day, well, like maybe a week prior, I came to them and I was confused because I was hanging with this girl and we were chilling, and this may be like our third or fourth time hanging out, and we making out, and she leans over and whispers in my ear, and she's like, I think I love you. I don't- No. We changed I Think I Love You. She said, I know what she said. She said, you're the only person I want to be with. And I completely ignored it. And I went on and continued doing what I'm doing. So then I got home and she said, hey, did you hear what I said?
Like, how
And-
did you ignore? Like, were
Like,
you like,
oh,
oh,
I
I
just-
got,
you know,
I
I
gotta go
just
get these
start
eggs.
kissing again.
You start kissing, making, just
Oh,
kind of
okay,
get back
okay,
into it. And I came home and she said it again. And that's when I came in and I said, hey, man, I don't know how to respond to this. And then we came up with this skit, I Think I Love You. Because they was going to do it. They was like, no, let's do You Don't Want to Be With. I was like, I don't want to do it like that. Let's just change it. Let's
I
flip
think I
it
love
to, well, now she knows. So, but so let's flip it.
and living in the living room was
Yeah.
because I was living in the living room. I was upset.
Yeah.
I used to give them a curfew. I'm like, hey, after 10, nobody come out their room. I need some one-on-one time to myself to think before I go to bed, like something.
So you really was living in the living room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when we
yeah.
first
Yeah,
moved
yeah.
out here, we had a 3-bedroom apartment. I was
Yeah.
like,
Took
I'll
that
just take the living
sacrifice,
room,
Man, living in the living room is one of my favorite.
I love
Yeah.
that skit.
That
So many people related.
montage,
Yeah.
when he
That's
just
not even a skit. It's like a little movie.
Oh,
That's everything that would be happening.
yeah,
So
yeah.
and Kev, your face just the deadpan with the
Oh, my
blinking.
And it was the choreography because we had what it was is inside of Emmanuel's room. It was like a balcony, so when I come out, I would have to run off screen, jump over the balcony, come back through the living room door,
man.
and then we had people just going from direction.
That's a big thing about us too. It's like when you ask what the skit ideas and stuff, like we were obviously inspired by a lot of movies and TV
Yeah,
and all that,
yeah.
and we were always looking at what makes this interesting, like whether it's camera angles
Mhm.
or just like movement, like us doing choreography to just be different. Now, I mean, like you go on TikTok and these different things, you
Yeah.
see everybody doing some type of choreography. But back then, it was like, how could we take? I watched a lot of Simpsons,
Mhm.
especially while I was in college. I binge watched bunch of TV shows, bunch of, and what I didn't see is like people using that type of comedy, whether it be like Modern Family,
Mhm.
all these type of things, and applying it to like black
Yeah,
comedy. You know
right.
what I'm saying? I didn't see a lot of black comedy doing that. Like,
yeah.
and so even like a lot of stuff, that characters that we develop, even like my thing was Jerome Hansen, and I love doing news reports.
my
on people.
favorite character.
And I was just taking that based on the news that was going on at the time, or
Yeah.
just little, just
Like,
moments in.
You got it from Catch a Predator. That's what
Catch a Predator is the main thing
Yeah.
came from Chris Hansen.
Yeah,
I went
yeah.
by Jerome Hansen. So, but it's just it was all organic. It
And
was
then
all
we
organic.
just used our reach. Like we needed rain for a skit one time, and we was like, all right, well, we don't have a Hollywood production, so we went to Target, bought like cases of water, and slowly poked holes in all the top of the
Mhm.
water. And me, Mike, and I think somebody else stood on top and just squeezed the water bottle so they would come down. And,
Oh
and-
my
and
god.
look like rain.
Y'all was doing practical
Oh,
effects.
yeah.
trying.
Yeah, got to.
Everything.
Wow.
Got to.
Talk to us about the time when Kev on stage reached out to you to have dinner. at
That's
his
not
house.
on there. That's not on there.
No, it's on there. When y'all first moved to LA,
Oh.
he reached out to have dinner for his wife to cook, and then nobody.
Ken, we
let-
talked about this on our
No,
I
podcast.
was talking about
We
it every
cleared
time
it
I
up.
see
I'll
y'all.
say- I'll say it again.
Every time I see y'all, I would talk about
I'll
it.
say it again.
I don't know who the
I was living in the living room. I would have gladly came over there for dinner.
Yeah, we would like we
I didn't see that.
I
either.
blame Mike. He's not here.
I'm not gonna blame nobody.
No, let's blame somebody.
Okay, Cam. But I will say this: we were all in the living room.
Okay.
We would have weekly meetings.
Yeah.
Okay, or daily meeting. We have
Yeah.
our daily meeting.
This was 2013.
2013.
Yeah.
Mike comes into the living room and says, "Hey, y'all, we got an email from some dude that wants to cook for us." And
So
I
we
remember
all
looking
looked-
at him and be like,
We working, man. What we talking about?
"Okay." Some nigga
I
some
clearly
wants to
said
cook
my
for
wife
us?
was
Like,
gonna cook.
This is how Mike.
This is how he framed
He just said, "Hey, some nigga want to cook for us." Let's get back to work. What are we talking about? And so it wasn't until much later. You know that was Cap on stage. So I was like, it was. Why ain't you
How we
say
supposed to know that?
I don't know. I'm just not used to dudes cooking pancakes.
Yeah.
Hey, I would have came.
But now we can come over and we can order some food.
now,
We can order some food.
We will rectify this wrong once and for all. Full dinner at my house.
We need to have a dinner and just live stream it.
Live stream the dorm
Live
table
dinner at
forgotten dinner. We're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of
Yeah,
For real.
10-year anniversary.
10-year anniversary of the forgotten.
2023.
Do you still have that
That's amazing.
email? That'd be fun.
I
We do it
looked
on
for it
that
for
day.
like 2 hours after I did y'all podcast, but I don't know
Right.
what email I sent
Yeah,
it
ain't
from.
no-
That's
yeah.
You know, because that was 2013. That was eons ago
Yeah.
when
Yeah,
it
yeah.
comes to email.
Yeah.
So you guys are also known as much for your skits as your music. Y'all just dropped the thanks, dog.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Thank you,
dog.
dog.
Thank you,
Yeah.
dog.
Thank you, dog.
Thank you, dog.
Mm.
But were you guys did you always know you would do music as a part of your brand?
Did we,
Yeah,
did we-
you
I mean,
started in
I went to school for music, but I didn't know if it was gonna be a part of the brand. But I think we all just love music, so it's like we naturally just singing stuff around
Like,
the
what
house.
was the first thing we recorded?
First, like song.
Oh, purple stuff.
Oh yeah, the
The Dave Chappelle we sampled.
but
the
that
Dave
wasn't. Yeah,
Chappelle
he
thing.
talking about like
LK
song that we
kinda
like.
just made a
oh,
beat,
like
but what
that we-
song that we made
Yeah.
together? What-
Well, we had the mixtape. We're
Oh,
not
we're rappers. That
rappers,
might have
but we
been like
rap.
so. It's one of
Okay.
those songs. Yeah. So we
One
had a
of
mixtape called "We're Rappers," but I mean we're not rappers, but we rap. And so we had that mixtape, but then we had our Broken Famous 1 album, then Broken
Ah.
Famous 2. Then we just did Room Noise album, not a couple years ago, and you know
I was on
your
Room-
songs
I was
on
on-
Room
oh, yeah.
But
Noise.
to answer your question, I
Yeah.
think the first song that probably took off for us was Washing Machine.
Yeah, probably
Mm,
Washing
Yeah,
Machine.
Washing
okay.
Machine.
Yeah. We did a
that-
song called Washing Machine. And I mean, we just all love hip hop. So
Yeah.
we, you know,
Yeah.
we were just like, yo, why can't we add this to the repertoire? We all love Dave Chappelle. That's like the person
Mhm.
that inspired us. But it was like, okay, what else can we do?
Mm.
And music
Yeah.
is it for sure.
They said,
Okay. So how did Straight Outta Dunwoody come about?
Oh man, straight
What
up.
year did we move there?
So that
What
we
year?
moved there 2011, I believe. So funny thing is, it came out of a bad situation. This is why you always look up. You move forward. Me and Mike at the time got evicted. Mike was my roommate.
This is the house we went to get him into dorm tank.
Yeah,
Oh,
so the
that
house they went to
apartment,
get
yeah.
me in, that house got me out.
Pretty much.
We got
When he says
evicted.
house, he means apartment.
Yeah, apartment. Yeah, got evicted, and then I think they were already going to move anyway, so found a place in Dunwoody.
Mhm.
Then we get to Dunwoody, and Dunwoody is like a whole nother land of just nice white people, man. It was
Nah,
just
honestly, it was a lot of Indians.
and Indians, white
lot of
people, like
Indians.
Really?
yeah. And so, and then I think we were just like, man, everybody's just so nice. You know, they asked, you need to borrow some tools, you need to do it, whatever.
Dang.
We need to make a song about Dunwoody, but in the Compton form about being nice.
Mhm.
And then it kind of just Tay made the beat, and then
Got on the news. The mayor's.
The
we got
first
the
thing we
mayors.
did the next morning, I remember Mike was in his room. I was like, "Hey," or he asked me, "Hey, you think the mayor heard about, or the people in the city heard about this?" I called the mayor's office. I was like, "Hey, I'm just curious. We have a song called Straight Outta Dunwoody." The lady says, "Yes, we heard it." That's exactly how she said it. Yes, we heard it. I was like, yes. He was like, does the mayor know about it? He heard it. And I was like, all right, appreciate it. She was like, mm-hmm.
but
Right.
it's funny what's the order of events that all that happened because that was right after we had started up our new channel. Because that
Oh,
was
yeah, 'cause
right
the
after
first one got
got deleted after
Yeah.
2
Tell
years.
us what happened. I forgot about that.
Basically, YouTube at that time, we didn't have no protection because we didn't have like a record label to
The
protect
MCNs
us.
weren't around.
Yeah,
we were still like
Y'all was just out here
free-
unprotected.
Yeah, we was out there raw on
Unprotected,
YouTube.
oh, yeah,
raw on
raw on
YouTube. And what happened was, we used a lot of copyright music, all this other type of stuff. And so you get flags at the time back then. You just get flagged for this and flagged for that.
Yep.
We didn't know a certain amount of flags you get taken down. So one day we uploaded a prank call to Chuck E. Cheese, which was hilarious because it was about Mike being a Jamaican looking for his white daughter in Chuck E. Cheese, and it was
She's
hilarious.
white.
And it was funny. So the YouTube, they take it says your YouTube's been terminated, and you know how like when you open the fridge and you close it and you open it back up to see if you got some more there. We closed the laptop like, all right, we just tripping. Everybody, open that back up. Like, nah, it was gone. So at that time, we might have had like 80,000.
200 videos.
Yeah, 200 videos.
Oh my god!
Almost like some of the videos were creeping to 1 million. It was like 500, 600,000 wiped. Everything wiped.
Oh,
It was so
80,000 back then was
huge.
That
Oh
was
yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
400,000.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was working
in the skies.
I was working at Vitamin Shop at the time, and I would walk home. I remember walking in that day like it was a goddamn
With them copper
movie scene.
pants.
With the copper pants. I wore the same pants to Vitamin Shop every day, and to the point where they were turning copper. Like when black pants get that penny shine to it. Literally, my boss had pulled me over to the side and said, "Manuel, can I speak to you?" Young black lady. She came up. She was like, "We gonna have to do something about these pants." She said this to me. We gonna have to do
That's when
something
you
about
know
these
it's
pants.
bad. We're gonna do something about these pants.
And this is, I believe, like the same day before. So I walk into the house
Yeah, it's
after
just
a
sad in
hard
there.
day's work. I see all them sitting around,
Just sad in there.
just sad as I'm like, yo, what's going on? They're like, our YouTube channel got deleted. I had to go to the window and just look out.
And let me tell you how it was a blessing in disguise.
That's
Yeah.
what I want to know.
Yeah.
So before this happened, we was reaching out to like all the agencies in LA trying to get a manager, trying to get an agent. We was emailing all these people, no response. So this happens. We decide like 2 days later, let's just start over.
Yeah,
We start over. All our fans started coming back. So it looked like this channel is blowing up
Yeah.
because all these
So it's like
people
60,000 in
uploading
like a
videos.
day.
But
or
when
two.
we got kicked off too, there was a bunch of fans that put video
Yeah,
out
they put
saying
video
bring
out.
Dormtainment back
Oh,
and all this.
really?
Yeah,
So it's
and
'cause
that
of
was
them, yeah.
crazy to us because it was like, at that time you still don't understand what it all meant. You don't
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
subscribers. Like, okay, does that mean actual people watching? us?
Right.
And then we just saw this influx of people
Yeah.
just showing us love. So.
But while we were doing that, we got a fan said, I have a cousin that work at YouTube. So we like, cool. So we get in contact with her. She's trying to help us out. She I got a low position, but I can try to see what I can do. We like, bet. She came back. She was like, it's been some false flagging. It's maybe some things we may be able to get it back. We like, yes. So then, a couple days go by. We don't hear nothing. We email her, nothing. Hit her up again, nothing. We like, what's going on? So her cousin, the fan, hit us, said, my cousin got killed in a car accident.
Yeah.
We was like, what?
Crazy.
And then she was pregnant. We was like, what?
Oh my God.
it was
We
crazy.
like, is this a
moment.
sign from God that we ain't supposed to be doing
Yeah, we ain't
this?
know
Really
it,
tough.
it shook us up. We was
It
like,
shook us
man.
up, but we was like, nah, we gotta keep going. Kept going. Everybody came back. The manager, we got a manager after that. Reached
Yeah.
out. Agency started
Because
reaching
Straight Out of
out.
Dunwoody. So the one Straight Out of Dunwoody came out, it went semi-viral in the first couple of days, like 200, 300,000 views. And that was the first time we had one go like viral that quickly. And so of course everybody sees it. And then it got on the NBC Today show, and that was what made it bigger,
Yeah.
And
it
so
still didn't get a million.
it still
We
didn't get
never
as
had
many.
that video to go a million right overnight.
What did we get? We were on the Fox.
Yeah,
Atlanta.
Fox Atlanta News.
Mhm.
But
Straight Out of Dunwoody.
But the reason why Straight Out Dunwoody is probably catalyst to even everything that happened in LA is because after that video came out on NBC Today show, I remember I'm sitting at work at my call center job, not working, but looking at Dormtainment email because I'm excited because we got stuff going on. And I see a thing go across, and it was like Comedy Central, New York, hello, something. I clicked that so fast. Boom. Hey, this is so-and-so from Comedy Central, New York. We would love for you guys to come to New York and talk to us. Immediately, I'm like, Mom, pick out your car. We out here. We made, because you know we so green in the game. We like, you get an email. I'm like, oh, bet we gonna get up there. They're gonna give us a show. It's gonna be, we out of here. I told the guys, everybody was excited, and then they flew us out to New York. And this is also a lesson about being prepared in the business, because we didn't know at the time. But we thinking like we get up there, they meet us, they love it, and they like, all right, we got this type of show idea for you.
Mhm.
Not the other way around, that we supposed to come in with the idea. We get up there and they was like, yeah, so I'm talking, we throwing jokes, we making laugh, we killing it. Then they hit us with the question. They was like, so yeah, what type of show would you guys like?
A television show. Obviously.
Y'all don't give us that.
Yeah,
Y'all
we
don't
like, all
tell
right,
us what to do.
Cool. So we like it's gonna be like a sketch, but like reality.
They'll say words you don't even understand at this point. Remember, we just said, God, they said, oh yeah, what type of pitch you got? Pitch? What's a pitch?
Yeah.
Y'all had a pitcher?
I
What
don't
are you
like
talking about?
baseball.
Yeah. So when
I
we
ain't
left
gonna pitch
there, we left with the air sucked out of us. We was like, yeah, that went downhill real quick. Because they did this. They said, it's okay, guys. You can come back. Like, it's all good. We like, oh God. This is it. We're never going to make it.
And once they said, yeah, this is just a little intro meeting, we were like, intro meeting? You know how much I spent to fly?
Intro meeting.
We had to fly.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of stuff
we
hit
flew
us
out.
at
Not
once.
they flew us out. We
We
flew
figured
out.
out that they weren't gonna pay for flights. We figured out that we stayed in what hotel we stayed in?
It wasn't days. It was just days.
Yeah, I think it was days. In New York, I think it was off the time.
Yeah.
It was the cheapest hotel.
Small.
This is one of those hotel rooms. You open up the front window, it's just brick
Yeah,
wall.
brick.
When we got to our whole hotel room, the floor was slanted.
The
Like,
floor was
we
slanted?
put our luggage and it just slid down. We were like, all right.
There's an apple under the bed I just found. My Chaz had to sleep. Shout out to our manager.
Yeah,
At the time,
Our
our
ex-manager,
manager, Shannon Amos, a great person.
Yeah.
She's the daughter of John Amos.
Yeah.
And Chaz is sleeping in the same bed as her. But I'm sleeping in the same bed as this man. We all just heard, all right. Ain't nobody getting sleep before this meeting. We just, all right.
Guys, what we're trying to tell you is don't do comedy. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Stay out the business.
Stay out the business.
my
No, but if you really want it, these are just the things you gotta do. But it motivated us, because on the way back, as soon as we got back, we immediately started thinking about a show. I'm talking about immediately. It was
That
like,
wasn't gonna let it happen twice.
oh no.
And that's where the whole hashtag getting them boys a show came.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. We wasn't playing no more.
I bet the flight there and the flight home was two different flights.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look, the flight going back home.
It's like when you lose a Super Bowl or you
Yeah.
lose a game in
Yeah.
high school and the coach get on the bus. I don't want to hear no talking on the way back. Everybody's on the bus.
Yeah, we was
Like
on
the
that.
Duke team. That's
You want something to drink? You like,
Oh yeah.
I don't drink or eat.
Yeah,
anymore.
it
That was
was rough. We needed that though, because without that, I don't know if we would have came up with the concepts that we,
I'll tell you what, on that flight though, I had the best seat if you need to go to the bathroom, because I was right next to the bathroom.
they put us in the back of the
I was
plane.
right there.
So talk to me about when y'all moved from Atlanta to LA. What was the genesis for that move, and do you think it was worth it?
It was funny. It all happened randomly. I feel like not randomly, but we made a decision to move. But then a series of events led to that.
I think
kinda.
the main reason all our representation was out here.
Yeah.
So we kept having to come out here for meetings and all that. We was like, we wasting time doing all these flights, because when they want to meet, we can't. We got to set up a whole thing because we got
Yeah.
to travel. So we like, let's just move.
And if it had been during pandemic time, we'd have been good.
Right.
Yeah.
Zoom all day. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. We used to have to fly to LA just to talk to
is-
somebody.
Yeah, that
It was
is
on
tough.
like
Go
Uvu
all the
and
way
Skype.
back.
Yeah, Skype.
Man.
But I like at the time, I know moving to LA kind of was a dream a little bit.
Mhm.
You know, I think like many creators, they want to move to LA. They think it's the big lights and all that.
Yep.
But a show that we were in love with was Entourage.
I love that show.
Yeah.
Entourage was just like
Yeah.
the dream, because we were also a group. And it
Yeah.
was kind of like, we see the Turtles and all these guys, and it was like, yo, we could, to be friends and somewhere be successful and live that
Mhm.
life. It kind of becomes that fantasy, that dream for me.
Yeah.
And I think that was a little bit in our heads as
Yeah,
well.
for sure.
They took a little time to. I think a couple of us were ready to make that
Oh
move.
yeah, I was
before.
definitely ready.
No, y'all went somewhere, and
No.
I remember coming back and be like,
No, because I
"Okay,
had went to
now I'm
LA
ready."
the year before. I was ready. I mean,
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
right. You did, you
that's
did, you did.
right.
I know. Basically, I was the last one that had a job, and then me and him went to Bahamas for Christmas to visit my family. And then we was there, and we was like, so we're all like, it's that time. I'm gonna quit. Let's go. And then
Yeah.
that was January, like January 1st.
And here's the thing, we
then
didn't know
we moved
how.
in March.
But we didn't even know how, because we didn't have necessarily the money to move.
Yeah.
So, but this is why I knew
To pick up everything.
it was all God, because he was about to quit, but then our manager, she knew Tracy
Edmonds.
Edmonds.
All right,
And
TV.
All Right TV at the
That,
time.
y'all moved on the same dime that we moved.
Did it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I used that All Right TV.
That licensing, that licensing.
Man, let me tell
You
you.
license y'all clips?
No,
Or
I'll
you
tell
created
y'all-
new
I'm
songs?
gonna tell you a lesson I learned.
Okay.
From y'all.
Okay.
Tracy Edmonds, bless her heart.
Yeah,
love
bless
her.
her,
bless her,
She's
yes.
the reason my family could move to LA.
Mhm.
She said, "Hey, we want to give you." I don't remember. I think it might have been 15 episodes, or something
Mhm.
like that. And gave us $50,000.
Mm.
And she was like, "Y'all can license us your old stuff, or you can make new stuff." And I was like, "License? No way. We're gonna make new stuff. We're gonna
Oh,
blow
Lord.
Dorm
Oh, no.
Tainment out. We're gonna blow Issa Rae out." When I tell y'all licensed her stuff and just said, "Here's these videos that we already did," and moved to LA, and Issa took her money and made the choir,
Right.
and we gave her. And then in our deal, and I don't know if y'all got the same deal.
Mhm.
This is the lesson I learned about not signing the first contract,
Mhm.
because we didn't even redline one thing. They were like, "Here," we were like,
Yeah,
"Kevin,
Oh, yeah.
Fredericks,
Let's get it.
move me now." So in our deal, we couldn't make any more videos like that on our Playmakers page.
Oh,
So it effectively killed the Playmakers
Gotcha,
page. And even if we could, we didn't have the ability to do 2 videos at once. We had family and children.
Yeah, right.
And y'all licensed them videos and was like, "All right,
Yeah.
now we're making this." And I was like,
So
they
our-
still got the money.
our deal-
Still got the money.
Our deal was different. It was she just wanted 20 videos from us, 1,000 a piece. So that was this 20,000 this licensing. But then
Yeah.
it was a separate deal for us to write the chef
We
show
did,
that
we did a cooking
with
show
her.
for her that she wanted.
So-
Y'all got 2 deals.
Yeah.
It probably came out. It came out to the same
About
amount.
the
as your
same
whole
amount.
one
It
deal,
came out.
probably.
It came out. Bro.
But the thing with the licensing, me and Mike had so much work to do in there. 'Cause we had to take out all the cursing.
Yeah.
You can remember it was
Oh,
like
that- it was
yeah,
face
Christian
friendly.
faith
It was
based,
face
yeah.
friendly.
it was
Yeah.
family friendly. So after doing all that work, I don't know if it was worth. Because I was all, I'm like,
Yeah,
man,
I remember that.
I started getting mad. Like, why we curse so much, man? Why we curse?
We gotta change our ways, man.
Like, y'all need
We
to.
gotta change our ways.
we gotta get back to the church.
You know what I did? I said, all right, man. If we gonna be on All Right TV, we need to change.
It's enough.
Sick of this.
But shout out to Tracy Edmonds.
Man, no, I mean, yeah,
man.
guess
She
that
gonna
she
be in the
was
speech.
played
yeah,
the
she
big-
was
she played
the
a big
reason
part.
we can't. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
y'all Comedy Central moment was our moment. When they
Oh,
were like, "We're gonna do it,"
Yeah.
and I quit Boeing in my mind, right?
Yeah, that's it.
I had 2
Yeah.
more months left, and I was like, "Y'all niggas don't know about no Hello, Babyface watch. She got her own
We
network." And $50,000 at that time was like,
Money.
I mean, it was
money.
like,
And YouTube was so news. You like, oh, we about to blow. It's about
well,
to
that's
be.
the thing.
Yeah.
We gonna kill it. The next 50 got to be coming.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right.
Nah,
Nah, not
they
yet.
also
You
still looking for that 50.
What?
Yeah.
I tell you, they give it to you once.
Yeah.
Give
Cam
it to
gonna,
you one time.
Cam gonna be on the couch another year.
Yeah.
That's how
One
much.
time.
It wasn't even a couch; it was a futon.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a
Get the man
futon.
a
Yeah, it was.
I
futon.
had to get something to fold out to a bed.
Yeah, he was in there like a sandwich.
During the day, it was a living room. At night, it was my room.
Oh man,
Yeah, they hooked
how
up.
did you get the living room? What was the process?
All right. So the first 2 apartments we had, I always had the master bedroom because my
you
name was on the
sacrificed.
lease. So I was
Yeah,
like,
you
hey,
sacrificed.
You had the good
if
credit?
I'm using my credit,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
yeah.
getting the master bedroom.
Absolutely.
But when we moved out there, I was like, you know what? It was Tay. I like Tay, he stayed with his parents, and then he stayed in the living room sometimes when he stayed with us. I'm like, you can have the room.
Yeah.
I'll just stay in the living room.
Good
I know
man
this
right
this is temporary. It's temporary. This ain't gonna be permanent.
2 years.
So,
The worst time to take the living room.
No, but then
Hey,
it's
man.
funny because when we moved to our next house after that apartment, and then I was like, you know what, guys, I'm gonna be the sacrifice this time, and my room ain't had no walls.
We had to build his room.
Yeah, we had to build it.
I stayed in like a dining room,
converted into a bedroom.
and we had one of our. So we met somebody, and who was a realtor. Her dad, she was like, "Yeah, my dad can build walls." We was like, "You think he can build a wall in our house?"
He built that thing.
And he built that thing. He gave me a
One-man
room.
show.
Y'all
Yeah.
didn't go to the city and get the permit.
Absolutely not.
No.
The landlord didn't know. The landlord came in town one day. He's like, Y'all built a room. I'm like, "What?"
Don't you remember we took Shot Boy's haircuts? Why we go to?
Let me tell you, when the owner of the house comes, sometimes he would come, come check when he in town. That walk through the house would be so quick. Boy.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, okay, come on, back here. Don't look at the walls.
And then when we moved from that house, we had to call him back. Hey, can you knock down the wall you built? And he came and he knocked it down. I was like, this man, that's a old working black man right
the
there.
irony? That dude, he works for Will Smith. Not to bring that up. Yeah, he was like, I work at the Smith house. On their land, I do all the construction around there.
You was
like,
a
you
good
do?
worker.
He was like, yeah.
He was good. He was a good dude. He was a good
He
dude.
made my room.
He made my
Shout out to
room.
Randy. I think
And he
his name
made our table that we used.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You
So-
should be making
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
was
no,
making
yeah.
stuff.
So take me back to the moment you guys actually got your show. 6 guys, 1 car
Oh,
with
yeah.
Comedy Central. Was there a we made it feeling that y'all felt?
I know exactly when that feeling was, but go ahead. What you about to say?
For me, it was mixed, to be honest with
Yeah.
you, because
Mixed.
I wasn't. We weren't sure that this was gonna be. This was the first time they were wanting to do something digital.
Oh, that's
It
right.
wasn't going to TV.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? So it felt like, okay,
My bad to cut you off. The reason we had mixed feelings was because the MTV deal we got first.
okay,
yeah, we ain't
that
talk
was the
about
first
that.
thing.
Oh,
that
so-
happened.
what you
So we
said?
got an
Yeah,
MTV deal, and
It was right before
it
we
was,
moved.
it was green. They were like, let's do it.
Yeah.
We got the contract. They said they want all of our digital ownership of our
They
digital.
pretty much won.
So it
everything
was
we
like,
do.
we're gonna give you a TV show, but take all your own everything. We was like, nah.
If we would have did that, we would not be here right now.
Man.
They would have took our name. They would have had our name.
They
They
would've
would have
owned
had
the name, don't pay me.
everything.
and that came down to the last.
everything.
Like we
It
had
was like,
lawyers
nah, man.
involved.
So y'all
we
said
had
no.
everything.
Yeah, they said no.
Can't-
Can't give you that.
No.
Like,
I did.
wasn't working.
They say JoJo. They said the same thing. We want everything. Take it, Kevin, Frederick.
Yeah, but see, that's cool. But then they put you up for
Well-
an episode and cancel it. And
Well,
then
that's what happened. So what
Ain't
happened
on
is
shit.
Isaiah was growing, probably like y'all second channel was
Mhm.
growing. I mean, anything we put up was crazy.
Yeah.
And they was like, okay, stop, because we want to use that to build awesomeness,
Right.
which it did.
Mhm.
And then what happened was a year or two later, people start doing like y'all,
Mhm.
they had their own channels,
Mhm.
and they were like, well, we need people who have their own channels and with us. And I was like, but y'all said no. They were like, we did, huh?
We did.
That's how
And
it
that
go.
was the end
That's
of
it.
that.
Yeah.
So the fact that y'all still said no and you could have used the bread,
Yeah, we
it's
definitely
why
could
you're
use the
still
Yeah.
making it
brand.
now.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Because I would have been. Where's Mr.
Put my
TV
name
at?
on the line, but
it just didn't
But-
feel right. It just didn't feel
But
right.
getting that show, I think once again for the creators out there, we learned a few things. We learned how writers' room work
Yep.
because that was our first time really doing that, like in a legit writers' room.
Mm-hmm.
Then we were so used to doing everything ourselves that when we would be on set filming, like when we would cut, we would get ready to get up like we was about to move stuff. And they were like, all right, well, y'all just go to the back and sit down. We like, y'all sure y'all need me? Y'all need
Yeah,
no
yeah.
help?"
We were literally like our first. I remember Mike had called our director on the 6 Guys 1 Car, and he said, and Mike just asked him innocently, "Hey man, you need us to bring anything? Because we got tripods or whatever you need." Like that's how literally
how-
we
yeah,
was just
yeah.
like, yeah,
We want to help.
Yeah.
we from ground up. we used to getting it from the gutter. Like if we all gotta put a
Yeah.
goddamn crane on our shoulder,
Yeah.
Right.
let's do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This man ends up calling Comedy Central and saying, "Can you tell these guys stop asking me for stuff?" Like literally, they call us, "Hey, can you just like leave?"
We like, oh,
y'all
okay.
don't need to bring anything.
Leave that man
Like,
alone.
all right, whatever,
we
man.
learned the like entertainment lingo, like in so we wrote the scripts
Yeah.
and in there when they didn't like a joke, they would be like, they would be reading it and they giggle a little bit, and then we get to the end, they'd be like, okay, well, here's a few notes. All right, on page 3 line,
This joke here.
this joke here, yeah, it lands a little soft for me.
Yeah, soft.
It lands soft. Could we find an alt for that?
yeah, that was
That was
their
the word.
lyric.
And we'd be
find
looking
an
like,
alt for that?
okay, okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
All right, we
Man,
find
just tell me you
out.
don't like the joke.
No,
Oh,
no.
this-
Can we get an alt?
Yeah, can we get, all
But
right,
that-
cool.
We use that for like right after we would go, let me get an alt. for
Yeah,
that."
yeah.
Anytime one of us starts saying
Yeah,
jokes,
we
we're
got-
like, let me get an alt for that. That was
Let me
like,
get a-
man,
let me get
an
an
alt for
alt.
that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I made Staying Alone. I hated that show.
Really?
Hated it
You
because it
hated
wasn't
it?
us.
When
It
you look
wasn't-
back on it, it
because
wasn't us.
So
yeah.
much was changed in the writers' room. The
Yeah.
person they brought in to be our showrunner, it was a respected name, but
Well,
We
that was
caught
on
him-
that was
season two.
season
That's
two, yeah.
season two.
Okay,
What was the
well,
name?
we caught.
We
never dropped
tell
that.
you. We might tell you
We'll
off
tell you
air.
off-
I have
we'll
a feeling he knows.
we'll tell you off air,
Yeah.
but-
Yeah,
His
for
pen
sure.
game is great.
Your pen game
but
great,
we caught him at the wrong point in his life.
Yeah.
I believe he was
Yeah,
very
angry.
depressed and going through some stuff. and
And remember, we young black guys coming
Right.
up, and he's a vet, and
he wasn't, and it just changed. It just wasn't us. Like I haven't watched it since it dropped.
Yeah,
like
really?
I don't.
Not really. I don't
wanna
go back
watch
and
it.
really
I don't
watch.
really go back and watch.
I may watch. I said 10 years, so it's been 10 years.
But
That's a
granted,
decade.
but
It's been 10
granted,
years yet.
it was the highest digital thing on Comedy Central.
Oh, of course.
It was,
You guys were on
it was the
fire.
highest digital thing on Comedy Central, and what's even funnier is, had we worked well with that particular writer, we probably would have went straight to TV. But the pilot that he wrote,
You need an alt.
it needed.
He
We
needed-
needed
he needed the whole
it
pilot.
all.
Oh, for that.
I would say a made it moment though, and that's why we've had to persevere at certain point. Like I remember 2015, in order to, hey guys, we want to give you this show, but we need to make sure you guys can bring out a crowd and tickets. And we were like, okay,
They
cool.
kept doing everything.
They were doing everything.
we
So
had to do the college show.
so
first.
they said, yeah, we did a college show first.
We
Killed
want to
that.
see what you guys do on tour. It was
So
always
we-
asking us to do stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
we did a show in UNC Charlotte. Shout out UNC
Sellout.
Charlotte. Sellout show, stand ovation.
They were
fire,
there,
and
in
they
the
were there.
crowd.
Then they
Standing
said,
ovation.
well, we want to know if you can go to other markets like New York City.
and sell tickets now.
Yeah, we'll book you for the Gramercy.
this is all we want the show.
we
and
just
they
want.
telling us to do all these other things.
What
Yeah.
does that have to do
That's-
with your
That's what
show?
I'm saying. It's like they were, putting
Yeah,
us through the ringer a
you
little
know how
bit.
the
Man,
game
they trying
go.
to test us as
Yeah.
You
comics.
know how the game
Now
goes.
dance, man.
Man,
Yeah,
you see it
yeah,
in the dance floor.
exactly. So we said, all right, you want to test the boys? They didn't know that New York was one of our biggest markets at the time.
Oh.
So Gramercy, we sold out the tickets in maybe
It
a
was
month.
Really?
it was the comedy.
It was a comedy tour. It was
Comedy
some,
festival?
comedy. It was
Yeah,
the
but
comedy,
it was one,
New York
yeah.
Comedy Festival.
and
Okay.
so we sold out the tickets. And I remember that was one of my made it moments, because when we got to New York and seen our name in the marquee, I was like, yeah, we did that.
Because
We
y'all
did
did
that.
that with
We
nobody
did,
else.
Yeah, we
Nobody
did that.
else.
They
Yeah.
didn't help us market. We did that. We did
Yeah.
everything.
And then
Sold
they
Out
went
got
with
a standing
the
ovation.
Sitter, that show that was
Yeah,
on
then they went
Comedy.
with The Sitter
I think
instead
it
of
was
our
called
show.
The Sitter. And I think that got on air because her manager was Dave Becky.
Yep.
God dogging Dave Becky.
He's
But
everywhere.
here's
If
the-
he
But here's-
managing you, then
here's the
you
funny-
But here's the funny
Here's the
thing
funny
now.
thing. Listen
to the moon.
to this funny part.
He's our manager now.
Dave Becky, y'all manager.
Dave Becky is our manager.
Yeah,
Shout
3
out
R's.
to Issa.
Yeah, yeah.
Issa put us on.
Yeah.
Man,
But-
well, y'all on your way.
Hey, we
But
tried.
that man Dave Becky.
And he be everywhere.
But if he was our manager then,
Oh
we
yeah,
would have
he was
got,
up,
because
yeah.
that's what got our show canceled. And
Yeah.
they picked that show up. And
And
then
then
they
that show didn't
stopped
like
the
that
whole
big.
digital thing after that.
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
you done
Shut
messed
it
up the
down.
whole digital.
Yeah, man.
Like we crushed
mean, we
records
we
on there.
crushed,
We
yeah,
sold out.
everything.
We
Oh,
did
there's
kill
nothing
2
worse.
shows.
They did go
That's
with
the-
somebody else though. They went
Yeah.
with James Davis.
That's the thing.
think that was at the-
No, it was the white
it
girl
was-
show.
no,
the
James
Sitter,
came afterwards.
Yeah,
James
that
came
was,
after.
that was
Yeah, that was
Oh, I
after.
thought
It was the girl.
Shout out to James too.
I forget her
That's the
name.
thing that
actor.
sucks in this industry. You have to do XYZ.
Yeah.
You do XYZ and blow it out the water, and then be like, man,
Yeah.
it's like, but I did
what you
all this-
mean? I did everything.
I did everything.
That's why I feel you when you be having them tweets. Sometimes you be like, listen, man, I'm just out here. I don't have no backing, no show. I'm doing what I need to do. Because we feel it. We
Bruh.
understand like
Well,
that.
when we first came out here, like especially me, I had a very militant mindset,
Mhm.
especially by Hollywood. Even though we had like these dreams of like
Yeah.
entourage and all this, I was like, I'm not trying to fall for any of the bull.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to. I don't want our team to be
Mhm.
messed up. I don't want us to get lost in this. So I was kind of just like, I had that mentality of like, they're trying to mess with us.
Mhm.
Man, I wish I would have had that.
But it ain't always,
Because they are.
They-
They
oh, yeah,
are.
they
They are.
So, oh,
So-
yeah, which reminds us, we on our podcast, we had Jerry Ferrara come on.
Yeah,
Entourage.
Turtle.
Yeah.
He came on.
He's done other stuff. But
Yeah, and he
people
came
first.
on, and the one thing that he told us, he said, Hollywood is meant to break you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't
And
love
that's
it.
we remember that to
It'll
this
break
day. He said,
Yes.
it is meant to break you, and we remember that to this day. Shout out to Jerry. Good,
Shout out
good guy.
Jerry. Man.
Cool
Y'all got a lot of
dude,
people to shout out that y'all
yeah.
know.
Mm.
Oh, okay. What happened to it?
I don't know. Keep
Oh,
going
this?
out. No, the light behind you.
Oh,
that
light.
It's Hollywood. It's
It's
Hollywood.
Hollywood,
again.
it's Hollywood lights.
It's Hollywood.
Hey,
trying to-
Becky.
yeah, yeah.
That nigga.
He-
on a
he
different
white,
level.
Yeah.
Bruh. Well, that's the thing. A lot of times, like, if you don't, talent aside, you
gotta-
got to have
just
that
gotta know
person
yeah.
Mhm.
that wants to work with you, but
Yep.
also maybe they just want to appease Dave.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, bro, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how they are. Bro, that I was talking to somebody about festivals. He was like, bro, y'all looking at festivals by artists.
Mhm.
It ain't artists. It's CAA, CAA, WME,
Yeah.
UTA,
Mhm.
CAA. If you ain't them, you're not getting above the halfway
Thank you.
part of that flyer.
Yep.
You know, they
Yep.
got them spots.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean,
You need representation.
You
That-
gotta-
It's
if
just
you're
how
trying
the
to be in
game
that
is.
game.
Yeah.
If you're trying to
be in
trying
that
to play that
game,
game.
you got to have it. Is that good? Oh, you need
Yeah,
water.
she just grabbed me.
All right.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Where's Chaz?" He is in Georgia right now.
Georgia.
Oh, he not. Oh, I thought he was in Florida.
No, he's in
Georgia.
Georgia.
Well, my parents don't live
In
there anymore.
Georgia.
Oh, they Bahamas.
Well, they in Georgia right now, helping out my granddad. But yeah, they live.
Mhm.
They have a home in Bahamas.
Yeah, said I would have signed the line.
Thank
So,
you,
bro,
quick.
you.
That
That's honest though.
was a
I
serious
ain't gonna lie.
conversation amongst
Yeah.
us.
Man.
Like, yo,
You ain't got to tell me twice.
but
But that also taught me a valuable lesson.
Yeah,
Did you sign it first? Like, I didn't realize they don't really expect you to sign the first one.
right.
Yeah.
When we signed it, I probably
Right.
like,
They
who
probably,
are
"What-
these
what-
people?
what
Ain't
kind
no
of-
lawyer.
what kind of fools are
What
they?
is a force majeure? How do I get this? The exhibit A where it says 50,000. I need that. To me.
Now you look at stuff about 4 or 5 times. Like, hold on, go back.
Oh,
What
man.
yeah,
I just know
what-
once I started looking at contracts and seeing, ownership
Yeah.
in perpetuity
Yeah.
for all existence.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Throughout
like,
the,
Yeah.
For
throughout
your
the
life.
universe.
throughout the
How y'all got a
universe.
contract that
Yeah.
extends beyond Earth?
Like, man, there's
We ain't
no-
even got off
That's
Earth
why-
yet. In
that's-
case y'all do, we
Yeah.
own it in
Yeah,
Mars.
yeah,
too.
like,
That's
come
why
on.
Trump started the
Oh
space
yeah, I need to go
force.
back. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad. All right, so we're back. So I'm
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
Cool.
So let's go back to Black Net Geo.
oh, man.
Y'all, so that
Love Black Net
clip
Geo.
of black people laughing and running away still is memes
day.
to this
Oh my
day, and that's
gosh.
7-8 years.
Oh my god.
What did it feel like to sell a show to Kevin Hart?
Man,
That was
the first
impressive.
time we met him was fun. That was when was it? 2017, 16?
I didn't
something
meet
like
him
that?
the first
Yeah,
time
yeah,
because
yeah.
I
You told that
accidentally took a weed brownie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the morning of, and it was too many. It was too high of a dose. Let's just
Yeah,
say
but I-
that.
And it was so much pressure on me that day because this happened on the way there.
Yeah.
He dropped out. They was in another car. I got there. They like, you got to pitch it.
So
we
mind you, this is our
both-
first time
by
meeting
yourself?
Kevin. No, we was there, but they had already went over it to get like
Oh,
that.
I
you
was-
got to pitch it alone.
But I
yeah.
never pitched ever. This is my
Oh,
first time
man.
pitching. I got to pitch to Kevin Hart.
He was in the room.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we was,
yeah,
oh yeah,
wrong.
we walked in. Kev met us. That was up. We got the picture.
Kevin Hart was taking pictures at the time.
yeah, he was there.
I know you was
Because
I know
at
you was
first, because we knew Jeff Clanagan, and so
Cold Black,
and so we thinking, oh, it's just gonna be Jeff, and that day they was like, yeah, no, Kevin gonna be there. We gonna do
Wow.
it. And so
I fucked up.
Because he had the whole pitch. So I'm
Yeah.
not.
Why'd you
fucked
take
up.
the weed brownie?
I didn't think it was that serious.
he
Yeah.
took
I'm
a little
being-
bit thinking it was.
I just took. Look, I saw it in the fridge. I was like, oh, this won't be nothing. I dabble, So I took it. I just look at the packet. Oh, 17 grams or whatever. I'm like, oh, that seems a little high. Put it away. We all getting ready to go in the car. I get in the car. I'm like, okay, it's a little wavier than usual. By the time we get to Heartbeat Studios, I am on another planet.
and I'm not knowing, so I'm just talking to him.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey man, do we
Because
do-"
I'm in the back of the car, I say, "Oh man, my stomach feel kind of weird." And Rome over here talking about, "Oh, it must have been that thing you ate last night, that pasta you had last night." I'm like, "Yeah," because they don't know what
Yeah, I
I
don't know,
took
yeah.
before I did it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, "Yeah." And then I remember the Uber driver staring in the back seat of me too. As soon as I said, "I'm not feeling good," he just shot his eyes up at me. Like, you better not throw up.
Yeah, man was like, hey, you just gotta pull up. I'll
And
meet
I'm
you
just
back
like-
at the house.
And then finally, I was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I gotta go, y'all. I think I'm getting sick or something."
This man Rome come to me. You got to pitch.
Because I didn't know.
Wait,
Well,
he was
all
the
right.
next one that had the notes.
Yeah.
You know when you just coming to chill and just throw jokes, like that's gonna be my role. I'm gonna throw this joke here and there. I got a pitch, Now I'm
But
just thinking.
he lucked up because Kevin is such a personality
Yeah.
that we just kind of he just barely told him the idea. Oh yeah, we could do. Okay, yeah, that'll be. We can do. We can do that.
He
And
did
then,
the Kevin Hart
oh yeah, he was. We could do this and that. Yeah, yo, no, we like
He
that.
never sat down.
He didn't. Yeah, he stood up the whole
meeting.
time. It was just talking.
Really?
He
Yeah.
was running.
You remember this is the beginning of
Yeah, so he moved.
Heart.
Yeah, begin to laugh out loud, never heartbeat. So he
Yeah.
do this. Yeah, it sounds good. All right, cool guy. We got boom, boom.
So were y'all like, do we sell?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all right, cool, yeah. But they ended up buying it or whatever, and that's a great series though.
They
I
came
love
back-
that
Oh,
series.
man.
They came back home to tell me I left my key in the house. So by the time the Uber dropped me off, I'm sitting in the backyard and it's raining. So I just remember just sitting back there. It's like, man, my life.
All of this is on DT Stories.
Yeah,
man. We
yeah,
made- we put
yeah.
this on
Oh
YouTube.
man! All right. So
Right.
then y'all sold a show called Snap
Yeah.
Yes.
to ADD
Yep, yep.
pilot. How did that opportunity come about?
That was
Um,
YouTube Red.
YouTube Red.
And
Oh, when that was
ADD
popping
produced it.
Yeah, ADD producer. Yeah.
There's a lot to the story. You ready to go into this?
What? He said that's what I'm here for.
I want to see it,
Remember,
bro.
we on his Mount Rushmore. He want to hear.
Yeah,
Oh,
This is y'all.
Kev was here during that time.
yeah,
I
he
was
was
here.
here.
All right. We were a part of All Deaf Digital in association with you guys
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
a long time. We were with them. And YouTube Red had come to us. YouTube Red was a company, kind of YouTube Originals, I
Yeah.
guess they switched to at the time.
Yeah.
They started doing original productions and they came to us and said they want to do something. Actually, I met the dude. I forgot his name, doesn't come to mind, but I met him at some YouTube function.
Oh, VidCon.
At VidCon.
Yeah,
It was a
VidCon.
place-
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yeah. I
yeah,
met
that's
him
what
at
it
a
was,
party
yeah.
at VidCon.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, I'm part of doing so. He's like, oh yeah, let me talk to you. And we started chatting it up, and he was like, let's do a show essentially. I would love for you guys to pitch. I remember that word from last time. I was like, all right,
Oh, God.
we gotta get ready for it.
I said, all right now.
Dan was like, don't eat another
Don't
weed
do
round
it.
again. So we decided let's go in, let's pitch something. Tay had this concept for a while actually, where it was about us coming back with the stat movement, like about a group that had fell off for years after the stat movement and trying to make a comeback.
Yeah.
Because that was like, hip hop has this little
Pockets.
pockets of culture that
And
does.
Snap was a,
and
Yeah,
Snap
oh,
was
yeah.
one of them.
it was a huge.
Oh,
There
yeah,
was so
for
many
sure.
groups, and people forget about the Spider-Man dance.
Yeah,
all
all
the
the-
Soldier Boy stuff.
was
They
a
were doing a
Batman,
lot of
yeah,
snapping
yeah.
at the time.
It was a lot of Snap.
So
Oh,
we
yeah.
wanted to do a faux story about a Snap group that's trying to make a comeback 20 years later. What was the name of the group?
Thanos would have killed it in that.
Stacks for
Uh,
days.
We would
Stacks
call
for the-
Stacks
yeah.
for Days, and then 10 years later they're broken and trying to make a comeback.
Yeah.
So we end up pitching it to them. They loved it. They said, okay. Once we start getting lawyers involved, Russell
Mhm.
gives us a call and is like, hey, what the fuck's going on, man? Aren't we not part of this deal? We're like, Russ, oh, okay, I guess. I mean, I know you. We signed to you, I
Yeah.
guess, but it's like, yeah, man, come on. We're gonna put marketing into this and doing all this stuff. We're like, all right, Russ, and we meet him at the back at ADD facility. We
Yeah.
talk about. He's like,
Yeah.
we're like, fine, all right, we'll
Yeah.
cut the deal with you.
And when we was meeting him, it's a lady in the corner with a cat.
With a
He-
cat.
I'm-
With a low hat.
Like an
and a
evil cat.
We like, who is this lady?
Kev about to hear a bunch of stuff from
What
our
was her name?
perspective.
I can't wait.
We
Some,
like
some of it we're gonna tell you off air, but
Simone,
some of it's gonna
Simone
be on
was
there.
Yeah, we just thought he had witches, cats, all this type of things.
Nah,
We
that
didn't
lady
know what
was-
Russ
she
was
was-
on.
yeah,
She never talked.
Yeah, she never
she'd just
talked.
be
She was
patting
a
him
little-
on the side.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what's up, bro?
She had a blind dog at one time. No lie. Dog ain't have no eyes in his head. Bumping into stuff during meetings. We're like, man, get this. The dog
What
don't
is
got no
this?
eyes.
Come
Why is he
on, man.
roaming free?
He's okay.
Yeah.
But so we partnered with ADD. We said, okay, we're gonna both run production on it. We do the project. We'll YouTube Red. We end up loving.
And it's a pilot.
It's
it's a
yeah.
pilot
To
too.
go
They
to,
just said
to
a pilot.
possible to go to series.
Was very
Yeah.
proud. Very
It was
proud.
fantastic.
Yeah.
We love
I
doing
was
the
in it.
project.
You
We
was.
got some very some family members and some friends of ours as well that were a part of it, and it ended up doing well.
It was great.
We put it on YouTube Red. Fans went off about it.
Yeah.
It got some of the most views that they had on there to that point. They pick it up for 6 episodes. They say 8 or 6 or 8. They said we're gonna give you 8 episodes of this series. What y'all do? We're
We was
like,
like,
great.
money. Let's do
That's
it.
per episode budget was great then.
Especially because it was new.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
man.
yeah.
You know they spend the money when they knew.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
So
good
we're
old
like, all
Hollywood.
right, this is it right here. This is it.
This
Like
is
I
it. We
remember,
good.
I literally remember walking down, like I would take walks in the morning and
Mhm.
skipping back home.
And he
Like,
don't skip.
I don't
you don't
skip.
skip.
I ain't no
Skip.
skipping ass nigga. But I'm gonna tell you, I was skipping,
Skipping.
like,
But he got the
this is
hips
it
for
right
skips.
Yeah,
here.
he got the hips for skips.
You got the
He
hips
got the
for
hips for skips.
You got the
And-
hips for it.
We were so proud
You
of
got
this
it.
project, though. We were so happy with it, and they said they were picking it up. I was like, it's over after this.
Yep.
Maybe a week later, in the news comes Russell Simmons.
Well, no.
has
In the news comes Me Too movement,
Me Too movement. Yes, the Me Too movement comes to light,
and it was
and
knocking
Russell
people out.
Simmons is one of the targets in line. We'll say that. YouTube calls us up and says
We can't do it.
we can't do it anymore.
I said, come on,
Can't-
man.
we
Because
can't
he
do
was
it.
the producer.
Because I said we don't want to touch anything that's involved with ADD.
And I
right
can't even
now.
blame him because it's business. I can't
My
even
soul,
blame him.
like at that time, that was a
it
rough
hurt.
hit to the soul.
It
Like,
hurt.
to hear that was taken away from
Because we
you.
was about to kill it.
ADD.
We could have done it without it. He's
Y'all
the one
y'all-
calling on my phone, talking,
we-
trying, borderline cussing me out.
we
Yo, what's
definitely
going?
could
What the
have.
fuck's going on? Let's do this. I said, all right, Russ, let's make it happen. And plus, y'all were there. Like I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, we want everybody that's with ADD. We're like, y'all be in this.
They was gonna be in there regardless. We
Regardless,
didn't,
but
we
it was just
didn't
like,
need
all
to
right,
name
I
on.
knew
Andy
about
was
y'all
more
before I knew about ADD.
So that happens. They call us. They shut it down, and that was it for Snap
Yeah,
after that.
yeah,
Man.
yeah.
Do
That was
y'all
it after
do
Snap.
y'all harbor any resentment to like, nigga, you ruined my deal with your own stuff?
Nah.
Honestly, I don't even think about it. To be
Nah,
honest,
not really.
What I think about the
Life
most
goes
from
on.
that is Tony Baker's scene. That's my
Oh,
favorite
Yeah.
scene.
get your
Oh my
racially
God.
ambiguous.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
that's
freaking
so-
love that
Yeah.
scene.
And
I
it's
love that.
it's so funny how you don't realize how close you are to a bunch of people until you go back and look at stuff. You was like, we had them in there, we had them in there, we had them in there.
had
So years
everybody.
down the road, people gonna be like, man, they was we everybody was in there.
Everybody was in
we had
there.
Al B. Shore.
Al B. Shore was in there.
Al
B. Shore
Yeah.
was in there.
And a hilarious scene
Yeah,
with
great-
Mike, too,
great
I must
scene.
say.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's
David
what happened
So,
with Snap.
everybody.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I think it's everything we've done is just a lesson.
If
It's a
y'all
lesson.
have a chance, whoever's watching this right now, go check out
Yeah.
Snap.
Snap is fantastic.
Snap on
Yeah.
YouTube. It's-
Snap. I mean, I listen. Working for ADD, I was like, this is because I always felt like if you sell, it's always easier to sell the second thing after you sell the first.
Yeah,
ticket.
after sell the
Yeah.
So
first
if that
Oh,
goes
yeah.
to series, then
That's it.
it's like, and then it would have been a great series because
Right.
the pilot is the hardest thing to get
Yeah,
right.
That's it,
The
man.
pilot was strong. It was funny. It told the story or set the story up,
Mhm.
but it wasn't dry.
Yeah.
So after that, you can do whatever you want, funny wise. And then when that happened,
We had the premiere at YouTube Space for the pilot.
man,
that was
it
great.
killed everything.
huge,
Actually,
man.
though, the whole the Russell stuff, all people were like, "What? You with who?" Mm-mm.
There was a big gap after that. Matter of fact,
It was
right?
rough.
That job
Everything was
disappeared.
every iron that was in the fire was cold.
Yeah, cold.
The fire was put buried in the Arctic Ocean.
Mm.
It was
He
over.
dipped.
Yeah,
he did.
but that's
Said,
the
I don't
game.
know.
I mean, that's the game.
That's the
man.
game.
Like,
You never know.
you never know. It had nothing to do with
You
y'all.
just never know.
Man. All right, so let's fast forward to now. You guys have been doing the comedy trap house podcast for several years. You got DT Stories, you
Yeah.
got Boss Talk. Like, how
Mhm.
many things are going on right now?
Those are the main things. But just other than that, just working on scripts. We still movie is still that's the
Freak
main
Nick.
thing. Freak Nick.
We've
we
been
wanna
preaching
do.
it for years, man.
Yeah, we
Freak
want to
Nick.
do Freak Nick because it needs to be told. That
Man.
story needs to be told.
I
Coming
went to
from a
Freak Nick.
comedy perspective too. I'm telling you, you're
Yeah.
gonna have a movie that people are gonna go.
I
watch.
would
Yeah.
love to watch that.
I
I went to
bet.
Freak Nick 96.
Look at that.
See,
13-year-old Kev.
13-year-old.
My parents had never heard of Freak Nick.
Oh yeah.
We knew
your
about
parents
it.
never Freak.
never heard of Freak because we lived in
Okay.
Fayetteville at the time.
Okay,
Mm.
okay.
And my homeboy Jamal was like, "Yo, my brother's gonna let us come to Atlanta for the weekend.
Yeah.
He's gonna take us to Freak Nick." And I was like,
My
"Yes."
dream.
Yes.
I was
My
that.
dream.
I got-
It was for a 13-year-old in
Yeah.
puberty.
Oh yeah.
Freak Nick
that's-
was the
yeah, yeah.
chocolate
oh
factory.
my God.
I had never been to Atlanta in that way. I
was-
saw things I liked.
Kev was having wet
Look,
dreams.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had
Oh,
a
yeah.
great time.
And here's the funny thing: it's like we and for anybody listening, like one script draft isn't. We've went through drafts
Man.
of Freak Nick. I'm talking about probably 8, 9 drafts.
What's funny, that got greenlit too.
Yeah,
Did it
One of the
really?
scripts.
one of the scripts did. Yep.
Mhm.
One of the
we
scripts did.
pitched. We got a call from our agent on the way home. We started playing "Today's a Good Day" by Ice Cube.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
was
yeah.
rapping the hell out
Oh,
of
yeah.
that on the ride back.
Oh yeah.
And I forget what happened to that. but
Something
with that
Hollywood.
company. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's-
I'm gonna tell you what's funny. When y'all inevitably make it, the movie blows up, and you see the articles overnight success.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Dorm
Oh, yeah,
Chainman
yeah.
burst onto the scene.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
2022. Never heard of these
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Great.
You're gonna be like, burst onto the
Like,
scene.
what are you talking about?
15 years ago, what
Yeah, yeah.
burst on?
I think
two
the
things I'm waiting for to hear that intro in the theater.
Oh yeah.
Just
Mm.
for all
Oh my
the
God.
old fans that have been
Yeah,
riding
yeah.
with us, and then 20 years from now when they do those internet documentaries. You know how they do all the comedy
Yeah,
documentaries
yeah.
now, they bring everyone back. I just want to see that 20 years.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
love
good. Everybody
those
gonna
type
be on
documentaries.
there.
It's fun.
But I think the biggest thing right now is like people, why don't you guys do every Sunday at 70 more? I'm like, we grown. We
Yeah.
can't. It just don't, like, to be honest, like what y'all, like, come on. That was young man energy.
Right.
Now we got to work smarter, not harder. That was we
Can
not
you
doing
imagine?
like every Sunday.
That's why we
Have
give
it
them the
to edit
stories. We're
and-
like, we can give you stories.
Yeah, we give
every
you
week.
stories, we give you podcasts, and on the side we'll work on those big things.
Right.
And you know how it is.
Absolutely.
Like, oh no,
Man,
no,
listen,
no.
I
ain't
still
gonna
love
do it.
sketches.
Oh,
but
yeah,
that
for
thing-
sure.
It's changed too a lot.
It's changed,
you
yeah,
know
the
what I'm saying?
sketch
So
game
many
has changed.
people are
And
in
YouTube
it
isn't
doing-
made for sketch
Not
anymore
anymore.
Some people
necessarily.
get away
TikTok
with
and
it.
Some
Reels
people,
have-
some people get away with it.
Some
but
people do, but it's
yeah.
rare.
yeah.
All right, before we go, we have this thing called Kev's Top 10. We
All
ask
right.
every guest to answer these 10 questions. All we
right.
ask is that you are completely honest with us.
Okay.
And we'll just go Cam to Emmanuel.
Okay.
Who's your favorite person?
Like comedian or in general?
And just favorite person in the world?
God.
God. All
That
right.
was exactly my
Is that a
answer.
person though?
It's-
In my heart, it is.
in my heart, in my heart, it is.
Same for you, Ron?
That's literally what I was gonna say. But if I'm trying to think,
If you
of a
don't
person,
say God,
though.
you don't
Yeah,
seem like you love him.
I love God, but we're gonna count him as a spirit.
That's spirit. Okay, all right, cool,
Person,
cool.
person. Who's the person that I love? My favorite
Hannah.
person. My favorite person.
Hannah.
Yeah.
Is it Hannah?
Yeah,
My
girl.
mother.
If you don't say her now, you're like,
Yeah, no, I guess I gotta shout out my mom.
I guess.
We're going with Hannah.
I love you, mom.
All right, Cam. What's one of your happiest moments?
Happiest moments. Oh, I remember my best birthday when I was like 6. I woke up in the middle of the living room. I was surrounded by G.I. Joe action figures. I was a big G.I. Joe fan. That was the best birthday.
So you
I've
started
had.
off in the living room, even as a
Yeah.
kid.
No, they took me out of the bed.
Oh,
put me in
put
the
it-
living
put him in the
surprised
living
me.
room.
And when I woke up, I'm like, oh,
They put him in the living room.
that was prophetic,
Favorite
bro.
Favorite moments. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna sound funny, but shout out to Tropical Storm, which is our group. I think one of my favorite moments is seeing our song "Dick Touch the Water" hit 1 million views on 1 million streams on Spotify. That is a phenomenal feat to me for a
Absolutely.
song to hit
Absolutely.
1 million streams on Spotify. So that's a happy moment for me.
All right, Emmanuel.
Favorite Dortainment moment?
No, he's just saying,
Oh, just any moment? I'll give you a Dortainment moment. The time we did, we were probably maybe 10, 20 shows in, and the first time the crowd got up
Mm.
and rushed the stage.
Oh
to us.
yeah.
That was an amazing feeling.
yeah.
Like I've never been like so shocked in my life. You know, these
Yeah.
people are coming
Last
out
thing is when I got off the plane in Greece. That was,
Oh, yeah,
that's
that
one of my
was-
favorite
that
moments.
was a
in
good
life.
moment.
That
That was a good moment.
That was a solid moment.
How about when you got off in America, you German?
You German? I said, take me back.
All right, what's your saddest moment?
Saddest moment.
I just explained mine, Russell.
Saddest moment. I guess when my cousin died while we was in Greece.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's the most recent one. Yeah.
Okay.
Last year. Yeah.
Saddest moment. Watching Space Jam 2.
Hey, man, we got to work
What were
with
you
LeBron.
expecting, bro?
You can't do that.
What were you expecting?
No, I'm messing.
It's
I'm
for
trying
children.
to think of real sad, like a sad moment.
Oh, when you lost that $200 when
Yo,
you first moved to
when I
LA.
first moved to LA, I had lost $200.
This man was sitting
I
on
was
the balcony,
hurting.
just looking out.
Hurting.
We were in the grocery store.
Hurting.
Everybody got a little check real quick.
I had it in an envelope. You know,
This man had an envelope, put it in pocket
put it,
somewhere.
you know, them loose sweatpant pockets.
Yeah.
By the time we get out the grocery store, Rome's like,
Oh yeah, you know that panic.
Yeah.
he tapping himself everywhere. He like he
No,
go back.
He
in,
realized
start
that
looking.
in there when
Yeah,
he
yeah.
got to the register
When I got to the
because he
register.
had no money.
Right, oh
Yeah,
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 yeah.
to pay.
So he couldn't find nothing. We get back home. He just quiet in the car. Drive to the crib. I'm just feeling so bad. I'm like, damn,
And it's
bro.
Kev, it's $200. That's how you know. This is where we at in life. It's $200.
Well, we get to the apartment. This man opens the sliding glass door to the balcony, closes it. sits in a
Amazing view.
chair.
Amazing view. Great view.
Amazing view.
I'm just sitting out there.
Looks out.
I think I shed a tear. I shed a glory tear.
Oh my god!
It was rough, man. Like
Everybody asking me what happened wrong. Oh, he lost $200.
he couldn't get no groceries.
Like it's like, all right, now I lose $200. He's gonna be like, dang, I ain't want to lose it, but all right, cool, I can
Right.
live. $200 back then. Hey man, hey man, I need that. I need
my
that.
God, man.
Oh, your
Uh,
status doing y'all lost snap.
Saddest
That's a sad
moment.
one.
I think my let me see. Let me think of a funny time. One time, when we first moved out to LA, I was dating this girl, and she came out to fly one time. She flew out here, and I was hitting it, and I finished, and I guess she didn't. And she said she started pouting and kind of crying, like it's not the same anymore. And as soon as she said that, I was like, "What you mean?"
She want that old thing back.
I'm like, "What you mean?" And that's when I knew it was the beginning of the end.
It's not
And,
the same anymore.
All right,
That's funny.
Cam, in your grits, salt and pepper
Oh,
or
come
Don't do.
on.
You
sugar?
already know where
Yeah,
I'm
you
going with
already know
that
what it is.
foolishness.
That's not that foolishness.
I am from the South with an
Yeah.
F.
Yeah.
The veins
No
start
sugar
popping
in my
your-
Oh
grits.
yeah.
No,
No
sugar.
sugar.
You met us during the pandemic
Yeah.
Oh, y'all was
at
buying
Target.
grits.
That's a funny
buying
story.
grits.
We ran into Kev. We at Target. Kev with his wife during the pandemic. We meet with like, hey, what's up? Hey, what you gonna do? I'm gonna pick up some grits.
We had one box of grits.
Literally,
That's it.
It was the beginning.
Oh, beginning. That was beginning.
Because we
beginning,
walked.
That's
to
Yeah.
Target. Me and
hilarious.
Melissa walked because we had nothing to do. We had the last grits. Last grits in the valley. Ain't got it. No, we gonna get no
Can't
more grits.
find no grits.
Couldn't find no grits. Couldn't find no
I knew they was
rice.
getting toilet tissue, but y'all taking
y'all
grits.
taking grits too. We was
God.
upset. How y'all get
Come on,
grits
man.
and toilet paper?
If we was in
Pick
the
one.
South, I would have got it. But
Oh,
like, we
yeah.
in LA, y'all don't eat grits.
Like,
Like,
come
Sometimes
on,
I
man.
forget how country my friends are.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just like,
Yeah. So, but
no
salt,
sugar,
but
no
yeah,
sugar,
salt.
no-
Yeah, no
Oh,
sugar.
all right.
yeah, salt.
Okay, fine.
Yo, you
He like, oh, you like
you a
sugar?
sugar? Yeah,
Yeah.
You like sweet grits?
Yeah.
Why don't you just eat
Oatmeal.
not
Oh, cream
oatmeal,
of wheat.
cream
Cream
of
of
wheat.
wheat.
Yeah,
Cream
cream
of
of
wheat. I
wheat.
don't want cream of wheat.
Well, you don't want grits either.
That's what a mama would say. Well, you don't want these grits. Put no sugar.
All right, sweet potato pie or pumpkin pie?
Neither. I'm an apple pie.
Sweet potato.
Sweet
Apple
potato.
pie.
All right,
Yeah, but apple pie. for sure.
Anita Baker or Patti LaBelle?
Ooh.
Anita Baker.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. Anita.
Mm,
Then we go. Anita.
that's a tough decision right there.
Very tough.
I mean, if y'all both gave it a Anita, I'm gonna give it a Patty. She
Okay.
needs some love. She needs
Okay.
some love.
Sure. Shout out to Patty.
Favorite black saying?
All right, now. All right.
Because
Because it can mean so much. All right.
versatile.
All right, now. All right, now. He
You-
killing it on dance floor.
You
Like,
talked about one of mine the other day, which is there go your boy.
There you go, your boy.
Yeah, there, your boy. You know that's not
Yeah,
my
that's
boy.
it.
Oh my God.
all right, now could be a threat.
Yeah,
it
it
could be a compliment.
Yeah.
We did Black
Yep.
Geo on All Right Now.
Y'all did.
Yeah, all right now.
All right
All
now.
right,
Yeah, all right now is a good one.
All
How
right.
about mm-hmm?
Yeah, that's
I don't
how.
hear nobody else saying that
Yeah.
for black people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, what excites you?
Oh man, that's a lot. Grits. Grits. Right now though, is this ice cream he introduced me to? Because I don't have a sweet tooth, and this ice
That
cream,
ice
I
cream
can't
is
stop
great.
thinking about it.
It's called Jenny's.
I knew it was gonna be Jenny.
And
Yeah,
that
you know
gooey
what?
buttercream cake.
It
I
is
knew it was gonna be
ridiculous.
Jenny.
Have you had
I
that
need to
yet?
try.
I had Jenny.
No, I'm
But
the
no,
one that told him.
that one,
I haven't
that
had gooey butter
flavor.
cream. I have the fruit flavored one.
Oh, you had it. Listen.
Go to Whole
Gooey-
Foods.
Gooey butter cream cake.
Gooey.
Go to Whole Foods.
Boy,
I need to try.
I don't
Okay,
have a
listen.
sweet tooth. I don't crave
I think it's
any
the best
of that stuff.
ever. That's the best
I
ice
can't
cream
stop
I've
eating.
ever.
Stop and pick that up.
It's
on
the
way
best
out.
ice cream I've ever
So I can
taken. No, I
try.
got some at the house.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right.
It's
That
the
I
best-
bought for him.
Yeah, that you bought.
All right.
But mine
Good.
is done now.
I got some at the house.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Excited. Oh, right now golf.
Really?
I ain't gonna lie.
Man,
Yeah.
playing golf
you
for
got into
real.
golf?
Yeah.
We gonna
I've
go to the
been.
range after.
Yeah, we going to the range today. I'm excited.
I picked up archery too last week.
Yeah,
That was
into some
fun.
interesting things.
Yeah, man.
You gotta do something outside of creativity
That's
sometimes.
true.
I'm just
True, I played in Nintendo Switch.
Man, I'm into some weird stuff right now. Like I built a couple computers, and I don't know. Kevin Samuel's pretty interesting to listen to.
Kevin Samuel?
Yeah, you listen to him from time to time. Oh, you don't like him? I love saying.
I know black
Anytime
women.
you say his name around any type of black woman, you're gonna see at least one eye roll. Just like,
Boy, that's the bane of their existence.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But they
Oh,
love
yeah.
him. They starting to love him now.
The other
A lot of people. They are. There's a lot of women I see calling in, like giving them praise. Like I like
the other one is travel too. That's
Oh,
like,
that's
that's
good.
all I
Travel.
want. Out the country.
Oh yeah,
travel.
out the country.
I got to get out these United States.
we
Have you
we.
not been? Or?
I have, but I just
Oh, yeah.
I love to get
Okay,
out.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
plan on going to Egypt in June.
Egypt.
Are you?
Yeah, and that's what you and
It's a lot of sand.
You know, you go some places and you be
Yeah,
like, man,
yeah.
it's beautiful, but you know.
Egypt was amazing, man.
Okay.
It was. We stayed probably a little too long though.
Okay.
Like we
Gotcha,
just probably
gotcha.
stayed one day too
One day
long
too
in
long.
each
Okay.
in each place.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
3-4 days overall.
Gotcha.
Too
okay.
long. But
okay.
as far as like seeing the
period.
magnitude of the structures,
Yeah.
like United States is young in general, but the West Coast is even younger than the East Coast.
That's crazy
Mhm.
thing about
The
it.
oldest thing in the United States is to Egypt. You're talking about ancient civilizations
Yeah.
or
Ancient.
aliens, depending
Yeah,
on what
which
you
one-
look
yeah,
at.
what
That's a very big polarizing
Yeah,
question
for
over
sure.
there.
Anunnaki.
But you'd be like, bro, New York to a pyramid? You talking
Yeah.
about
And I
ain't no
know-
BC stuff in the United States?
One of my homies was like, you've seen these pyramids and you know, TV and you go. He's like, but when you're there, you really understand how big these things are.
bro, there's no
How they
there's
did that? No technique.
no way. You're like, bro,
That's
this is
such-
and it's not as smooth as it looks on TV.
yeah.
They really could have did some patchwork job, if you ask me.
Gotcha.
Because the blocks ain't smooth.
Yeah.
So which
Okay.
makes it more like,
Like,
how did y'all
Like,
do
what's
this?
Like, how'd y'all go this way?
Bro, it's insane.
At a slant.
Yeah, it's
But yeah.
insane. All right. What I say? What excites you?
Yep.
Mhm.
What bores you?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's so much pressure when you got to keep going first.
I
and
know,
start
man.
going.
You're
yeah.
almost there. You got two more.
What bores me?
What bores you?
Man, I don't know right now. To be honest, I have no answer
Oh,
for that. I can think of.
Baseball.
Yeah, that is the most
American
boring sport to me.
Yeah, sometimes
but-
that bores
even
me, but I don't
thinking
watch
that.
it that often.
Yeah,
So I can't even
It's,
say
it
that.
is boring.
Oh, I got one. Rome be trying to tell me jokes.
I ran into that one. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. What bores me? Dang. I'm trying because I don't like when people reach out and say I'm bored. Because I feel like we always got something to be doing.
Especially in this day and age.
So I don't bored anymore.
Okay.
Maybe if it's a certain show or something. Maybe I'll just roll with baseball.
Emmanuel?
Partying. Yeah,
Partying?
That's
yeah,
fair.
Partying.
Parting?
Partying.
Partying.
Yeah,
Okay,
partying.
yeah.
Like I just don't have it in my soul anymore.
I ain't mad at it.
Yeah.
I swag surf in the house from time to time. But, I
He
ain't
in the room
tryna-
by himself.
All right, last one. What do you want your legacy to be?
Good question.
Oh man, just change the trajectory of comedy. To be
Mm.
honest, like no one has done it in like a group in a long time. Like we
Yep.
want to be that group that trailblaze for other groups and stuff.
There
and
we go.
other
I love
people to
it.
come together. Just show that when black men come together, you can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that I no sugar and grits.
yeah,
Put that
yeah,
on my
yeah,
on my
definitely.
tombstone. Don't play with
Definitely.
don't play with this grave. Don't bring no sugar around that grave.
I like legacy. I like legacy because it's a after. Well, a lot of people use legacy as an after the fact thought, but I think right now we are living legacy because we kind of in it and we building. So I just want people to remember for the building that we did and the journey that we took.
Every
So
day you make more
I'll
to
take-
pass.
There you
yeah, I'll take that.
I think for me, it's not even about self, but the people that come from us, that spin off, the people we've helped, the people that, to me, that's what makes the greatest legacy. Yo, all these people were a part or somehow you
Yeah.
helped in some way
Yeah.
contribute to their success. And the more black people for me,
Yeah.
the better. So.
And I'm learning a thing about what was
I thought I was closing, but go ahead.
oh
I was just like, man, this is a great point.
I was okay. I didn't know if you were dancing.
no, I
But
was
two
going- I was going.
things. One, I'm learning a lot about delegating as we getting older because
Mm.
it's hard to delegate when you in it and you used to doing it yourself. So listen, if there's writers and comedians out there that want to work and you got scripts and stuff, I think the more we can delegate and like open up people to get their workout, it encourage others. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So if you want to write for something, reach out to us. You know.
Oh, now y'all check emails. It's crazy.
No, we checked it. We just didn't respond. Yeah, we just didn't respond. You
That's
know what I'm saying?
hilarious.
Reach out to us. Hit us on the
I
IG.
wish I would have saw it. We would
Yeah.
have been right there.
Hit
We're
us on
gonna
the
live
IG
stream
and
the
all
dinner.
that.
We're gonna live stream the dinner. I'm gonna
Um,
get camera set up.
And then the second thing is, so as you know, we have our sunglasses brand, Shady
Mhm.
Side Up, and something special for everybody that's watching right now. And where will this be at?
Camo State Studios app.
Okay, cool. So for everybody that watches this, if you go to shadysideup.com, you get a off discount by typing in KEV30, and you can get you 30% off,
Look at that.
and you can get you. And so everybody listening, if you want to go grab some
30% is a steep discount.
That's a steep
you get-
discount.
that's for you.
That's for you.
You get
30% off with the code
30% off.
KEV.
KEV30.
What KEV30.
KEV30.
So y'all
you
let
get
them know.
that.
Don't buy it without the code.
And we'll put it in the bottom description. I'll just leave the code out there, and they can go grab it. And yeah, so.
I don't know if it's live yet. I didn't know we'd be on live.
Oh no, it's the code. The code's live. You can go right now.
Man, it's live now.
I was ready.
Go ahead.
You go right now. Go
Let
get
'em
you
know,
some.
y'all.
Let 'em know. Support black business out here. Boom, boom.
There you go.
Also, make sure y'all check out Comedy Trap House weekly.
Trap House.
Yeah, kept on
That's
there
their own YouTube page.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yep,
Own
it's
yeah.
on
page, Comedy Trap House. Go check out my episode and the others.
Yep, and then DT Stories is out every Wednesday, sharing our story. The fans really love the story.
Oh,
they
it's
just,
great. You
they just
get
love
good
You're
storytellers.
telling
Yeah.
stories. So that's if you want to watch that. That's
And
some
check his
entertainment.
episode out on Room Noise. That's
yeah.
one of my favorite episodes.
Somebody said we need to bring that
was
back. We do
hilarious.
need to bring
Yeah.
that
Bring
back.
it back.
For sure.
I
New
wanna
Jack
come-
Gospel.
The
New
New
Jack
Jack.
That was hilarious.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dormtainment, YouTube legends, OG, Kev's personal Mount Rushmore. Follow them. Check them out.
Shout out to Kev, man.
Follow
Appreciate it.
them. Check them out.
Yeah, there you
Support
go.
them. We'll see you next time. Watch this on the app with no ads. Watch this or listen to it everywhere else. Podcasts are found YouTube with ads. All right. Bye. Man, I appreciate y'all, bro.
Thank
sure.
you, brother.
Uh,
I appreciate that.
You can
sure.
cut this one. Ain't no reason to make y'all sit around for the whole time. All right. God bless you. Bye bye. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for the
Always.